Chapter 1, I am Gandalf. Midsummer. The sky is a little bit starry. On the edge of the forest, the fire is faint. Flap, flap. The grease-attached dry wood crackled and exploded in the fire. A tall and strong young man sat cross-legged by the fire, with the bear's paw on a sharpened wooden stick in his hand, roasting on the fire. The aroma of cooked meat continues to spread to the surroundings. Deep in the forest, a pair of green pupils under the light of the fire looked at the fire in the distance, sniffing his nose and roaring constantly, looking very anxious. Next to the fire, a huge dead bear, nearly 3 meters long, lay there cold. The youth squinted at the wolves in the depths of the forest, grinning and sneered, not paying attention. Ma Teng, no, it should be Morgan now. Came to this world from the Great Heaven Dynasty more than half a month ago, and the soul war on the young man named Morgan. Morgan was being chased and killed by the sword of 2 armored guards. Morgan, a veteran underground black boxer, fought back brazenly, not only killing the 2 guards in one fell swoop, but also getting a small amount of information about this strange world from the 2 guards. This is an age of cold weapons similar to the Earth's medieval Europe. Morgan and the 2 soldiers both came from a small town called Faro. Like the 2 soldiers, he was also a member of the town guard. Morgan was hunted down because the original owner and the wife of the town guard army captain got involved, that is, they put a green hat on the boss. Then he was hunted down by his superiors and sent soldiers to report private enmity, and there was the scene where his soul passed through. Killed the 2 guards, Faro town must not be able to go back. Morgan cleaned the body and left the scene soon. After dealing with his loot in a village not far from the small town of Faro. To avoid trouble, Morgan bought a horse and left the village overnight. Because the original owner has been living in the town of Faro since he was born, he has very limited knowledge of places outside Faro in his poor memory. Morgan can only ride a horse and go blindly, until now. Papa. The oil stains that kept coming out of the bear's palm dripped into the fire and made a sizzle. It's almost ripe. Morgan sniffed the scent of meat from the bear paw, and couldn't help swallowing. This giant bear is the biggest prey he has caught these days. Originally, he just wanted to catch wild animals for dinner as usual. I didn't expect this giant bear to attack him. Bow, arrow, and sword are on together. Morgan almost shot off an arm before killing the giant bear. He must not finish eating such a big bear. It's summer, and he wants to get rid of this giant bear as soon as possible. Such a big bear can sell for a lot of money, which is very important for Morgan, whose pockets are already empty. Fortunately, it's not far from the nearest place where humans live. Looking at the big meaty bear's paw in front of him, Morgan thought. Brush brush. A series of virtual data exuding pale white light began to appear before my eyes. Time traveler, Morgan. Race, human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul power, 1. Attribute, Strength plus, Constitution plus, Agility plus, Spirit plus. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV1, Archery LV1. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.01%. Hey, soul power actually appeared. Looking at the data 1 clearly displayed in the column of spirit power, Morgan looked overjoyed. It finally appeared. This thing appeared before Morgan after he killed the 2 guards. In the past half-month, Morgan would call out to have a look almost every day. But nothing has changed. When I watched it yesterday, the column of spirit power was still empty. Now, there is an extra data 1 after the soul power column. Morgan, who had been pondering for so many days, immediately reacted, and immediately looked at the giant bear corpse on the side. Except for the time he spent fighting the giant bear today, he was on his way all the time. The source of the soul power is probably from this giant bear, and only possible from this giant bear. Hey! Looking at the giant bear corpse for a while, Morgan let out a long sigh. Before that, he had been thinking about the so-called system in front of him for a long time, and he had also made many attempts. I understand now. Soul power, it should be obtained by killing other creatures. But the condition is, the strength of the creature to be killed needs to be stronger than or equal to itself. At least not to lower yourself too much, because Morgan had previously hunted and killed a wild wolf alone. Except for a corpse, nothing else. As for the others, the four things of strength, physique, agility, and spirit should represent the four attributes of one's body. Looking at the faintly emerging and sign after each major attribute, it should be that it needs spirit power to strengthen. The data ability below is also easy to understand, and it represents the skills you have mastered. Universal language should be the system's own. Muay Thai LV2 should be the reason why he was a senior black boxing master in his previous life. White Crow swordsmanship LV1 is the swordsmanship learned by the original owner in the town guards. Like archery LV1, the original owner learned it in the small town of Pharaoh. As for Muay Thai, White Crow swordsmanship and bow and arrow surgery, the and sign that also looms over the face, presumably it also requires spirit power to strengthen and upgrade. Talent, intimacy, special skill is a skill that can improve relationships. The specific effect can only be known after using it. And in the last line of the system in front of you, the current world's exploration degree is 0.01%. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Literally means to travel around the world and explore the world. But this world is similar to the Cold Weapon era in the Middle Ages. How could it be possible to travel around the world without cars and airplanes? It is very likely that he will not be able to complete it until he is dead. Morgan has other understanding of this, but there is no evidence yet. Speaking of it, Morgan's predecessor was an underground black boxer, because he was famous. At most, 1 or 2 off-field boxing matches are played in a month. The rest of the time is either training or relaxing while reading a book, watching a movie, and traveling. He knew he had an adventure. Came to this world not only without panic, but with a kind of eager excitement. This is the era of cold weapons, and the role of personal force does not need to be said at all. There is also the so-called time traveler system in his own body. Future achievements, Morgan feels excited when he thinks about it. ZZ. Tsitsizi. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the fire in front of him. Morgan regained his senses abruptly, looking at the dark ball of things in his hand and furious. Fuck, the bear's paw is scorched. Scolded and threw away the scorched bear paw, and Morgan quickly skewered another one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the empty wilderness outside. Morgan immediately turned his head, and saw a man riding a horse walking quickly towards this side. Morgan was roasting a bear paw in one hand, and the other hand was already holding the hilt of the cross sword beside him. The old man with a tall stature, a grey robe, long grey hair, holding a wooden staff, and a charitable face approached on horseback. Immediately before he got down, he looked at Morgan with a gentle smile and said, "I took the liberty to visit in the middle of the night. I am Gandalf." Chapter 2, Bounty Hunter. I am Gandalf. Looking at the familiar old man in front of him, Morgan was stunned when he spoke. He likes to watch fantasy movies and TV series. He has watched the movie The Hobbit trilogy and the Lord of the Rings trilogy during the break. Although does not reach the level of enthusiastic movie fans, he still has a certain impression of these two classic fantasy masterpieces. Morgan was even more impressed by the two works, the sole character Gandalf the Wizard throughout Middle-earth. Such an image, such a dress. Morgan has no doubt that he has met the real Gandalf. After all, he can travel through this world, and he has a more fantastic time traveler system. What can't he believe? At this moment, Morgan thought of a lot of things. What he is most interested in now is, what time period is he in Middle-earth now? It was just a moment, and Morgan quickly reacted. Looked at Gandalf and said casually, "You can meet friends." Seeing that you are still on the road so late, I must have not eaten dinner yet. Hey, cut yourself where you want to eat, you are welcome. Morgan said that he threw his previous cut dagger to Gandalf, pointed to the giant bear corpse on the side and said, after finishing his sentence, by the way, you can call me Morgan. Took the short sword and looked at Morgan again. When he saw Morgan's face is open and generous, Gandalf smiled and said, then I'm welcome. Said, put away the cigarette stick, took the dagger in his hand and went forward to cut the meat. The friendship between men is sometimes simple. As the true first male protagonist in the 6 parts of Middle-earth, Gandalf has a firm personality, a humorous conversation, and a wide range of friends. This can be seen from the fact that his friends are all over the leaders of the major forces in Middle-earth. Morgan, thoughtful, open-minded and generous, plus deliberately befriend Gandalf. The two sat in front of the fire, eating roasted bear meat. After a while, they got acquainted with each other. Morgan, it looks like you are a ranger. Gandalf cut a large fleshy piece from the forelimb arm of the giant bear's corpse, inserted the sharpened branches, and continued to put it on the fire, and said casually while roasting, Ranger. Morgan was shocked when he heard Gandalf speak. He has actually figured out his identity for himself, that is, a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter, a master who obtains expensive bounty by completing difficult tasks entrusted by the employer. Bounty hunter and Gandalf's ranger are somewhat similar to a certain extent. The former is rarer and more powerful than the latter. But the latter is much more famous than the former. Ordinary residents of Middle-earth continent can more or less name a ranger. But few people know about bounty hunters. Ranger, right. Actually I prefer another name, bounty hunter. Morgan shook his head and smiled. Bounty hunter. Hearing Morgan's words, Gandalf was slightly shocked. Bounty hunters are too rare. But looking at the huge bear who was nearly 3 meters tall and whose blood and body temperature had apparently just died, Gandalf did not doubt Morgan's strength in the slightest. Such a fierce giant bear is far beyond what ordinary people can deal with. This just proves Morgan's strength. That's really unusual. Gandalf looked up at Morgan and smiled. It's really uncommon, I haven't seen a colleague until now. Isn't it? He put the bounty hunter's name from other fantasy movies and TV series on himself, and decided to use this identity to walk the world in the future. As for whether there are bounty hunters in Middle-earth, he has no doubt. Because the ranger in this world is equivalent to a low-profile version of the bounty hunter. Morgan shook his head and smiled. He looked up at Gandalf and asked, what about you, Gandalf? You look more like a legendary, traveling wizard. Seeing Morgan asked, Gandalf smiled and simply said, as you can see, I am a wizard. Introduction, the wizard Gandalf. Bounty hunter Morgan. Haha. The two talked very happily, and the topics they talked about gradually began to increase. Morgan, did you come to the Shire because of a mission? Gandalf continued to eat the roasted bear meat, and asked. Giant bear meat is very soft and tender because of its soft and smooth texture. It is very expensive in many places. But because of the huge size and fierce strength of the giant bear, it is rarely sold in the actual market. I caught one occasionally, and it would soon be bought by the rich local nobles, and it was difficult for ordinary people to buy it. Even though there is giant bear meat, most people can't afford it at all. Gandalf has only eaten it a few times, and it was only tasted at the dinner banquets of several Middle-earth kings. Now I chanced upon Morgan, a powerful bounty hunter, and such a big fierce giant bear. Gandalf is indeed going to be full, eat enough. Is this Shire? Now that he knew he was in Middle-earth, when Gandalf talked about it, Morgan immediately reacted. If I said I came to the Shire because I was lost, do you believe Gandalf? Morgan shook his head, smiling a little bit dumbfounded. Well, look at your appearance. Of course I believe it. Gandalf raised his head and glanced at Morgan. After eating the last bite of roasted bear meat in his hand, he smeared his mouth full of grease and smiled. As he said, he took out the cigarette stick, filled it with shredded tobacco, and signaled Morgan if he wanted to take a bite. Morgan waved his hand to refuse and smiled. He knew that his appearance was a little bit down. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The trophies that he had touched on the bodies of the 2 guards in the town of Philo, as well as the inferior armors on their bodies, were all sold by him to buy a horse. Is now wearing a short leather armor on his lower body, and an ordinary open-chested linen long sleeves on his upper body, and his cuffs are still torn by the heat. Is now equivalent to a short sleeve with asymmetrical cuffs. As for the ordinary cross swords and short swords, the original owner had them from the beginning. Such a desolate look, but it is a bit far from the identity of a bounty hunter. It's been a long time since I took the task, I made you laugh. Morgan opened his mouth with a smile, but his face was not embarrassed at all because of his desolation. Gandalf, you are a wizard. If you have a good commission, please introduce it to me. Morgan continued, his expression open and natural. Gandalf lit the cigarette stick, took a sip, and then he muttered and said, well, I do have one here. It's just. Is it finally here? Morgan was secretly happy that he had been in friendship with Gandalf for so long, waiting for this moment, receiving the task from the other party, so as to participate in the plot smoothly. So he decisively launched the special talent intimacy. Intimacy, it can greatly increase the target's affection for you in a short period of time. Morgan, you asked me to eat roasted bear meat. I will introduce you to a commissioned task. This is a fair deal. What's more, that task also happens to require a bounty hunter like you to participate. In this way, you will go with me tomorrow, I promise you will receive a very good commission. Gandalf, who was hesitant at first, suddenly changed his voice and said with a smile. Chapter 3, Strengthen. Is the effect so immediate? Listening to Gandalf's rapid change from hesitation to eager assurance, such a rapid change in attitude, Morgan was shocked. In Gandalf's heart, he really felt that the bounty hunter named Morgan in front of him was pretty good. But it's just that, after all, the time to get to know each other is too short. Next, he is going to Hobbiton in the Shire to find the last member of the expedition team, a halfling thief Bilbo Baggins. At the same time, they joined the dwarf team led by the dwarf prince Thorin Oakshield of Turin. Hearing that Morgan wanted to accept the commission, Gandalf did want to introduce Morgan to Thorin Oakshield. After all, the journey to the Lonely Mountain is long, difficult, and dangerous. It would be nice to have a bounty hunter with good strength. But because the destination of this journey is Lonely Mountain, where the kingdom of the Turin dwarves once resided. To add members to the expedition squad, why did Gandalf get the consent of the dwarf prince Thorin Oakenshield first? Originally, Gandalf wanted to bring Morgan and a group of dwarves to meet, and then see if he could find a way to persuade Thorin Oakshield to let Morgan join the expedition team. This may be able to find a commission for the bounty hunter who has not had a task for a long time. But, just now, Gandalf suddenly felt that the Morgan in front of him was very good. The first time a stranger met, he invited himself to eat roasted bear meat, he talked humorously, and had a hearty and generous personality. At the same time, he also felt that Morgan was very pitiful. As a bounty hunter, he was powerful but became disappointed because he had not received a commission for a long time, and even lost his way. He felt that Morgan's luck was bad. Under the influence of two strong emotions, Gandalf felt that he should help the boy Morgan. In this way, he assured Morgan that he must find a commission for Morgan. Although it was not stated clearly, this commission task was actually to get Morgan to join the expedition team. Just as promised to Morgan, as soon as he uttered the words, Gandalf immediately felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Of course, regret is not enough. But this kind of thing should be discussed with Thorin Oakshield first. After all, this is not a trivial matter. But all the words are spoken, Gandalf is not good at breaking his promise. At most, I can help Morgan speak. Furthermore, he does think it is a good thing that the expedition team has a powerful bounty hunter. Anyway, he does not need to pay a commission. Oh, Gandalf, are you kidding me? Morgan quickly recovered, looked up at the grey-robed wizard in front of him and said, "Of course, I never make jokes about business." Gandalf took a puff of smoke, then slowly exhaled the smoke, shrugged and smiled. "Well, then, I have to say you have a vision, Gandalf. I am definitely one of the best bounty hunters in the world, you can't go wrong with your choice. It's a pity that I drank my wine, otherwise I will definitely buy you a drink." Morgan happily talked and fumbled around naturally. Morgan's acting has been very good from beginning to end, and he really drank his wine. "It doesn't matter, this is not far from where we are going. We should be there tomorrow night, and it won't be too late for you to buy me a drink at that time." After taking the last puff of this bag of cigarettes, he spit the smoke and knocked on the long pipe with a smile. Of course, one cup is not enough. The initial wish to participate in the plot has been fulfilled, Morgan smiled heartily. Although Gandalf has not specifically mentioned what the task entrusted to him is. But based on Murphy's observation of Gandalf, plus an understanding of the plot, he guessed that Gandalf's trip should be the story at the beginning of the first part of the Hobbit trilogy. The members of the dwarf expedition led by Gandalf and Thorin Oakeshield were in the bag of Bilbo Baggins. Gather in the bottom hole. This is also the beginning of the magnificent and epic plot of the entire Middle-earth. The night is getting darker, eating and drinking enough, the two did not chat anymore, and each leaned on the tree trunk behind and closed their eyes to rest. There are no ferocious monsters near, there is the aura of the huge corpse of a ferocious giant bear, and ordinary beasts dare not approach it at all. Besides, with the strength of Morgan and Gandalf, even if there is something that wants to approach the night attack, it can react, so naturally there is no need for someone to watch the night. Whether Gandalf was asleep or not, Morgan didn't know, he was still up anyway. Because the virtual panel of the time traveler system that appeared in Morgan's mind at this time was different from before meeting Gandalf. Time traveler, Morgan. Race, human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul power, 1. Attribute, Strength plus, Constitution plus, Agility plus, Spirit plus. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV1, Archery LV1. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.1%. At a glance, it seemed to be no different from when Morgan Bear's paw was scorched. But if you look closely, you can find the Current World Exploration Progress column at the bottom of the virtual panel. The original exploration progress of only 0.01% has become 0.1%. From when the bear paw was burnt, hey. Since then, Morgan hasn't moved much. In fact, from the time his soul passed through to the time when the two guards were killed and the time traveler system was obtained, the world exploration progress was 0.01% at that time. Until now, half a month has passed. Morgan rode a horse and didn't know how far. The world progress on the virtual panel was still 0.01%, and it had not changed. Now in just a few hours, the world exploration progress has suddenly soared from 0.01% to 0.1%. He couldn't think of any other reason besides meeting Gandalf. This is also consistent with the idea he had pondered before. The progress of world exploration on the virtual panel is closely related to the characters in the Middle-earth plot. If Morgan wants to increase the progress of world exploration, he must be involved. This should be what the system requires. Moreover, Morgan is more aware of the importance of progress in world exploration. This thing may be equivalent to the task assigned to him by the time traveler system. As long as the exploration of the world continues to increase, more information about the system will definitely be unlocked. After thinking about this, Morgan stopped thinking about it. quickly shifted his gaze to the column of soul power. Is to strengthen the 4 attributes of upgrading? Or strengthen and upgrade the 3 abilities and skills? Morgan was lost in thought. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.cm. 4 attributes. This body is only 21 years old this year, full of youthful vitality. There is only a little soul power now, and strengthening the 4 attributes should not be too obvious for his strength improvement. Gandalf has already said that he will arrive at his destination tomorrow. According to his thoughts, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, at the latest, he should be able to see the stubborn and proud dwarf Prince Thorin Oakshield. The opponent values this expedition very much. It will not be easy to join the expedition team. Morgan knew the stubbornness of that person, and relying on Gandalf's recommendation alone, it would be extremely difficult if he couldn't use his strength to impress the opponent. Then, what I should strengthen now is the most obvious and most important thing for my own strength improvement. Thinking of this, Morgan immediately rejected the idea of strengthening the 4 attributes. Thus focused on the ability column. Muay Thai is a boxing technique that he has practiced hard for more than 10 years in his previous life, although his personal attack power and lethality are good. But thinking of this fantasy and magical world, there are enemies to face in the future. Morgan immediately looked away. White Crow swordsmanship, archery, these 2 are the abilities that this body is familiar with. In the past half-month, Morgan has also mastered it proficiently. These 2 abilities are what he wants to strengthen most now. And if you want to improve your strength, it is the most obvious and the most conspicuous, so that Thorin Oakshield and the dwarves look at it with admiration. Morgan's eyes stopped decisively on the skill Archery LV1. Next second, a pale white light flickered. Archery LV2. Chapter 4, Cheers. This enhancement consumes 1 point of soul power. Is it enhanced? Looking at the virtual data prompt that jumped out in front of him, Morgan clicked. The pale white light flickered, and the soul power column quickly became 0. Archery LV2. The moment the virtual data jumped in front of him, Morgan could clearly feel a stream of heat injected into his body. At the same time, there is also a memory message about archery in my mind. That is a series of information about the angle of archery, the distance of the arrow and the need to pay attention to when archery. Quietly feeling and comprehending this memory about archery, Morgan only felt that his knowledge of archery was too shallow before that. He now has a strong urge to pick up the bow and arrow to test it. But I opened my eyes and watched the darkness around him, and the wizard Gandalf who was sleeping quietly not far away. Morgan pressed this impulse forcibly. All night till dawn. When the eastern horizon was just getting bright, Morgan opened his eyes. After a simple wash, Morgan and Gandalf once again ate roasted bear meat for breakfast. The giant bear's body is huge, even if the 2 of them ate 2 meals together, the rest is too much. The giant bear corpse is a good thing, Morgan can't give up. It's just that the corpse is too big, and there are only 2 horses in total, so it is impossible to transport the whole body. So Morgan began to divide up the giant bear's body, and Gandalf also reached out to help. It didn't take too long to split the giant bear meat. When a piece of giant bear meat was hung on the back of 2 horses, the 2 set off. According to what was said yesterday, Morgan followed Gandalf on horseback, and the 2 of them walked far away quickly. Gandalf's estimate is correct. Before the evening, the 2 of them rode on the horse and saw low-rise houses appearing in the distance. Hobbiton is in front. Seeing the town right in front of him, Gandalf said that the speed of the horses under him had dropped significantly. Ran wild on horseback all day. But has always been spent in turbulence and friction. No one understands this kind of pain better than Morgan. Upon hearing Gandalf's words, Morgan let out a long sigh, and subconsciously controlled the horses under him to slow down. The destination is not far away, so don't rush too much. Gandalf had already taken out the long tobacco rod, and began to take out the tobacco from the tobacco bag. twist it into small round and fill it on the rod. Hey, I can finally see a living person. Morgan looked at the distance and let out a long sigh. He heard the smoke that Gandalf had just sucked into his lungs and was immediately choked, coughing again and again. Ahem. What does this kid mean? I am not a living person. Bringing this kid to see Thorin would not have been the wrong choice. Gandalf turned sideways and squinted at Morgan, muttering in his heart. Of course, you don't count Gandalf. Seeing Gandalf cast a strange look, Morgan immediately said, I'm not saying you are not a human being, of course you are a living person. I mean, Gandalf, you are a wizard. Seeing Morgan's explanation, the more chaotic he got, Gandalf coughed slightly and said, Ahem. Shut up, I know what you mean. Let's go ahead and dispose of these bear meat as soon as possible in Advanced City. I have been exposed for a day, and the price will drop greatly if I wait. Gandalf was smoking a cigarette, his face was calm and he spoke, but he had already made up his mind to kill Morgan. After yesterday night and today, the relationship between the two is very familiar. They still know each other's personalities, so I don't care about making jokes. You're right. However, I am not familiar with this place. I will trouble Gandalf to deal with these bear meat. Morgan laughed, and then called Gandalf. In the memory plot, he learned that Gandalf's justice is humorous and talkative is a bit boring. After contacting it now, I did find that Gandalf has a similar personality. For this kind of personality, being open and honest is the best way to get along and get closer. Morgan has already decided that after processing the bear meat, he must invite Gandalf to a big meal and make sacrifices to his 5 internal organs temple. Before this period of time, he almost lived a savage life in the wilderness. Although I eat game all the time. But there is only a small amount of salt, and there is no other spice ingredients. The game cannot be delicious. Because there is no other tableware, only the most basic grilled food is used. After eating for a while, I almost feel sick when I see the barbecue. Even the giant bear meat can only taste fresh. Gandalf can't deny it, smoking a cigarette. The two rode quickly towards the small town ahead. When the sunset was all over the sky, the two rode into the town on horseback. Soon, figures began to appear on the road ahead, very short figures. Morgan knew well that he should have come to Hobbiton, as Gandalf said. Those short people are the aborigines here, hobbits, or halflings. On the lush green hillsides, on the hills, small wooden houses with exquisite shapes and bunker-like inlaid round door frames are scattered in various places. Green low hillsides, small fences, flowers of various colors, blue stone roads, crystal clear rivers, busy little hobbits, and even smaller hobbits running barefoot in the hillside forest trails. A peaceful, laid-back, and beautiful rural scenery. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Walking into this small town, Morgan has a feeling as if he is in a fairy tale world. In his previous life, Morgan had personally visited New Zealand, where The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings were filmed. Although the Hobbiton there is still beautiful, the artificially carved flavor is too strong. But here, all the scenery is so leisurely and natural. Maybe I will get old in the future, it is a good choice to come here to settle down for the elderly. The sudden thought in his mind made Morgan laugh and shook his head. Although it is still early for retirement, it also shows Morgan's longing for Hobbiton's beautiful pastoral environment. It's beautiful. I was the same as you when I first came. Watching Morgan keep looking around, Gandalf smiled leisurely and breathed out smoke. Is this Hobbiton? It's really beautiful. Morgan looked at it for a while and said with emotion. Of course, the hometown of the Hobbit is one of the most beautiful places in the entire Middle-earth. I like these hard-working little guys. After finishing the last puff of cigarette in his mouth, Gandalf knocked the cigarette stick on his shoe, wiped it again, and continued. Let's go, stand here and don't want to sell the giant bear meat. Come with me. Gandalf pulled on the reins, turned his head and walked forward. Morgan quickly followed. After an hour. Hobbiton, inside the noisy Blackcurrant Tavern. Morgan and Gandalf sat on the wine table, and the tall wooden barrel cups held in their hands slammed into each other forcefully. Cheers! Chapter 5, I Really Didn't and number 039, T Want to Be Handsome. Cheers! Two tall and thick solid wood cups collided, and the cool and overflowing hops splashed. Gurgling. The seductive cow drinking continued for a while. What? There was an extremely refreshing moan. Boom. The thick wooden wine glass was placed heavily on the wine table. Morgan let out a long sigh of relief. Cool. Although the craftsmanship of Hobbit's wheat beer is far less than that of previous beer, the alcohol content is also much lower. But because the material is pure wheat grains, it is made by adding several kinds of fruits and fermenting. It can be said to be ale or fruit wine. The entrance is mellow and has a hint of fruity aroma, and ice, taken out after soaking in flowing cold water, made Morgan, who had spent more than half a month of savage life, drink particularly refreshing. Not bad, the wine here is more flavorful than other places. Gandalf wiped the wine stain from his beard and smiled. It's really good. Morgan picked up a thick smoked sausage from the plate in front of him and threw it into his mouth, chewing and talking. He hasn't had time to taste the wine from other places. In the memory of the original owner, I drank the wine from the pub in the small town of Faroe, and it seemed to be even worse. Hobbit's beer, he also drank it as fruit wine. After all, in such a world, the requirements cannot be too high. This is just one of the reasons I like it here. As long as you stay here for a while, you will find that you don't want to leave here. Gandalf used a knife and fork to divide the smoked fish on the plate in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth, saying that he was full of enjoyment. I think so too, but before that, I have to accept enough commissions and make enough money. After all, I can't grow potatoes like a hobbit. Morgan nodded, he agreed with Gandalf. But now, he has no intention of wanting to live in Hobbiton for a long time. It seems that after hearing Morgan mention the meaning of the commission, Gandalf put down the tableware in his hand, picked up the beer that had just been filled by the bartender, and took a swig. Then smiled and said, "Don't worry, the commission I introduced will definitely make you a lot of commission." The well-known Morgan immediately asked, "Gandalf, I want to ask, what employer do you recommend to me?" Gandalf kept moving the knife and fork in his hand, put a piece of smoked sausage in his mouth, and said casually, "A group of dwarves." Morgan knowingly asked, "Dwarf?" Gandalf nodded, "Yes, if you want this commission, you have to satisfy the dwarves." At this point, Gandalf seemed to feel a bit slapped in the face. After all, he had promised before, so he immediately continued, "But you can rest assured, with Morgan's strength, it is absolutely no problem to be qualified for this commission. Besides, there is still me." Morgan nodded with a smile, and said, raising the tall wine glass in his hand, "Of course I believe you, Gandalf, come." When the two walked out of the Blackcurrant Tavern, it was already dark. Drink from the afternoon to the evening, even if the alcohol content of the Hobbit brewed malt is low. The two are not drunk, but they already have a lot of alcohol. Morgan looked at Gandalf, "Shall we go now?" Gandalf knew that the group of Turin dwarves who had made an appointment with him may have arrived, and maybe they are now waiting for his notice. But he is in this state, whether it is to meet Bilbo Baggins, whom he has not seen for many years, or Thorin Oakeshield and his party are obviously inappropriate. And there is a little too late in time today. After thinking about it for a while, facing Morgan's gaze, Gandalf turned decisively and walked back into the Blackcurrant Tavern behind him. Early the next morning, Morgan finished washing and stood in front of the inferior glass mirror in the pub room. It was the first time he really saw his figure clearly. Is more than 6 feet tall and nearly 1.9 meters tall. Is tall and strong, with black shawl and long hair tied into a ponytail, face is thin and well-defined, plus a pair of deep and charming blue eyes. Such a face value, such a high-quality appearance condition. It's no wonder that you can hook up so many lovers in the town of Philo, even including the former boss, the wife of the chief of the town's guard in Philo. Looking at himself in the mirror, Morgan shook his head. Such a figure and appearance are quite different from his previous life. He looked ugly in his previous life, and it can even be said to be ferocious. But as a master of underground black boxing, he is still a small celebrity. He doesn't lack money, and naturally he never lacks women. So, he doesn't care about his appearance. Now suddenly he has become a handsome guy with a good figure and good looks. He really feels a little uncomfortable. If he is a bit pretending, if he can, he would rather still have the ferocious face in the previous life. Anyway, there is strength, and there is no shortage of women everywhere. But becoming handsome is also a new life experience. Morgan will try to adapt. Without much thought, Morgan picked up the silk comfortable long-sleeved, brand new leather breastplate and leg armor that he bought yesterday. Yesterday's giant bear meat sold a total of 3 gold coins. A standard gold coin in this world is approximately equal to 20 standard silver coins. I invited Gandalf to drink and eat last night and spent 10 silver coins, plus clothes, leather armor, arrows, and room charges. Morgan now has 2 silver coins left in his body. Can be described as spending money like running water. Among them, 10 silver coins were spent on eating and drinking, and 15 silver coins were spent on supplementing the arrow in the quiver. UU reading www.uuganshu.com to buy new clothes and room expenses together spent 3 silver coins. The rest was spent on this new set of leather armor, a total of 30 silver coins. Although the quality of the leather armor looks average, Morgan knew the danger of this journey from the memory plot. He originally wanted to buy a set of steel wire armor, but after only asking the price, he gave up. As for the cross sword that he had always wanted to change before, he didn't even dare to ask. Without him, it is too expensive. The upper body is silk long sleeves with a yellow breastplate. The lower body is tight-fitting, and the legs are also tied with yellow leg armor. His black hair was tied into a ponytail, and then he shaved off his beard with a dagger. Finally, he hung the long sword on his waist, the short sword on his calf, and the long bow and quiver on his back. When Morgan finished cleaning and walked out of the room, he seemed to have changed. Coming to the tavern lobby from the second floor, Gandalf looked at Morgan and nodded. Finally looks like a bounty hunter. Let's go, we won't show up again, I'm afraid they will have to wait. The two went out of the Blackcurrant Tavern, took the reins from the attendant, and then turned on their horses and walked quickly towards the distance. At this time, the sky is dim, and the red sun in the east is hidden under the horizon and will not appear. The two rode quickly to the outside of Hobbiton town. After a long time, after crossing 2 clear streams, several low hills and hills, behind large tracts of green crops. In the sight of the two of them, a small, exquisite, scattered bunker-like hut appeared. Morgan followed Gandalf and walked forward with a clear purpose. It didn't take long for him to see a small, stocky hobbit sitting on a roadside bench and smoking a cigarette. Chapter 6, Nightmare. Gandalf rode straight to the hobbit who was smoking. Morgan followed, and as the distance quickly narrowed, he finally saw the look of the short hobbit sitting on the roadside bench in front of him. Is the protagonist of the movie The Hobbit trilogy series, Bilbo Baggins. Morgan finally knew exactly when he came to Middle-earth. He guessed right before, and it was just before the Hobbit plot began. Is also the beginning of all epic stories. According to the development model of the plot, Gandalf's trip is to find the Bilbo Baggins to join the adventure team of Thorin Oakeshield dwarves, and go to execute the Lone Mountain to take the heart of the mountain. According to Gandalf's suggestion, their team needs a snitch. Thorin Oakenshield leads this group of dwarves with a great background. They come from the long-bearded dwarf clan that was once the most powerful of the 7 dwarves in Middle-earth. Longbeard clan, considered by other dwarves as a clan with sacred bloodlines. The nobles among the dwarves come from Gundaba Mountain and Moria successively. They have a kingly demeanor, rich and traditional. The Longbeard clan is the orthodox descendant of the Turin dwarves, and is also known as the Turin dwarves. Thorin Oakshield is the grandson of King Thor and son of Thorn of the original Mountain Kingdom, Irobi Kingdom. More than 60 years ago, the kingdom of Yamashita was attacked by the giant dragon Smog from the north and died. After the country's death, the Turin dwarves had to escape from the solitary mountain and began to wander. During this period, Thor, the king of the mountain, raised his mind to regain the old capital of Moria occupied by the orcs. After was dissuaded and invalidated, Thor led the tribe who had survived the lonely mountain into a fierce battle with the half-orcs. In the final battle of Moria, Thor, the king of the mountain, was killed by Azog the Defiler, the leader of the orcs. Also in this battle, Thorin, the grandson of Thor, because of the loss of the shield, holding a piece of oak in a fierce battle to turn the tide, and thus won the reputation of Oak Shield. Because of the bravery of this battle, Thorin Oakshield has also been recognized by other tribesmen. King Thor died in battle, and the king under the mountain was succeeded by Thorn, but for other reasons, Thorn was missing. The king under the mountain is inherited by the surviving Thorin Oakshield. This is also the background before the beginning of the Hobbit movie plot. The story of the Hobbit was quickly skipped in his mind. Morgan followed Gandalf and quickly approached the bench where Bilbo was. Got off the horse and followed Gandalf without saying a word, standing outside the small fence, looking at Bilbo Baggins who was sitting leisurely on the bench with his eyes closed and smoking rings. Waking up passively, Bilbo opened his eyes and saw two strange humans, an old and a young man, standing outside the fence of his home, staring at him strangely. Bilbo looked a little uncomfortable by the two of them, and subconsciously said casually, "Good morning. What's the meaning? Are you saying hello to me? Or do you want to say that whether I like it or not, this morning is not bad? Or do you still want to say that you feel good on this special morning? Or are you just saying this is a morning worth spending?" Gandalf said fluently, sticking his staff, making Bilbo Baggins holding the pipe a bit dazed, more unnatural and uncomfortable. But soon, he thought whether this was in Hobbiton, or in front of his own pocket. This was his own territory. So he calmed down forcibly, shrugged his shoulders to make himself look more relaxed and said, "I think there are all." Bilbo's voice fell, and Gandalf was silent again, just watching Bilbo not speaking as before. Morgan stood aside and didn't speak, watching Gandalf's performance quietly, and looking at Bilbo. When the two people, especially the tall old man in grey robes, saw a little Harry, Bilbo couldn't sit still and hesitated and said, Do you need my help?" Gandalf finally spoke again, "Look at it and talk about it. I am looking for someone to take an adventure with me." Gandalf looked at Bilbo quietly. Bilbo was taken aback, finally reacted, and immediately shook his head and said, "Adventure? No, I don't think anyone west of Bree would be interested in adventure. That's disgusting, annoying, and uncomfortable. It will make you too late for dinner." Realizing that these two uninvited guests are not good, Bilbo said that he got up and started to back away. When the round door of the bottom hole of the bag was closed tightly from the inside, Morgan finally spoke and looked at Gandalf, "What should I do now?" Gandalf didn't speak, but just stepped over the low fence to the door of Bilbo's sack-bottom house, and gestured with his stick on the round wooden door. The inconspicuous staff, which looked like a dead wood, continuously overflowed when the pen was placed on the door, making Morgan's eyes widened. It was the first time he saw Gandalf cast a spell, and it was also the first time he saw real magic in his life. Gandalf drew a pattern resembling forked branches at the gate of Bilbo, and when you look closely, you will find that there will be flashes of light on the pattern from time to time. Because the mark is engraved on the corner of the gate, it is difficult to detect it without looking carefully. Morgan stepped forward and asked knowingly, "What are you?" "Let's go, someone will come to persuade him for us." We will come later. Gandalf smiled mysteriously, and turned to the horse on the side of the road. Morgan knew it well, so naturally he wouldn't ask more. Soon, Morgan followed Gandalf away on horseback. When the outside movement went away, Bilbo, who was close behind the circular door, lay down on the small window next to the door and began to look out. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Realizing that the two of them had left just now, Bilbo opened the door again and walked out. After looking left and right, there was nothing strange. Bilbo mumbled, "It's really inexplicable." Immediately returned to the house, closed the door, and began to hum a song to prepare for today's breakfast. Even if someone interrupts, it will not affect his mood for a delicious breakfast. One day passed quickly. The sky is dim and night falls. Inside the small, warm pocket, Bilbo is busy with his dinner. The smoked fish is fried until golden on both sides, the sausage is grilled and fragrant, 2 pieces of cheese are added, and a glass of fruity red wine is added. Bilbo looked at the delicious dinner in front of him with satisfaction, just as he was about to enjoy it. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "It's so late, who will visit?" Bilbo was taken aback for a moment, but soon stood up and went to open the door. Hobbits are always very hospitable. It's the same with Bilbo Baggins, as long as it's not the kind of guests in the morning. "Coming," Bilbo replied, walked briskly to the door, pulled the latch, and opened the door. "I saw a tall dwarf standing outside. Dwerin, for you." The dwarf bowed and saluted, looking very gentleman. Bilbo was bluffed by the dwarf's professional posture, and he immediately responded, "Bilbo Baggins, please wait for orders." In this way, Bilbo's nightmare began. When Morgan followed Gandalf back to Bilbo's bottom hole again. Hasn't gotten closer, you can hear the noise inside and Bilbo's weak roar from a distance. Chapter 7, Challenge. Is there a party here? Standing in front of Bilbo's bottom hole, Morgan, who is familiar with the plot, seemed to have thought of Bilbo's angry scenes, and asked with a secret smile in his heart. "This, maybe, you know dwarves like parties the most." Gandalf touched his nose, replied, then stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. At this time, Morgan noticed that Gandalf was making a branch mark during the day, and a faint gleam was exuding at this time. "Enough, I am fed up, let me see how many dwarves there are, how many more." Before the door opened, Morgan heard Menor Bilbo's angry roar first. "Hey!" The door was opened, and looking at the 2 people outside, Bilbo was shocked. He didn't know when he stabbed the dwarves in the den, thinking that only the rude, savage dwarves would come. "I didn't expect it to be the 2 I saw this morning." Bilbo has learned some news from the words of the dozen short people who have just arrived one after another. Seeing these 2 now makes him a little skeptical. "Good evening, Bilbo." At this moment, Morgan, who was standing by, suddenly said hello. "I'm Morgan, nice to meet you. We met during the day, do you remember?" Facing Morgan's smiling face, Bilbo is still very demeanor. "Of course, maybe it was just because I had seen the group of dwarves in the room savagely and rudely." Under the background, these 2 were indeed more polite. Bilbo grudgingly smiled, "Of course." Walked into the room. Morgan finally saw the dwarf he had only seen in film and television before for the first time. Is about the same height as a hobbit, or even slightly taller. But in terms of hair, dwarves are much more exuberant than hobbits. This can be easily seen from the dwarf's generally braided hair and the generally full mouth and long beard. "Gandalf! Gandalf, you are finally here." "Good evening, Gandalf." The dwarves who saw Gandalf greeted one after another. Morgan noticed that these dwarves of various shapes were constantly transporting food from Bilbo's food storage room to the largest long table in the room. Inside the small and exquisite bottom hole of the bag, there was already a mess at this time. The thick and beautiful carpet is also covered with dirty mud stains everywhere. These are obviously caused by dwarves, and it's no wonder that Bilbo is so angry. Who is this? Who is this? After saying hello to Gandalf, the dwarves quickly noticed Morgan, and the dwarves immediately asked. This is my helper. As soon as Gandalf spoke, the door of the room knocked again. Gandalf near the door turned and opened the door. Morgan saw a tall, handsome, and determined dwarf standing in the doorway with an exquisite chainmail inside and a luxurious fur coat outside. Gandalf, this place you are talking about is really not easy to find. I got lost twice. If it weren't for the mark on the door, I couldn't find it here. The handsome, tall dwarf walked into the bottom of the bag as he said, and the other dwarves standing aside immediately bowed their heads and saluted. Bilbo heard that something was wrong, and immediately said, Mark. There is no mark on the door. I just painted it a week ago. There is a mark. Gandalf answered, I just drew it this morning. Gandalf said this, and Bilbo reacted immediately. No wonder these dwarves didn't look for them, but they all found their own homes. It turned out to be the ghost of Gandalf. Bilbo looked at Gandalf angrily. Gandalf immediately said, Bilbo Baggins. And Morgan. Motioned to Morgan next to him and continued, Please allow me to introduce our head to you. Gandalf said and looked at the tall and handsome dwarf, Thorin Oakshield. The words fell, Thorin Oakshield immediately stepped forward and looked at Bilbo, the halfling who had been specifically mentioned by Gandalf for a long time, and smiled, So, are you the Hobbit? Mr. Baggins, can you tell me any battles you have participated in? Sorry, I still want to know, what kind of weapon do you like to use, an axe, a hammer, or a sword? Thorin Oakenshield looked at Bilbo and continued to speak. Although in a joke, Morgan could hear the contempt in the other party's words. This Turin dwarf prince, who can now be called the dwarf king of the Turin clan, has a vicious vision, and it is easy to see that Bilbo should have no combat experience. This does not. But, I don't understand what this has to do with me. Although there were some guesses in his eagerness, Bilbo still didn't understand, and only spoke in a deep voice. I also think so. He is not like a thief, but more like a grocer. Thorin Oakshield hugged his chest and smiled, and the dwarves on the side also laughed. At this time, Thorin Oakshield walked in front of Morgan and looked at Morgan, who was wearing leather armor, a long sword on his waist and a long bow and quiver on his back, and said, This one looks like a warrior. But Gandalf, I remember you said that my team seems to lack only one snitch. Thorin Oakshield looked at Gandalf, with a calm expression, but the meaning of the words was obviously dissatisfied with Morgan's arrival. Morgan, who stood by, also easily felt the contempt and arrogance of Thorin Oakshield. Although this dwarf prince has a strong aura, he is always the focus of everyone. But as an undefeated black boxer for 2 consecutive years, Morgan, who came to this world even more systematically, is equally proud. Being so despised by Thorin Oakshield, Morgan is not a Bilbo who knows nothing. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Before Gandalf could speak, Morgan took the lead and said, Introduce myself, Morgan, bounty hunter. The voice fell, and seeing everyone's eyes gathered, Morgan nodded and bowed slightly to the Thorin Oakshield who was looking at him, showing respect. After all, the other party's status is noble, and this time it's his own employer. Proper etiquette is still required. After the salute, Morgan immediately looked directly at Thorin Oakshield and said unceremoniously, You can doubt my qualifications to stand here, but you can't doubt the strength of a bounty hunter. This is an insult to me, and even more to all bounty hunters. I want to fight you. Morgan looked directly at Thorin Oakshield and spoke in a deep voice. Morgan's voice fell, and everyone in the room realized that things seemed to suddenly become serious. Bilbo Baggins knows nothing, and knows nothing. To laugh is to laugh at it. But this human named Morgan. At this time, everyone really paid attention to the Morgan that Gandalf had brought. Honor is not to be insulted. Let alone represent the honor of the entire bounty hunter community. It's like if someone insults the dwarves will fight each other desperately. This is the same reason. Thorin Oakshield immediately realized his mistake, although he didn't understand what a bounty hunter was. Thorin Oakshield turned his head and looked at Bahrain, the oldest and most knowledgeable white-bearded dwarf among the dwarves. I saw Bahrain nodding. Obviously the other party knew about the bounty hunter. Faced with an angry and aggressive Morgan, Thorin Oakshield cannot shrink back, nor can he shrink back, so he said in a deep voice, "Okay, I accept your challenge." Chapter 8, Win or Lose. Feel sorry. I have no intention of insulting you, let alone insulting bounty hunters. I accept your challenge. Realizing that he had made a mistake, Thorin Oakshield was also upright, and immediately apologized. But Morgan's challenge before him is also an insult to him. Thorin Oakshield is noble. If he refuses the other party's challenge, he will lose the face of the entire Turin dwarves. If you win, there will be no benefit, because it should be. His identity and blood status determine that he must win. But if you lose, it's even worse. So regardless of whether Thorin Oakshield wins or loses, Morgan's open challenge to him is an insult to him. Although Morgan has enough reasons. The words of Thorin Oakshield agreeing to the challenge of the duel fell, and the room immediately became noisy. What is Thorin Oakshield's identity, and what is Morgan's identity? Even if Morgan has enough reasons, I don't know if the reason was fabricated by the other party. But the noble identity and blood inheritance are the most valued in the entire Middle-earth world. Morgan's challenge to Thorin Oakshield is equivalent to humiliating all the dwarves present. "No, Thorin, you can't promise the human boy, let me come. Get out of the way, let me teach this kid Morgan well. No, let me come, I'll talk about it first. Let me come, I just saw that human kid is upset, that kid actually looks more handsome than me. Let me come, I think he can use arrows, but you don't know how to archery. What does challenge have to do with bows and arrows, I want that kid to axe." The dwarves talked a lot, filled with outrage. Gandalf looked at Morgan with a strange expression, only to find that the kid was winking at himself. Only then did he realize that Morgan did it on purpose. Also, this kid doesn't look like a reckless person. He would not understand the seriousness of challenging Thorin Oakshield, unless he didn't want the commission anymore. Of course, Morgan's fierce reaction just now made Gandalf a little nervous. Because Thorin Oakshield did despise Morgan just now, Morgan's honor statement is also very similar to that. Since I know that challenging Thorin Oakshield will not work, it is always possible to challenge other dwarves. Gandalf quickly realized what Morgan really meant. Yes, let the Thorin Oakshield off and challenge the other dwarves. As long as they can win, this will not only win back respect, but also prove Morgan's strength. I would like to say a few more words. Thorin Oakshield, who values this expeditionary adventure, will never refuse to join a bounty hunter like Morgan. Just kills two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Gandalf immediately came out and made a round of battle. I think this is good. After some drooling discussions, Morgan's challenge object successfully transferred from Thorin Oakshield to the young dwarf Keely. Because they are about to take risks soon, no matter whether they win or lose, it is not good for the two to fight each other if they are injured. Then it was because Morgan said that he used bows and arrows well, and among all the dwarves present, the young dwarves had the best archery skills and were the best at shooting. This can be seen from the longbow and quiver carried by the opponent. Use archery to prove who is stronger, simple and healthy, and naturally accepted by everyone. Now that the decision is made, the competition will be conducted immediately. Bilbo's bottom hole is too small, Morgan must be bowed while standing, he must not be able to compete. Soon, the group moved to the outside of the bottom hole of the bag. There are too few entertainment activities in this world, and there are fewer knights. It's rare to see such a lively contest between Morgan and Keely archers. A group of dwarves noisily looks more energetic than the two parties. Because Morgan's challenge object has become Kelly. The anger of a group of dwarves towards Morgan naturally changed as Morgan's challenge goals changed. After all, their dwarf king Thorin Oakshield was impolite first. Morgan is willing to let go of caress. Although the dwarves are not grateful, there is definitely no gratitude for anger. Dwarves are violent and straightforward. This kind of character also means that they are straightforward. As long as they don't offend them, they are still willing to be reasonable. The challenge turned into excitement. The dwarves who are very good at coming to join in the fun naturally have an attitude of joining in the fun. Soon, the bet against Morgan and Kelly who loses or wins was raised. Because the dwarves know more about the strength of Kellett quickly won the majority. But Morgan's temperament is extraordinary, coupled with the very rare bounty hunter in Middle-earth. They have just heard the white-beard dwarf Bahrain briefly tell the story of the bounty hunter. Several dwarves could not help but have a certain confidence in Morgan, and they pressed on Morgan. When the dwarves asked Gandalf, Gandalf happily took out a bag of money and pressed it on Morgan. Morgan was brought by him, and he must trust Morgan. What's more, the giant violent bear that Morgan killed a day ago can already demonstrate Morgan's strength. Gandalf must press Morgan. Except for Thorin Oakshield, who didn't join in the fun to make a fortune. Even Bilbo Baggins, who really watched the excitement from start to finish, was instigated by the dwarves, and it was Morgan. After the bet was over, Morgan and Kellett began to discuss how to compete. Keely is a young and handsome dwarf, who has black hair like Morgan. It's just that Kelly's black hair is messy and scattered, and Morgan is tied into a ponytail. The two each talked about a way to compare, but they were obviously not very good. At this moment, a bird's call suddenly came from the woods a little further away. Morgan's eyes lit up, he had an idea, and immediately said, "Shall we be better than shooting birds?" After hearing this, Keely immediately looked at the dark woods, secretly weighed his grasp, and nodded in agreement, "I agree, then shoot the bird." The two parties decided on the test method, and the dwarves began to look forward to it. Morgan and Kelly didn't say who went first, and each took the bow and arrow from the back, and then took the arrow from the quiver. Because the bows and arrow tail feathers of the two sides are different, the arrow shot will be easy to identify. Although it is night at this time. But there are a lot of stars shining in the sky is dim. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com can barely see it. The two opened their bows and arrows, their faces were calm and they looked into the distance. A line of dwarves behind him dared not speak loudly at this time, for fear of affecting the two of them. The distance between Morgan and Kellett is not too far. It was in the wild at this time, and the surroundings were quiet. When the two of them held their breath, they could almost hear each other's breathing. Since it was a competition, neither of them dared to care about it. When breathing started to ease, suddenly a bird song came from the forest ahead again. The eyes of Keely, who had been calm, were bright, and the long-awaited arrow in his hand shot out with a rapid swish. In the next second, I heard a stern bird song. Keely's expression was happy, and then a happy voice came from behind, "I shot." But knowing that Morgan did not make a move, his voice quickly disappeared. Morgan's face was calm, and the news of Kellett's shot couldn't distract him at all. If you know how strong the noise in the underground boxing ring in the previous life, he can maintain absolute concentration. Besides, it is now. Slightly narrowed eyes scanned the woods in front of him. LV2 level archery allows Morgan to have a much better understanding of bows, arrows, and archery than ordinary archers. You must know that he has practiced Muay Thai for more than 20 years in his previous life, and he is only LV2 in the system. From here, we can see how strong the empowerment test enhancement of the time traveler system is. At this moment, a group of dark shadows suddenly flew up in the dark woods. It's now. Morgan's gaze was as fast as an eagle, and his bow and arrow in his hand were suddenly pulled to the maximum arc, and his fingers moved. Wow! Arrows whizzed through the air and shot straight ahead. Chapter 9, welcome to join the team. Who? The arrow shot quickly towards the woods ahead. At the moment when the finger loosened and the arrow shot, Morgan suddenly had a strong hunch. This arrow must hit. This is not Morgan's blind metaphysical premonition, but the ability brought by LV2 archery. Has a feeling of grasping every arrow he shoots. This is an ability that every archer who has reached the LV2 level of archery can naturally master. Morgan could clearly feel the moment he shot the arrow. Keely the dwarf not far away was obviously short of breath. To say that among the people present, Morgan himself should be the most nervous. But as a contest-type player in his previous life, Morgan, who has experienced various big scenes for a long time, doesn't know what it feels like to be nervous. When he arrives at the competition arena, he can stimulate fighting spirit and focus more. Morgan was not nervous, naturally nervous, and it was the young dwarf Keely's turn. Just like in the previous life, no matter what the game is, no matter how good the pre-match slogan is, what friendship is the first and the second is the game, you actually know what is going on. As long as they can win, who cares about friendship? As long as it is a competition, there is nothing you want to win. Are all men, and there are so many people present. In front of the Uncle Thorin Oakshield of the Dwarf King, and a group of dwarf brothers. In terms of bows and arrows that he is best at, Kelly is naturally 100 unwilling to lose to this human Morgan. Morgan is the same. This competition is a great opportunity to show strength. Is not only related to his dignity, but also related to whether he can successfully join the expedition team. I gonna go see. Morgan shot an arrow, which means that the test is over, now it depends on the result. Among the dwarves behind, the dwarves were more anxious, and the few dwarves who wanted to know the result hurriedly ran to the woods not far away. It didn't take long for the two of them to walk back quickly, each carrying an arrow. Both arrows hit the bird, a bird the size of an adult's palm, and it was completely dark and unlucky. It just hit a bird with an arrow. And the other arrow hit too. The arrow of this arrow was so powerful that it shot through the bodies of both birds, just like grilling skewers. I'm coming. Who loses and who wins? Killing one or Morgan won? Both of them shot. Wow, who is this who actually shot two birds with one arrow? As soon as the two dwarves who were picking up birds came back, the dwarves who watched the excitement immediately greeted them and started talking in a rush. All get out of the way, and you still need to match the arrows to know who wins and who wins. The dwarf carrying the bird came over, and Morgan and Keely also walked over. At this time, everyone gathered around. Including Gandalf and Thorin's oak shield, which has always been cold. Bilbo also followed outside and kept looking at it. Although the length of the arrow and the arrow will not be too different. But Morgan used the bows and arrows forged by humans, while Keely used the bows and arrows forged by the dwarves. There must be a difference. Actually, in the eyes of the archers Morgan and Kellett, they can recognize the arrows they use almost at a glance. This is a simple observation. But other people who can't use bows and arrows naturally don't understand. In order to make everyone more clear, this is the need for comparison. When two arrows with birds strung in front of the two parties, Morgan recognized that the two-shot arrow belonged to him, and he was finally relieved. He used a little caution in the competition before. With their archery skills, shooting a bird in such an environment is actually nothing. The higher the attainment of archery, the more it is to compete is not only the pure archery ability, but more patience. Morgan's caution is that he let the dwarf Keely shot first. The moment when the bird is shot, it is bound to alarm other birds to fly. This will give him a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Only in this way can he win the competition with an undisputed result. Otherwise, both of them will only shoot one bird, then how to win or lose? Of course, the premise is that Morgan must have enough bow and arrow attainments and have the ability to have two birds with one arrow. It's just luck instead of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. I lost. Don't look at it, this one is mine. Looking at the two arrows, before taking out an arrow from his body for comparison, the dwarf Keely pointed at the arrow that hit a bird and spoke very simply. Morgan can recognize his arrows, and Kelly can naturally. As mentioned earlier, most dwarves are stubborn and paranoid stubborn. But it's equally straightforward, bold, and straightforward. To win is to win, and to lose is to lose. Keely is not a dwarf that can't afford to lose. Morgan's archery is indeed better than mine. Keely looked at Morgan and smiled. Although it was a bit reluctant, he still admitted that he had lost, and he was very generous. It's just luck. You know, your arrow scared away all the birds in the forest. So. Morgan was even more straightforward, not only humbly admitting that it was luck, but also explaining the reasons. Passing such a big step to Keely, it is difficult for Keely to have any opinions on him. Sure enough, Morgan's voice fell, and Kelly immediately smiled, and the depressed expression on his face was obviously relieved. Morgan, you don't need to comfort me. In such a night environment, if you want to wear two, you can't just take luck. I hope I can have a chance to compete again in the future. Keely shook his head and spoke, with a shy smile on his face. After all, for the young and inexperienced dwarf Keely, it is still a bit embarrassing to ask a human who has not known him for a long time about archery. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. There must be a chance. Are we friends? Brother Morgan patted Keely's shoulder with a smile. Not to mention that Morgan is enjoying Kellett's flattery. The bet was divided between the two sides. The dwarves who gathered for gambling soon let out cheers and howls. Press Morgan to win and smile. Do you want to win with Keely? Dwarves are always straight. The match between Morgan and Kellett was clean and tidy, and there was no arrogance after victory. It's hard to make others hate it. It is the Thorin Oak Shield, watching the energetically Kelly that can talk to Morgan even after losing to Morgan. I also have to admit that Morgan, a human being, is indeed very good. He valued this expedition to Gushan very seriously, and was almost desperate. A powerful guy like Morgan, he hopes that the more the better. Of course, this has a premise, that is, the team must be under his control. Since the misunderstanding has been eliminated, you need to come forward yourself at this time. Thinking of this, Thorin Oakshield stepped forward, looked at Morgan and smiled. The misunderstanding just now was my negligence. Now, I want to formally invite you to join my team. I wonder if Morgan can give me such an opportunity. Looked at Thorin's Oakshield, who looked sincere. Morgan suddenly felt that he had some new knowledge of the Dwarf King. Of course, this is my honor, Your Highness. Morgan stroked his chest with one hand, leaning slightly to show respect. Thorin Oakshield was very satisfied with Morgan's reaction. He raised Morgan with both hands and smiled heartily, "Welcome to the team." Chapter 10, Dragon Slayer Gandalf. Watching Morgan was personally invited by Thorin Oakshield to join the expedition team. Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief. He almost watched Morgan step by step from being underestimated by Thorin Oakshield almost the whole time. Then he blasted Thorin Oakshield and threatened to challenge him. Then sell face to the opponent and change the challenge object. In the end, he easily defeated the dwarf Keely, not only made Thorin Oakshield apologize personally, but personally invited Morgan to join the team. Is a good show of strength in the eyes of a crowd of dwarves and himself. After such an operation, Morgan's position in the team will never be under the dwarves. In the future team, no one can despise him or dare to underestimate him. Be aware that due to character reasons, the dwarves value strength more than any other race. Before, I just thought that Morgan was very strong. I didn't expect this kid's head to be so easy to use. You need to know that from beginning to end, apart from being hinted to make peace by Morgan, he hardly said anything. This is much better than what I said to Morgan before, relying on his recommendation to join the team. Morgan's outstanding performance made Gandalf think of Bilbo. Also wanted to recommend joining the team. I remembered the attitude of Thorin Oakshield and the dwarves of Bilbo. Gandalf was a little uneasy. But with him, Bilbo will definitely be able to join the team. Just before that, you have to ask the little guy to agree. Thinking of this, Gandalf took out the pipe again. Go back to Bilbo's bottom hole. A group of dwarves have not yet fully eased from the previous competition, and they are still in high spirits. Even Bilbo, who has been very depressed and unhappy, just won the money and was infected by the lively atmosphere. At this time, his mood is much better. The unfinished party just continues. Watching a large amount of various foods and drinks being removed from the food storage room. Bilbo gritted his teeth to comfort himself. Since it is unavoidable, it is better to be more generous and show the hobbit hospitality. Thinking of this, Bilbo's heart seemed to be really comfortable. Soon, the long table used for the banquet was filled with various foods. I looked at more than a dozen kinds of food such as smoked fish, bacon, smoked sausage, smoked ham, cheese, white bread, dried tomatoes, dried persimmons, and dried mushrooms. There are also several types of wine, such as red wine and fruit wine. Morgan finally got to know the hobbit. No, it was Bilbo's family. This is not a food reserve that an ordinary family can have. The dwarves quickly filled the table with predatory transportation. A group of dwarves took their seats, and Morgan also sat beside Gandalf. The dwarves don't pay much attention to dinner, they just sit down and start eating. Morgan is also welcome. In this world, there is no such thing as weight loss. It's pretty good for most people to eat a few meals a day. Morgan has a lot of plot memories in his mind, knowing that there will be many hard days on the expedition. If you don't eat this time, when will you wait for it? Smoked fish, bacon, smoked ham, smoked sausage, cheese. Morgan choose a variety of high-calorie foods. Fruit wine and wine are also invariably. Don't tell me, these bacons have a different flavor. Anyway, Morgan thinks he can eat it for a long time. Although Morgan is drinking and eating meat, he is much better than the dwarves in terms of food appearance. The dwarves not only sing loudly when they eat, but they can also dance at the dining table. At this time, at the table, a young dwarf who was about the same age as the dwarf Keely, but was slightly shorter than Keely, had blonde hair and a few pigtails, was twisting his in the center of the long table. The dwarves around were waving their knives and forks, beating the tableware and making various noises, laughing and shouting for cooperation. Fortunately, Morgan just had a big meal to fill his stomach. At this time, he really didn't have the thought of continuing to eat. So, holding a tall wooden barrel full of fruit wine, he sat on the bench like Gandalf, watching the excitement of the dwarves. It's interesting, right? As long as you are familiar with them, you will like them. Gandalf raised his glass and touched Morgan, then smiled. Although it's a bit noisy, it's really not bad. I think as long as I stay with them, I will never be bored. Morgan took a sip of fruit wine and nodded. It seems that you are already familiar with them. Listening to Morgan's words, Gandalf turned his head somewhat unexpectedly and looked at Morgan and smiled. Morgan toasted and met Gandalf again, and continued, "Tell me about the team. I only hear you mention it, but don't know anything about the commission. This will not be detrimental to my next job. I can't explain this clearly for a while. Wait a little longer, you'll know in a while." Gandalf shook his head and motioned Morgan to continue watching the dwarves perform. This dinner party lasted for a long time. When the meal was over, the table was cleaned up, it was already late at night. Seeing a crowd of dwarves sitting serious around the long table, Morgan knew that the main event was coming. "Is there any news about the Eridron meeting? Are they all here?" The first to speak was Bahrain, the dwarf with white beard and hair. Thorin Oakshield nodded, "Yes, there are envoys from all 7 kingdoms." Dwarin, a dwarf with the same status as Bahrain, said immediately, "What did the dwarf of the Iron Hills say? Will Dan be with us?" Thorin Oakshield shook his head, "They won't come, they said this is our adventure, UU reading www.uuganshu.com is just ours. The voice fell, and all the dwarves were silent. At this time, Gandalf stood up, gathered the candles on the table, and then took out a yellowed parchment roll. Spread out the parchment scroll, clearly painted with mountains and rivers, forest wasteland, it is a map. In the far east, across mountains and rivers, through forests and wastelands, there is a mountain, Lonely Mountain. Yes, Quillen has seen the aura, and the aura says the time has come. When the dodo flies to the Lonely Mountain, it's just as predicted. When the birds of the past fly to Irub again, the reign of the monster will come to an end. The dwarves obviously knew this prophecy one sentence after another. Monster? What monster? Bilbo on the side was attracted and suddenly asked. The dragon, the fire-breathing dragon Smaug, the most brutal and terrifying disaster of that era. I am not afraid of it, I want it to taste the taste of the dwarf iron rod. Don't think about it, this is too difficult, even with the support of the military, it is difficult, not to mention that we only have a dozen people, not the best and smartest dozen. Hey, what do you mean, who are you talking about stupid? We are not stupid. We now have bounty hunters and wizard Gandalf. Gandalf once killed hundreds of dragons. No, wait, I don't want to say. How many? What? Gandalf, how many dragons have you killed? Cough cough cough. Chapter 11, The Way Forward. Although we are not enough in number, but we are all warriors, we will never retreat, and will never surrender. Yes, we will never fear the dragon. The dwarf talks about it, and there are basically two opinions. With the enthusiasm of young dwarves such as the dwarf Keely Farioli, he seems to have no fear of anything. Bahrain-based dwarves are older, and the dwarves who have experienced the tragedy of the dragon Smaug attacking the old city of Irub are more sensible and cautious. Knowing that it is invincible, I have to go up. That is not bravery, it is stupid. Hey, who are you talking about stupid? I am talking about you. Seeing that the two dwarves with opposite opinions are arguing more and more loudly, the smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger, it seems that the next second is very likely to fight. Morgan quietly moved the bench back, but saw that Gandalf had moved a step behind him. At this time, enough! Thorin Oakshield suddenly slapped on the long table, and stood up with a sharp drink. If we can see the signs, do you think others will not see it? At that time, the rumors began to spread. Smaug hasn't appeared in 60 years. How many eyes are watching the east, thinking, weighing, and coveting the wealth that belongs to us? In short, we must take back Irub. Must. Thorin Oakshield clenched his fists and said loudly. The dwarf was immediately agitated by him, and immediately responded to cheers. But as the oldest, calmest, and most cautious dwarf in the entire team, Bahrain immediately poured cold water on Thorin Oakshield. Have you forgotten that the entire Lonely Mountain is sealed? We can't get into the mountains. Bahrain shook his head and said, not so much cold water, as it is the biggest problem in the expedition to the Old Kingdom. Because Irub is completely an underground city in a mountain. The front gate of the kingdom has been sealed by the dragon Smaug, and it is impossible to enter other places. Bahrain's voice fell, Thorin Oakshield was silent. This is indeed the biggest problem at present. Bahrain, maybe it used to be, but it's not anymore. Just then, Gandalf's voice suddenly rang. Then, everyone saw that he took out a hand-length, thumb-thick, and exquisite key like a trick. How did you get this? Thorin Oakshield murmured while looking at the key in Gandalf's hand. Saul gave this to your father Thorn, and your father saved it to me. Now, he belongs to you. Gandalf spoke slowly, reached out, and handed the key to Thorin Oakshield. At this time, a dwarf suddenly said, if there is a key, then there must be a door. That's right, this is where the new problem lies. Gandalf nodded, pointed to the map on the table and continued, "The door is hidden in this map, but I cannot find it. But don't worry, someone can find it in Middle-earth. Our mission must be concealed and careful. So, we need a thief." Seeing that the dwarves' martial arts failed to be staged, Gandalf brought the party process back to a scene similar to the memory plot. Morgan, who seemed to have a godlike perspective, suddenly saw it and went into a desertion. Brush brush. A series of virtual data radiating pale white light began to flicker in the void. No one in the room noticed Morgan's anomaly. Time traveler, Morgan. Race, human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul power 0. Attribute, Strength plus, Constitution plus, Agility plus, Spirit plus. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV1, Archery LV2. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.3%. Looking at the data that keeps appearing in front of my eyes. When seeing the data behind the column of World Exploration Progress, Morgan's eyelids jumped wildly. 0.3, 0.3%. From 0.01% of the World Exploration Progress before encountering Gandalf, it soared to 0.1%. Has grown wildly from 0.1% to 0.3% of the exploration progress. If it weren't for the previous departure, nothing has changed for half a month. Morgan suspects that the system is malfunctioning. The facts proved that his previous ideas were very correct. The current world exploration progress is closely related to the characters in the plot. This points the way for Morgan's future. No, it's a bright light. Just meet the main plot characters, the exploration progress has such a big increase. If you participate in the event together, the increase will definitely be even greater. The more he explores, the more he understands the system. Besides, Morgan has another main purpose, to gain soul power and become stronger. The best way is also to follow Gandalf and Thorin Oakeshield, because there is no shortage of enemies. Just when Morgan was pondering his own system, Gandalf, who was sitting aside, suddenly stood up. Under the shining of the fire, the tall shadow immediately became extremely large, and the shadow enveloped the entire living room. Enough. If I say Bilbo is a thief, then he is. The seemingly calm voice, "You reading www.yunsha.com" resounded in the ears of everyone at the scene, but it was extremely deafening. The voice fell, and everyone in the house was shocked. It has always been said that Gandalf is a wizard, but none of the dwarves have actually seen Gandalf perform witchcraft. With this shot, the dwarves looked at Gandalf and immediately became awed. Even Thorin Oakeshield does the same. Morgan, who was originally self-conscious, was also taken aback by Gandalf's hand. Immediately disappeared from the system in front of him, and his attention returned to the desktop in front of him. The hobbits are smaller, and their feet are light. Although this, some of you dwarves can do it. But, you have to know that Smaug has been used to you a long time ago, and he can smell you easily. The hobbit is different. Smaug has never seen the hobbit. The 14th person you asked me to find, I choose Mr. Baggins. His ability far exceeds his appearance, and he can make more contributions than you or even himself knows. So, you must trust him. Gandalf sat down again, and Morgan quickly learned the cause and effect from his words. The dwarves look down on Bilbo, and Gandalf recommends it with all his strength. Very good, we will do what you say. Thorin Oakenshield watched Gandalf for a long time, and finally seemed convinced. But Morgan, who is watching Thorin Oakeshield, knows from the plot in his memory, Thorin Oakeshield still doesn't trust Bilbo, he just trusts Gandalf and gives Gandalf face. Take out the contract, and Morgan's copy. Chapter 12, the story starts here. The contract the dwarves gave to Morgan was provisionally drawn up. Bilbo's contract was drawn up in advance because Gandalf had said it at the beginning. But because Morgan joined, Bilbo's commission has been modified to some extent. The commission originally promised to Bilbo was 1/14 of the total revenue, but it was temporarily changed to 1/15. And Morgan's commission, because the dwarves can't make more money temporarily. So, like Bilbo, it became 1/15 of the total revenue. As for why the total number of the team is 16 people, but only 15 people participate in the revenue sharing. Morgan didn't know and didn't ask much. When Thorin Oakshield solemnly handed over the provisional contract to Morgan. After reading it quickly, Morgan simply signed his name at the last sign. Bilbo is the opposite, after reading all the terms of the contract. Hesitated at the final moment of signing. To him, a hobbit who hasn't been too far from Hobbiton since he was born. Leave your warm home, leave delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and leisurely and comfortable bag-bottom hole. It really takes a lot of courage to rashly participate in a dangerous, hard, and dirty adventure. Finally, Bilbo shook his head and said that he needed to think about it before returning to his room. At this time, it was not only Morgan who saw that Bilbo had no intention of participating in adventure. Gandalf saw it too. So, as soon as Bilbo walked with his front foot, Gandalf followed with his back foot. At this time, the night is already dark. The dwarves who had been making trouble for a day also began to yawn. Tomorrow, I will get up early in the morning. Bilbo's bottom hole is too small, but there is no extra bed. Dwarves only have to hit the floor or find a way to sleep by themselves. Fortunately, it's still summer at this time. The weather is hot and it doesn't matter if you sleep on the ground. Morgan sat on the bench and slept all night while lying on his stomach at the dining table. Early the next morning, Morgan woke up and saw a group of dwarves ready to go on the road. After a simple wash, Morgan led the dwarves to prepare a pony with stronger endurance and higher load for this trip. The horses of both he and Gandalf yesterday have been disposed of. Morgan led the horse to the side of Gandalf, who was watching the sunrise with his cigarette in his mouth, and asked, "Will Bilbo go?" "Why, do you think Bilbo is unwilling to leave?" Gandalf turned his head, looked at Morgan and asked. That's not the case. I just think it takes a lot of courage to let an ordinary person leave everything he has now and take risks with us." "Of course, I believe you more, Gandalf." Looking at Gandalf's thinking eyes, Morgan patted Gandalf on the shoulder and smiled. "Bilbo hasn't gotten up yet." Thorin Oakshield was not prepared to wait any longer. "The dwarves have cleaned up everything they messed up in the bottom hole of the bag yesterday." The group rode a pony and left Bilbo's home. "Of course, the contract that I gave yesterday has been kept. As long as Bilbo is willing, as long as Bilbo does not wake up too late, he can catch up with everyone. The sun in late summer is not dazzling." Walking on the tall tree-lined path, a group of dwarves chatted and talked about Bilbo. Soon, the bet against whether Bilbo would catch up was played again. Morgan also really saw the abilities of this group of dwarves, they always seem to have fun. Bover, a dwarf who loves wearing a leather hat, took the lead. "I bet Mr. Baggins will not follow, because he doesn't dare." "Who of you dare to bet with me?" Philip, a young dwarf with little golden braids on his head, immediately exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "Hey, everyone knows that Mr. Baggins will not come. You are so unfair." A dwarf immediately echoed, "Yes, that's." Keely the dwarf also took the words, "Poverty, if you want to bet Mr. Baggins will come, I'll make this bet with you." At this moment, Morgan suddenly laughed and said, "I bet that Baggins will catch up. Who of you dare to bet with me?" If you don't know the plot, judging from Bilbo's performance yesterday and his failure to get up this morning at all, Morgan would never take this remark, because the possibility is too small. But now, if you have money to make, you can still get a wave of Gandalf's favorability, so why not do it? Sure enough, as soon as Morgan spoke, Gandalf looked over with a smile. He thinks Morgan is doing this because he believes in him and takes care of his face. You have to know that he is now himself, and he has no confidence in whether Bilbo can catch up. Besides, the dwarf laughed at Bilbo for his lack of guts, so he was slapping Gandalf in the face, although the dwarf being noisy might not mean it. But he recommended Bilbo with all his strength yesterday. I am the same as Morgan, so count me. Gandalf knocked the cigarette stick on his shoe and laughed happily. The voice fell, and the two voices immediately screamed one after another. Morgan's bet I took. Gandalf's I picked it up. Keely and Beaufort spoke quickly, causing the other dwarves who were willing to bet to slow down. Count me, I guess Mr. Baggins may catch up. We might as well give him some trust. At this time, Whitebeard Bahrain spoke, making everyone stunned. Groyan, the dwarf, reacted the fastest, and quickly said, I'll take Bahrain's bet. At this time, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, the young dwarf Philip, then he was ready to speak. Philip, you are too slow, haha. Just when everyone on the expedition team made a bet and jokes on Bilbo. Inside the bottom hole of the bag. Bilbo just woke up from his sleep. I got up and saw that there was no one in the house, and everything was neat and clean and intact as new. If it weren't for the food in the food storage room to be consumed, Bilbo even thought that everything last night was a dream. Looking at the empty room, thinking of the hustle and bustle yesterday, Bilbo suddenly felt an inexplicable loss in his heart. Soon, he saw the contract on the table that he refused to sign yesterday. At this time, Bilbo suddenly remembered Gandalf's words yesterday, Bilbo, your mother, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, your great-great-great-grandfather, none of them were ordinary. You are also a member of the Took family. Are you planning to stay in this small home for the rest of your life? Gandalf's words seemed to be still in my ears. An unspeakable impulse suddenly grew in Bilbo's heart. Yes, I don't want to live like this for a lifetime, I don't want to be ordinary. Bilbo immediately found a pen and signed his name on the contract. Immediately turned out his own package, put on a few clothes suitable for washing, and then rushed out of the bottom of the bag and ran towards the distance. Half an hour later, carrying a backpack that even the mouth of the bag could not be fastened in the future, Bilbo finally saw the expedition team from a distance in the woods about to leave Hobbiton. Bilbo waved his contract and rushed up happily. The story begins here. Chapter 13, Manor. I'm right, coming here is a waste of time. No, it's not all. At least we have an archer like Morgan in our team. More than that, I also bet I won twice, haha. Hey, Beaufort, you only won this time. You lost that time last night. I said you are too optimistic, this bet is not over yet. Haha, although I admit that the dinner Mr. Baggins prepared for us last night was very good. But it doesn't mean he has the guts to take risks with us. At this time, Mr. Baggins is unlikely to show up. So, I'm sure to win. Scattered on the forest path with the mottled light in the morning. The expedition team is talking and laughing. And many more. Just then, a clear and familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone stopped their horses and turned their heads. I saw a short figure wearing a burgundy coat rushing to this side barefoot, waving something in his hand while running. Haha, look, it's Mr. Baggins. Damn it, it's incredible, I thought that kid would never catch up. So, don't jump to conclusions too soon. Beaufort, you lose again, ha 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 ha. I'm just not lucky. Hey, how Mr. Baggins can come is a good thing, you guys don't say a few words. The dwarves were chirping, and Bilbo had already caught up quickly. I signed. Bilbo wielded a contract that was longer than his height and walked into the team. Bahrain, the white-bearded dwarf, reached out and accepted the contract, then took out his reading glasses and carefully looked at the place where the contract was signed. Then looked at Bilbo and smiled, "Welcome Lord Baggins, join the team of Thorin Oakshield." The voice fell, and the entire expedition team laughed kindly. A hobbit who has never travelled far away can give up a leisurely and comfortable life and dare to be invited to take an adventure. Not to mention other things, just courage is worthy of admiration. Give him a pony. Thorin Oakshield looked at Bilbo and said. Bilbo has never participated in battles and adventures, so naturally he can't ride horses. Riding a horse is prone to accidents, but riding a pony is much safer. After all, the pony's pony is only about the same height as Bilbo, and it won't matter if it falls. Bilbo was a little restrained on the back of the half-sized pony. The expedition team continued on the road. At this time, the voice of the dwarf Barain came from ahead. Hey, Groin, you should pay. The voice fell. Wow! A money bag flew straight to the front from the back, and was grabbed by Barain. Kylie. Morgan also followed, and before he could say anything, a purse also flew straight towards Morgan. Morgan raised his hand and grabbed the purse, his hand turned upside down subconsciously. It was a bet of 10 silver coins, not much but not too much, enough for him to have a meal with meat and wine. What are they doing? Bilbo carefully drove the pony closer to Gandalf and asked. They are betting, will you show up? Most people think you won't show up. Gandalf said vaguely with a cigarette stick in his mouth. How about you? Bilbo was silent and continued. As soon as S words fell, a purse flew over from the front, and Gandalf caught the purse and put it into the cloth bag on his body. Immediately took the cigarette stick out of the mouth and smiled. Bilbo, I never doubted you. This I can prove. At this moment, a voice came. Bilbo turned his head quickly, and saw Morgan rode closer from behind. I won only when I pressed you. Morgan threw the money bag in his hand and looked at Bilbo with a smile. Thanks for your trust. Seeing Morgan express kindness, Bilbo immediately laughed too. You are welcome, we will be adventure partners in the future. Morgan said casually. He did not dislike him, nor did he mean to look down on Bilbo like the dwarves. As the protagonist of the Hobbit series, Bilbo has his own unique charm. He symbolizes the story that small people can accomplish great things. As the entire Middle-earth continent, the only Lord of the Rings holder who can give up the Lord of the Rings by his own will. Bilbo's character, needless to say. Morgan does not have the big love character of Bilbo, nor can he do the things he did in the memory plot. But it does not prevent Morgan from admiring people like Bilbo. Besides, as the protagonist Bilbo, Morgan can only benefit from each other, but not harm. Although Bilbo is still a rookie who knows nothing. Adventure partner. Bilbo was shocked when he heard the word Morgan. Yes, I am now a member of the team, my own adventure has begun. Maybe I will be able to do the same as a great-great-grandfather and great-great-great-grandfather in the future. Thinking of this secretly, Bilbo was inexplicably excited, and he became more and more looking forward to future adventures. Morgan didn't know what Bilbo was doing. At this time, he was secretly thinking about the Lord of the Ring that will be entangled with Bilbo for a lifetime. If the plot remains the same, the Supreme Lord of the Ring that stirs the entire Middle-earth world. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. It should be in the Misty Mountains at this time, in the hands of the mutant hobbit guru at the bottom of an underground Goblin Kingdom mine. Morgan is thinking, if the next journey is the same as in the plot. Really arrived in that Goblin Kingdom, do you want to grab the Lord of the Rings in Guru's hand before Bilbo? Of course, Morgan is not the protagonist. It's one thing not to say whether you can meet Guru. I just met, and whether it can be taken away is another matter. After all, you can be invisible with that thing. Gillo killed his family and took away the Supreme Lord of the Rings for so many years, it is impossible not to know the power of the Lord of the Rings. Is Bilbo, who has the protagonist's halo, and can easily pick up the Lord of the Rings by falling off the cliff. If you want to change to Morgan, it doesn't have to be. Middle-earth is a world with gods. And Bilbo's footprints, in Morgan's view, always have the meaning of being guided by fate. Of course, Morgan will definitely not give up as long as he has the chance to succeed in the Lord of the Rings. As for whether Morgan can withstand the temptation of the Lord of the Rings, whether Morgan's will is firm enough, that is another matter after getting the Lord of the Rings. After all, an artifact that can be invisible at any time is completely equivalent to having more lives. Morgan can't say it, it must be fake. As for what will happen to Bilbo after taking the Lord of the Rings, it is none of Morgan's business. It's one thing that he admires Bilbo's character. But it is a matter of self-interest, which is another matter. Comparing the two, the latter must be more important. This will never change. Of course, it is not easy to seize the Supreme Lord of the Rings, and he has to think about it long term. Chapter 14, Teacher. The expedition team is officially on the road. Just left Hobbiton not long ago, and only halfway through the first day of the journey. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in clouds. Then, a heavy rain fell from the sky. Just walked out of the woods, and everyone in the small group walking on the vast wilderness trail was inevitable, and they all instantly turned into chickens. Wow, wow, wow! Pouring rain, puffy raindrops, hit the head and face. Jang had just left Hobbiton, and the end of his enthusiasm for adventure was immediately dispelled by half. Should we keep walking like this, don't we find a place to avoid the rain? Bilbo, who was soaked by the heavy rain, looked at the people who were indifferent in the heavy rain, and shouted. Mr. Baggins, this is the torrential rain in summer, and it won't last too long. There is nowhere to hide around here, so hold on. A little rain will make us stronger, Mr. Baggins, you have to get a little bit more. A dwarf in the line immediately answered. Drinking in the rain can make a person stronger, is there such a saying? Bilbo seemed to think he had missed something, and asked Morgan beside him in surprise. Perhaps, after all, we will get more rain after all. Morgan shook his head. Speaking of it, it's fortunate that Morgan lived alone in the wilderness for half a month before meeting Gandalf. Let the current Morgan get used to this bad weather in the wild. Well, it seems that adventure is indeed a little different from usual. Hearing Morgan's words, Bilbo murmured and barely believed it. Hey, Mr. Gandalf, can't you do something to deal with this heavy rain? At this moment, the dwarf Doli suddenly asked loudly. This kind of heavy rain will never stop until it is over. If you want to change the weather in the world, you should find another wizard. Gandalf wiped the rain on his long beard and replied. Are there any more? Bilbo asked Gandalf in front of Morgan on horseback. Gandalf, what? Bilbo, are there other wizards? Gandalf turned his head and glanced at Bilbo, then said, Of course, there are 5 in all. The most powerful among us is Saruman, a wizard in white robe. There are 2 blue-robed wizards, but I have almost forgotten their names. Bilbo continued to ask, Is there another one? Gandalf, the other is Radagast, the brown-robed wizard. Then what does he do, still the same as you? Bilbo kept asking Gandalf all kinds of questions about the wizard like a curious baby. Gandalf has a very good personality and is constantly answering Bilbo's various questions. Let Morgan, who followed the two of them, take the opportunity to hear a lot of news outside of the memorial plot. As the dwarf said before, this is a torrential rain in summer. After half an hour, the heavy rain stopped. The dark clouds on the horizon began to disperse, and wisps of golden sunlight fell from the gaps in the clouds to the ground, shining brightly. The sky washed by the rain became clearer and clearer. The silent atmosphere of the expedition team also disappeared as the heavy rain went away. There were dwarves, and the team atmosphere soon became active again. A large team of a dozen people acted together. There is no need to worry about encountering beasts or something. Just met, and it was just a meal for the team. Just like that, time flies by. 1 month later. Within a lush jungle. Morgan is holding a longbow, carefully hiding behind a big tree. Not far from the side, Keely the dwarf squatted carefully behind the thorny bush with the bow and arrow. A little further away in front of the two of them, 7 or 8 sturdy spotted deer were eating grass. The innate caution in the blood of herbivores allows the piebald deer to eat a few mouthfuls of grass, and then look up and look around, very cautious. Morgan raised his hand and gestured to Keely. Already had some tacit understanding, nodded, and immediately got up and walked around carefully. Morgan hid in place. Seeing Kelly reached the right place, Morgan made a gesture again. Keely nodded, chose a suitable and concealed position to open a bow and set an arrow, and waited quietly. Seeing that Keely had reached the place, Morgan drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, and another arrow. A total of 2 arrows were placed on the longbow in his hand. Yes, after this month of familiarity and practice, Morgan can now shoot 2 arrows at once. It is only now that he really knows how powerful LV2 archery is, and he can barely master it. Opened a bow and set an arrow, Morgan leaned his body carefully out of the tree trunk, and looked at the spotted deer, who was looking up in the distance, and immediately retracted. After waiting a few seconds, Morgan, who had finished counting silently, leaned out again, just in time to see the piebald deer lowering its head and continuing to graze. It's now. Morgan's gaze immediately became extremely sharp and focused. Whoo! The 2 arrows from the string blasted away with the sound of breaking through the air. The piebald deer was awakened by the sound of bowstrings, and immediately ran away. Is just a step slower than the bowstring lasing speed. 2 piebald deer approaching Morgan fell wailing. The remaining few spotted deer immediately ran away like a life-death, and the direction of the run was exactly the direction Keely was guarding. Whoo! The piebald deer running wildly came down again. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The remaining piebald deer immediately turned around in a panic. At this time, with another melodious bowstring sound. Whizzing! 2 life-threatening arrows arrived in no time. A piebald deer fell to the ground. The other arrow was close to the neck of a skewbald deer and shot slightly away. The remaining piebald deer seemed to be frightened mad, panicked and ran away, and disappeared into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. The hunt was a great success. Morgan shot and killed 3 piebald deer alone, and Kellett shot and killed 1. Over the past month or so, Kellett has long been convinced by Morgan's archery skills. On the way back carrying the piebald deer, Keely also kept asking Morgan for advice. Because of Morgan's systematic initiation, coupled with his understanding of archery, it is no longer what it used to be. Teaches how Keely is enough. Morgan didn't hide any personalities when he taught Kellett. He is willing to make good dwarves, which is good for his future plans. The advantage of selfless teaching is that Kelly now respects Morgan more and more, and hides Morgan as a teacher. Along with the other dwarves of the expedition team, also showed more respect for Morgan. When the 2 returned to the team's temporary rest camp carrying 4 piebald deer, the 2 received a warm welcome. Think about it, hunting is not something you can do with swordsmanship and axe. You have to be able to attack those prey. Now the team's meat supply, that is, hunting, is almost the business of Morgan and Keely. But now in the team, apart from hunting, the 2 of them don't have to do anything else. Such as cooking, such as feeding horses, such as picking wild vegetables, such as vigil. Chapter 15, Shock. Evening. Temporary rest camp, on a mountain and wild land full of rocks. The members of the expedition team are busy. Today, Morgan and Kellett caught 4 piebald deer, an absolute bumper harvest. The piebald deer is not too small. A piebald deer, coupled with sloppy dried vegetables and wild vegetables picked around temporarily, can make the members of the entire expedition team a good meal. Of course, this is the method of cooking. If it is eaten grilled, then 2 piebald deer are enough. Has been in the wild for a month, and now everyone in the team has a big stomach. Papa papa. The fire crackled on the simple stove made of a few stones. Above the fire, the big saucepan on the tripod was constantly boiling and rolling. White meat soup, red dried carrots, green wild vegetables, purple wild onions. This pot of piebald deer meat soup pot is full of looks, and the fragrance is also full of allure. Drove through the deserted mountains and ridges for a whole day. This time is definitely the time when all team members look forward to the most relaxation. Of course, this is physical relaxation. In fact, as the expedition team left the Shire farther, the journey began to reach Dongfang Avenue. The journey has become far more dangerous than before. Because they have stepped into one of the world's most evil monsters, the half-orcs haunt the area. At this time, on a boulder not far from the temporary camp, Morgan is lying on it, blowing the cool breeze of early autumn. Time traveler, Morgan. Race, human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul power 0. Attribute, Strength plus, Constitution plus, Agility plus, Spirit plus. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV1, Archery LV2. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.31%. It's been a whole month. Not only did he not get any soul power, he was still a dead egg. Even the progress of world exploration is growing very slowly. It was 0.3% before departure, and now it is 0.31%. Only 1 month's journey has increased by a full 0.01%. This is still with the protagonist's army. If you are the only one, I am afraid that you will not even have 0.01% progress. Opened his eyes and looked at the data in front of him, Morgan was a little helpless. In the past month, because of his outstanding archery skills, he has almost taken the hunting in the team. Is to hone bow and arrow skills, and more to gain soul power by killing prey. It's only a pity, except after the fierce bear that Gandalf killed a month ago gained a bit of spirit power. Morgan hasn't gained any more so far. Even if he hunted a large number of wild boars, wild goats, spotted deer, and even a fierce leopard. Randomly, there is no trace of the second soul power. Had it not been for the 0.01% progress in exploring the world, he would have thought that the system was stuck. Of course, this month, although there has been little gain in the time system. But in terms of strength, especially in archery, Morgan has made rapid progress. In other respects, because of his own strength, there are also reasons to teach the dwarves magic power. Morgan's status in the expedition team has improved a lot. Now if the members of the expedition squad are placed in a short order, it should be like this: Thorin. Oak shield greater than or equal to Gandalf. Bahrain equals Morgan equals Dwarin. Other dwarves Bilbo. In general, except for the system gains little. A lot of gains in other aspects. I thought about my body system because I was fine every day. Morgan now has some new understanding of soul power. But these understandings will not be known until after the experiment. It seems that you can't get spirit power by killing ordinary creatures. Now let's see if the orcs can surprise themselves. Morgan waved away the data in front of him, looking at the dim sky and thought to himself. Morgan. At this time, shouts came not far away. Morgan turned his head. It turned out that dinner was already ready. Morgan turned over and jumped off the 3-meter-high boulder and walked towards the camp. Came to the fire and took the full bowl of fresh venison soup from the dwarf student Keely. Morgan sat down and heard Groyan the dwarf shouting with a bowl of steaming broth, "Come on, to thank Morgan and Kellett for bringing us a meal, let's have a drink." "Hey, this is not wine, you are not drinking too much." "Haha, poor Groyan. Although this is not wine, you can treat it as wine. You may taste the taste of wine. Come on, let's toast." "What a good idea, maybe you two can still get drunk." "Ha ha ha ha." The dwarves laughed and laughed, habitually bickering each other. Amused everyone. A field trip for more than a month. Because they are all barren mountains and ridges, there are no villages or small towns in the middle. The drinks that the dwarves brought at the beginning have been used up a long time ago. Now there are only some dried vegetables, potato flour, and dried meat that are easy to carry and preserve. As for drinks, just think about it. After dinner, the night was completely dimmed. Is blowing the cool wind of early autumn. Morgan and Gandalf were sitting side by side under a boulder, smoking a cigarette. To be precise, Morgan was smoking, using Gandalf's pipe. Hey! Lit a small smoke hole filled with shredded tobacco, and took a strong breath. Feeling the pungent smoke entering his lungs, Morgan felt inexplicably, the whole person relaxed a lot. Reading www.uugonshu.com. As a black boxer in his previous life, Morgan did not smoke and rarely even drank alcohol. But in this world, in a boring adventure. In the days when there are no women, no alcohol, no fighting, only smoking can make him less boring. Not bad, smoke is a good thing. Unexpectedly, your kid wouldn't smoke before. Ignoring Gandalf's muttering, looking at Bilbo who came by, Morgan held a cigarette stick and motioned, "Would you like to take a bite?" "No thanks, I have." Bilbo refused with a smile, took out his pipe and shook it, and sat beside Gandalf. "I was right." Gandalf continued to speak. Morgan pumped out the remaining shredded tobacco with one bite, knocked out the cigarette shit, and handed it to Gandalf, disgusted. "Okay, you can shut up." "Ha ha." Gandalf laughed, and immediately took the pipe and filled it with shredded tobacco. The night is getting darker. The crescent moon on the horizon hides in the clouds at some point. In the temporary camp, only the bonfire is still burning. In front of the fire, apart from the night watch dwarf Bofur dozing off like a peck of rice, the other dwarves have already fallen asleep in their sleep. The surroundings are all quiet, as if the whole world has fallen asleep. Holding the cross sword, leaning on the boulder and falling asleep, Morgan suddenly felt an extremely dangerous heart palpitations. He opened his eyes suddenly, and saw, a group of dozens of ugly orcs in armor and ugly figures were sneaking into the temporary camp with weapons in their hands. Morgan looked terrified, grabbed the longbow beside him, and shouted sharply, "Enemy attack!" Chapter 16, One Outstanding. Enemy attack! Morgan yelled, and it was too late to think about why the plot was different from the one in the memory. Grabbed the longbow quiver at hand, quickly put it on his back, and then drew out 2 arrows very skillfully, and opened the bow to shoot. The whole process was smooth and flowing, and it was done in one go. When Morgan yelled like that, the orc immediately reacted, and was not sneaking forward, and immediately rushed towards him with a low growl. The dozen or so dwarves selected to participate in the expedition for the restoration of the country are either veterans who have experienced several wars in the past, or young dwarves with outstanding performance. They are definitely elite. Waking up by Morgan's roar, he immediately reacted without panic. He just picked up the weapon at hand and faced the orcs. Whizzing! 2 arrows shot out and went straight to the orc who rushed up first. At such a close distance, there is absolutely no possibility for Morgan to miss. Next second, the 2 half-orcs rushing in the front snorted, their feet softened, and the whole body fell forward to the ground with inertia. Groyan, the dwarf who got up in a hurry with a hatchet and ready to fight, raised his head and saw 2 half-orcs thumping motionless in front of him, and he was stunned. Looking down and looking carefully, he saw 2 arrows in the middle of the orcs' face, coming out through their heads. Those who were already dead could no longer die. 1 bow and 2 arrows, this is a masterpiece that only Morgan can do. Groyan turned his head and glanced at Morgan subconsciously. Then I saw that Morgan was aiming at himself with a longbow. Who? An arrow passed quickly. Groyan was taken aback, and then he heard a muffled noise coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw a half-orc holding a sharp blade with an ugly look and a ferocious head shot through by an arrow, slowly falling backwards. Damn! Groyan was frightened in a cold sweat. After murmuring a few words, he turned around and lifted the hatchet and screamed at the orc. More than 10 or 20 half-orcs sneak into the dwarf makeshift camp. As the first person to discover, he let the half-orcs plan to no avail, and killed 3 half-orcs with 2 arrows in a very short time. Morgan's outstanding performance immediately attracted the attention of the orcs. The little orc leader of the team, a tall and ugly orc wearing a sharp black armor, pointing at Morgan and shouting angrily, "Kill him, kill that human!" fell with the roar of the little orc leader. Around the camp, wolves with a dozen heads and shoulders tall and body length, covered with needles and hard grey-black hair appeared. The half-orcs who struck belonged to the scout team. These Gundaba ferocious wolves, whose bodies far exceed ordinary wolves, are originally mounts that scout half-orcs. Just because he was afraid that the low roar of the wolf would wake up the dwarves and influence the sneak attack, the wolf stayed outside the camp. Now that there is no possibility of a sneak attack, these ferocious wolves rushed out immediately. Under the orders of the little orc leader, the grinning wolves rushed to Morgan for the first time. Ns. Seeing a large number of wolves rushing here, Morgan's eyelids jumped. He immediately retracted his longbow, and pulled out the long sword from his waist. Just drew out the long sword, and watched a huge shadow leaping towards the sky with a fishy wind. Can't keep the distance, Morgan immediately knelt and leaned back to hide. Feeling the stink of the wolf rushing over his head, the bristled hair on his abdomen almost shaved his face. Morgan held swords in both hands, and suddenly stabbed upwards without looking. The long sword pierced through the slightly soft abdomen of the wolf instantly, accompanied by the great inertia of the wolf over Morgan's head. The sharp sword took advantage of the trend and pulled out a long hole in the abdomen of the wolf above the head, just like a C-section. Wow, wow, wow! The moment the wolf crossed Morgan's head, a large amount of fishy internal organs immediately rushed out of the wolf's abdomen. Was taken aback, Morgan tried his best to avoid him. His back was still dripping a little, and even a string of smelly intestines was hung on his back quiver. Am I special? Morgan tore off his intestines, just about to breathe fragrance. At this moment, another huge black figure swooped down from the boulder not far away. Morgan stood up, raised his sword and slashed. Boom! The long sword collided with the wolf's claws and immediately made the sound of gold and iron hitting each other. The wolf landed without injury, and immediately turned around and grinned at Morgan with a grin. Morgan was shocked by the great force of the wolf before retreating several steps before stabilizing his figure. At this moment, another wolf rushed out of the darkness not far from Morgan. When seeing the confrontation, the wolf no longer hesitated, and immediately rushed forward with a low growl. Not good. 2 wolves pounced at the same time from different directions. Morgan only felt his eyelids jump wildly at this moment, and the danger rose sharply. He has no doubt that with the size of these wolves, as well as the cold and sharp fangs in the opponent's mouth, he can easily break his neck with just one bite. It's no use worrying about him anymore. The 2 wolves rushed forward in no time. Fight! Realizing that he couldn't escape at all, Morgan gritted his teeth and immediately took the initiative to meet the wolf who jumped up first. Would rather risk the consequences of being attacked by another wolf, but also to kill one first to avoid falling into the dangerous siege of 2 wolves. Morgan stepped forward, holding the long sword in both hands and struggling to cut it out. Woo! The ferocious wolf who rushed towards the head was chopped off half of his head by Morgan's sword. After a mournful cry, he fell to the ground and convulsed violently. Without the slightest joy, Morgan hadn't forgotten the other wolf. He immediately turned around, but felt a strong air current burst out from behind him. Reading www.ukansha.com. Boom! Gandalf held up the luminous wooden staff, and a pale white light wave almost visible to the naked eye exploded in the air. After the explosion, the ferocious wolves that had pounced on Morgan were immediately thrown back, and fell heavily on the boulder behind him, motionless. You saved my life, Gandalf. Morgan held a long sword, and immediately joined Gandalf and stood shoulder to shoulder. You are welcome, your performance today was exceptional. Gandalf held a long sword in one hand and a wand in the other. A sword pierced a rushing half-orc, raised his foot to knock the half-orc's corpse to the ground, and said casually, "Oh, how does that compare to you?" Seeing Gandalf's guard beside him, Morgan dropped the long sword in his hand, and took the longbow from his back again, raising his hand with an arrow, and it was in the middle of the eye of a wolf that rushed up. "Of course, it's a little bit worse, it's a little bit worse." The voice fell, and Gandalf suddenly stretched out his staff. Boom! White light suddenly burst from the top of the staff, and a half-orc who had stolen it was blown out several meters on the spot. "What do you think?" Gandalf turned his head and looked at Morgan slightly with a smile. It was an arrow when Morgan raised his hand to Gandalf. "Who?" The arrow flicked past Gandalf's ears, and even cut a few strands of Gandalf's long hair. Gandalf turned his head abruptly, and saw an arrow in the eyebrows of the orc who was about to rush in front of him, tilting his head back. Then I heard Morgan's voice, "I don't think so much, what do you think?" Chapter 17, Harvest. The cooperation between Morgan and Gandalf is a powerful combination. Under the cover of Gandalf, Morgan, who has mastered LV2 archery, is definitely the cruelest and fiercest killer in this battle. Every arrow he shoots represents an orc soul returning to hell. Coupled with the output of a group of dwarves, this half-orc scout squad of more than 20 people, together with more than 20 ferocious Gangdaba wolves, killed more than half in less than half an hour. Seeing this, the remaining few orcs didn't dare to go on again, and hurriedly fled outside the pitch-black camp. If it was just a dwarf holding a short sword, battle axe, and hammer, it might really be useless for these half-orcs who flee madly. But in the presence of high-level archers, these half-orcs would not be so easy to escape. Saw the remaining 4 or 5 half-orcs rush out of the camp and escape into the dark night. Morgan jumped onto a boulder and yelled, "Gandalf!" Gandalf immediately understood, and raised the staff in his hand. In the next second, the staff burst out with a burst of strong, dazzling white light, illuminating the night sky. Morgan quickly reached out and touched his quiver on his back. This time, he drew 3 long arrows. 3 arrows like never before. The burst of light from the staff flashed away. But for Morgan, it was enough to see the fleeing orcs for a moment. 3 arrows hit the bowstring, and Morgan pulled the full moon this time. Swish swish! 3 arrows shot into the dark night instantly. Soon, everyone on the battlefield heard screams coming from outside the camp. 2 escaped. Morgan jumped off the boulder and said, with a little regret in his tone, "Each of these half-orcs kills 1, it is very likely to have spirit power, of course it is a pity to be ran away." Of course, others must not understand Morgan's true meaning. "Morgan, it's nothing, you are already very good today." Sure enough, thinking Morgan was blaming himself, a dwarf immediately answered, "Yes, Morgan just saved me once." Groyan the dwarf also muffled. He had just lost his mind for a moment when he was almost chopped off by the orc who rushed up. Fortunately, Morgan shot the orc to death in time. Although it is a shame to be saved in such a small battlefield, it is true that Morgan saved himself. Ge Luyan has a strong self-esteem, but he never disdains lying about this kind of thing. Seeing Morgan blame himself, he immediately spoke for Morgan. "A bow can shoot 3 arrows at a time, this kind of archery, I have only heard that the marksmen of the elves can do it." Morgan's archery skills are now. The white-beard dwarf Bahrain also laughed and said aloud, but he didn't finish his words. Woo! Suddenly, a low and terrifying howl came from the wilderness. Everyone's expressions changed, and Gandalf immediately said, "The orcs are calling for reinforcements, we should go." Thorin Oakshield immediately sank. He and the orcs are feuds, and he also knows what this voice means, especially since the battle just happened. Go, go. Keely Philly to lead the horse. Pangbo cleans up the tableware, everyone else cleans up their things. Quick! Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield spoke at the same time, and the group immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. Immediately packed up quickly. Soon, a group of people led the horse and ran wildly in the dark wilderness. It is obviously dangerous to travel in the wilderness at night. Fortunately, the expedition team has a large number of people. Hurry up, keep up. Damn, come back, you went the wrong way. Here. It's too dark, I can't see clearly. Time slowly passed, I don't know when the crescent moon came out of the clouds again. The hazy moonlight shone on the earth. A piece of rolling hills. A group of people are running wildly. How long have we been running? Do not know. Are the orcs still following? Do not know. I shouldn't keep up, I don't seem to hear anything. Keep running, can't stop, those Gundaba wolves have very powerful noses. Here, follow up. This group of horses fleeing in embarrassment is naturally Morgan, who is in the Gushan expedition squad. Only escaped from a sneak attack by the orc scout not long ago, and didn't dare to stop at this time. Time slowly passed. When the eastern sky began to glow with white clouds, the members of the expedition, who rushed for most of the night, finally couldn't hold it anymore. Hey, hey! It's almost dawn, the orcs shouldn't be able to catch up. Can you rest? I can't run anymore. Very hungry. Me too. Looked at the panting, chirping dwarves. Thorin Oakshield looked up at Gandalf. Orcs don't like daytime. Knowing what Thorin Oakshield wanted to ask, Gandalf said casually. Then rest. Thorin Oakshield nodded, and walked to the side. The dwarves got the consent of the dwarf prince, and they were relieved immediately. Is going to lie down and rest on the spot. He heard Thorin Oakshield shook his head again and said, it's not possible here, it's too open here and it's not safe enough. Gandalf, who had just taken out his cigarette rod, moved for a while, looked up left and right, pointed to the distant forest and said, go over there, it would be much better to have a forest cover. Thorin Oakshield looked over, and quickly nodded, go there. Half an hour later, the expedition team arrived in a woodland halfway up the mountain. Thorin Oakshield soon saw a long abandoned wooden house and a clearing that seemed flat around it. Just here. Kili-Fili is going to feed the horse. Pang Bobo Buddha made a fire. Thorin Oakshield once ordered that the UU reading www.uugonshu.com team has a clear division of labor. Soon, the group became busy again. It didn't take long for a huge fire to burn. Because Morgan and Kellett caught 3 of the 4 piebald deer that were caught yesterday evening. Just after a battle, he ran into the middle of the night again. The white-bearded dwarf Bahrain, who manages the food logistics, decided to treat everyone. So, with a wave of his small hand, the 3 piebald deer that were killed yesterday were hung on the grill one by one. After was busy, everyone began to sit around the fire, bandaging and chatting. Morgan, as a general MVP of this battle, is naturally the focus of everyone's chat. But Morgan didn't have any thoughts to chat at this time. He waved his hand, and closed his eyes while leaning on a boulder not far from the fire. Just closed his eyes, Morgan thought. Brush brush. A line of virtual data immediately jumped and flickered in front of my eyes. Time traveler, Morgan. Race, human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul power, 6. Attribute, Strength plus, Constitution plus, Agility plus, Spirit plus. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV1, Archery LV2. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.35%. A row of data keeps appearing. Morgan fixed his eyes on the soul power column. When he saw the number behind the spirit power, Morgan couldn't help taking a deep breath. Actually has a full 6 points of spirit power. This is a bumper harvest, a real bumper harvest. Chapter 18, Strength Soaring. Hey! Morgan took a long breath after seeing the data before him. It's not easy. Has been in this world for 2 months. It has been 2 months since I got this so-called time traveler system. The first point of soul power was hit by accident and got the hand. Strengthened the bow and arrow skills of this body to LV2, only then won the dwarf Keeley, and successfully joined the Lonely Mountain expedition. Is also the LV2 level of archery, which not only greatly increased Morgan's strength, but also allowed him to play like a fish in the expedition team. On the contrary, he brought Muay Thai from the earth to this world, and he has almost no chance to show off the Muay Thai that he has been immersed in for more than 10 years. Without that little soul power, he could strengthen his archery skills. With Gandalf, Morgan may still be able to join the expedition, but he will never have his current outstanding performance, let alone his current position in the team. Because if you don't come up with Muay Thai, and just talk about swordsmanship, Morgan will even be somewhat less than the youngest dwarf in the team, Philip. Start from getting the first point of soul power. Morgan knew that this thing was the core of his body system, and it was the only way he could survive and be strong in this world. Since departing from Charles Hobbiton a month ago to the present, Morgan has been thinking about how to continue to gain soul power, and contract hunting every day, mainly for this reason. Otherwise, I rushed down the road for a day. Everyone else is resting in the camp. Why does he work hard every day and spend an hour or two off to hunt? He is not a fool. Although it was not directly because of hunting to obtain so much spirit power. But if there is no actual hunting practice every day. Morgan is an LV2 archery with no systematic empowerment, but it will never progress so fast or so sharp as it is now. Naturally, it was impossible to grab so many heads when a half-orc attacked. All these are complementary. Now, it's finally all suffering. Hey! Various thoughts flashed quickly in his head. Morgan shook his head. Get up and focus on the data column that represents your own attributes. Next he will strengthen. LV2 level archery is so strong, LV3 level is good enough. I'm a bit poor in close combat. Although Muay Thai is good, all the enemies I face now are armed with various cold weapons, which is too bad. Although bow and arrow skills are good, the arrows are limited. If you finish shooting, you have to carry the big sword. White Crow swordsmanship should be strengthened this time. There are 4 major attributes, and power is easy to understand, it should correspond to one's own power. Physical strength should be about the same as the amount of blood in the game, good physical strength, resistance, and beating resistance. Agile, equally well understood, corresponding to its own speed, attack speed, reaction speed, and action speed. As for the spirit, although it seems a little mysterious to say, it is definitely not a mysterious existence in this world. In a world with extraordinary power, spirit is a field that is often easy to be ignored but easy to be attacked. Spirit should correspond to attributes such as will. If the will is strong enough to encounter spiritual spells such as charm and bewitching, you can resist, have the ability to resist, and even be directly immune. Each of the 4 attribute enhancements is very useful. Morgan's eyes kept hovering in the column of virtual attributes and abilities like looking at flowers, and his thoughts kept in his head. Soon, Morgan's eyes stopped on the bow and arrow in the ability column. I just said that Morgan's current strength is in archery skills. This is also the reason why he can still get a good position in the expedition team, among the dwarves led by the extremely proud and stubborn dwarf King Thorin Oakshield. Instead of being like Bilbo, he was looked down upon by the dwarves from the beginning when he joined the team, and it remains the same until now. When it comes to melee combat and swordsmanship, many people in the expedition team are better than Morgan. Because in this month's journey, Morgan has tried against the dwarves. Don't look at the memory plot, the strength of these dwarves seems to be bad. But in fact, these dwarves rushed in batches. Don't look at Morgan's body. It turned out to be a member of the town's guard in Pharaoh, possessing LV1 White Crow swordsmanship and archery skills. But if he gave up the use of bows and arrows, Morgan, who only used White Crow swordsmanship, hadn't used Muay Thai skills at the end, and almost lost to the dwarf Philip in the competition. Even so, he just barely won Philip. As for the older Groyan and Wian dwarves in the team, Morgan estimated that he should not be able to fight melee. Let alone the dwarves Devarin and Whitebeard Bahrain who participated in the invasion of the Lone Mountain by the dragon Smog 60 years ago. As for the dwarf king Thorin Oakshield, let alone. Of course, if you can use a bow and arrow. In the entire expedition team, Morgan is not afraid of anyone except Gandalf. If you don't have the advantage in close combat for a while, just use your strengths. Thinking of this, Morgan's heart moved slightly, and he clicked on the plus sign after the bow and arrow operation. A virtual prompt data immediately jumped out. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. The pale white light flickered. Archery LV3. Morgan immediately felt the same heat flow injected into his body as a month ago. At the same time, there was an unfamiliar memory segment in his mind immediately. Felt it for a while, Morgan's original confusion about archery immediately disappeared. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. I see. Just a little bit of insight, Morgan felt his progress in archery and couldn't help but secretly praise. But this time is not the time to carefully experience the sentiment. Morgan's gaze returned to the data bar before him again. Continue to strengthen, Morgan did not hesitate this time, and once again focused on archery. This time strengthening digestion soul power 3, is it strengthened? And many more. The virtual prompt data jumped out again. Morgan was stunned this time, then his eyes widened. 3 points of soul power enhancement once. Why don't you grab it? Although I know that archery skills may undergo greater changes if I continue to strengthen it. But looking at the remaining 5 points of spirit power, Morgan resolutely gave up and continued to strengthen his archery skills, and turned his attention to White Crow swordsmanship. LV3 level archery is sufficient for the time being. Other aspects must keep up to make yourself stronger. This time just a little thought, Morgan clicked on the plus sign after the White Crow sword surgery. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. White Crow swordsmanship LV2. Feel an unfamiliar memory segment in my mind. Morgan just felt it briefly and stopped. LV2 level White Crow swordsmanship, he needs to practice for a long time if he wants to fully master it. Before that, continuing to strengthen will only improve him. Thinking of this, Morgan moved his gaze to the 4 attributes. There are 4 points of spirit power left. What to strengthen first? Chapter 19, Strengthen Secret. Morgan's eyes shifted on the 4 attributes. It didn't take long for him to make a plan. First of all, strength must be strengthened once. This is the most basic and important attribute. Whether it is swinging a sword or opening a bow for a long time, it needs a strong force to support it. Thinking of this, Morgan's heart moved slightly. The first point of attribute enhancement is on the plus sign after the attribute power. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Power LV1. The pale white light flickered. Once again felt a stream of heat being injected into the body out of thin air. Morgan seems to be able to perceive something more in his body, but he can't feel anything when he feels it. Morgan clenched his fists slightly. Very good, I felt it this time. Every time the system is strengthened, it is similar to being forcibly empowered. Although it can be mastered in a short time. But the actual mastery is very simple and very rough, just like fur. This, in the enhancement of bow and arrow ability, Morgan has been deeply aware of this over the past month or so. Now that I think about it, he met a group of dwarves in Bilbo's bottom hole a month ago. He could win the contest with the current student Kelly, which actually accounted for a lot of luck. Morgan also realized now that he became more proficient in archery. At that time, he accounted for the light of the system's forcible empowerment. In terms of true archery strength, he was equal to Keely, or even slightly worse. Judging from the previously strengthened archery and the newly strengthened power attributes. After strengthening the skills, it is equivalent to imparting a lot of skill theory and experience to Morgan. If you want to really master it, you need a long time of practice and exercise, and then you can really master it gradually. After strengthening the attributes, it is like the strength that Morgan has just strengthened is almost the same. Morgan needs more practice and familiarity with the sudden increase in power before he can truly master it. Otherwise, the following situation is likely to occur. With the same power, before strengthening, Morgan can penetrate Yang in 100 steps. After strengthening, Morgan may not even be able to shoot even 50 moves. Of course, depending on individual strength, comprehension ability, learning ability, and even the degree of diligence are different. The time speed that everyone can thoroughly master is definitely different. In short, the enhancement of the time traveler system is not a simple and direct enhancement, and then it can be easily mastered. Morgan needs a lot of practice to completely turn the things that have been strengthened into his own. Otherwise, it may be self-defeating. Just like now, Morgan has just finished strengthening his power attribute. Because of the sudden increase in his whole body strength, his current shooting rate will definitely be lower than before the strengthening. This is still only strengthened once, and the power has not increased much. If you strengthen more and your strength suddenly changes, Morgan's hit rate may even be lower. Because he doesn't have enough control of his own power, the hit rate is naturally lower. Archery is fine work. The power attribute was strengthened once. Looking at the remaining 3 points of spirit power in the spirit power column, Morgan then shifted his gaze to look at the other 3 attributes. With 3 points of soul power, it can be strengthened 3 times. After a little consideration, Morgan decided to add the 2 attributes of physique and agility. There is no doubt about the importance of physique, more blood, and resistance to beatings. And agile, Morgan is now regarded as an archer in the expedition team. Strengthening agility is not only for faster speed, and more convenient running. Is more important because of the agility bonus to archers. Think about it, whether in history or in film and television works, most powerful archers are slender and move fast. Is the reason. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Physique LV1. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Agility LV1. 2 consecutive white lights flickered. In addition to the heat that is slowly being injected into the body, Morgan can feel some slight changes in his body this time. Did not experience too much. Looked at the last remaining soul power. Morgan's gaze stayed for a while on the most inconspicuous spirit among the 4 attributes. He doesn't want to add points to the balance system. Because of this, he can't maximize his strength. In terms of spirit, in addition to the plan to seize the Supreme Lord of the Rings and resist the temptation of the Dark Lord Sauron to whisper, it requires a strong spiritual will. There seems to be no enemy who is good at mental attacks in the next journey. Not to mention Gandalf in the team. Morgan tried his best to recall the relevant plot in his memory, and thought secretly. Anyway, killing half-orcs can now gain soul power, and mental enhancement can be delayed a little bit. The most important thing now is to improve your overall strength. Thinking of this, Morgan averted his gaze on the spiritual attribute and looked at the other 3 attributes. This time, Morgan's thinking time is a little longer. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Agility LV2. The pale white light flickered. Morgan finally decided to strengthen the last bit of soul power in agility. His current position in the expedition team is the archer. The most powerful strength is also in archery. Strengthening agility will make him stronger. As a result, Morgan's data panel has become completely new. Time traveler, Morgan. Race, human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul power 0. Attribute, Strength LV1, Physical LV1, Agility LV2, Spirit Plus. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV2, Archery LV3. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.35%. Hey! Watching the number behind the column of Spirit Power become 0 again. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Morgan sighed. But looking at the property bar and ability bar has been completely renewed. I felt the changes in my body, and the precious memory fragments in my mind. Morgan felt heartfelt excitement. For a while, Morgan's mood gradually calmed down before he found out. On the data panel in front of me, the progress of world exploration has actually become 0.35%. You know, it was when I watched it yesterday afternoon. Morgan still remembers that the world exploration progress was only 0.31%. A small battle rose by 0.04%. It seems that finding the characters in the plot, actively participating in the interaction of the characters in the plot, and actively intervening in the plot is the only way to increase the degree of world exploration. At this time, Morgan! There was a sudden voice from the side. Morgan regained his senses and opened his eyes, only to realize that the roasted piebald deer on the tripod was cooked. The air is full of the smell of barbecue. Morgan got up and stepped on a loose rock as soon as he raised his foot. The feet were loose and slippery, and his body was slightly out of control. Then, in the incredible eyes of everyone, Morgan fell. Leaned forward, hit the ground on his face, and fell a dog to eat shit. Morgan, what are you doing? Morgan, eat barbecue once, you don't have to be so excited. Yes, Bofer is right. As long as you work harder, we can actually eat barbecue every day. Haha. Morgan gritted his teeth and said, my feet are numb. Chapter 20, Wanted. The grilled piebald deer feast is delicious. Even half a day ago, the expedition squad had just been attacked by a half-orc scout cavalry, and could only run away with injuries. Ate this barbecue meal. The atmosphere of the team that had been slightly silent was obviously relaxed a lot. There was a fierce battle last night, plus a rush for most of the night. The members of the expedition team are really tired. After the roast deer meal, Thorin Oakshield didn't let the team go on the road immediately. Rather, rest in place. The members of the expedition team were chatting, smoking, or lying down to rest. There was only one person, who was constantly waving the cross-sword in a clearing not far from the temporary camp. Morgan is naturally practicing swordsmanship. After strengthening the 3 attributes not long ago, the sudden increase in strength and agility made Morgan a little uncomfortable. That embarrassing fall before the meal is the reason. Otherwise, with Morgan's strength and mastery of the body, no matter how slippery the ground is, it would be difficult to wrestle. The footsteps kept moving, and the iron cross-sword in his hand kept making a heavy sound of breaking through the air. Hey! Cool! The third rehearsal of White Crow swordsmanship is over. Morgan just felt hot all over, so comfortable. Morgan is in a good mood. Originally thought it would take at least 1 or 2 days to fully adapt to the body with enhanced attributes. Unexpectedly, I only practiced White Crow swordsmanship a few times. He felt almost familiar. Just a few more times, you should be able to adapt completely and return to normal. Turned his head and glanced at the camp not far away. The members of the expedition team were resting. Morgan exhaled silently and continued training. The footsteps moved, the sound of the sword breaking through the air constantly sounded. Morgan's body follows the White Crow swordsmanship and moves constantly, changing constantly. Was thinking about the next journey at the same time. In his memory, in the plot, there was no scene of being attacked by the Orc Scout team last night. Is his own participation triggered a dramatic change in the plot? Or some other reason? Will the future plot continue as shown in the plot? There will still be changes? Morgan came to this world. The biggest reliance is of course the time traveler system in the body. It allows Morgan to acquire soul power and then continuously strengthen it. Then it is through the story in memory to understand the process of this Middle-earth world. This allows Morgan to have a godlike perspective, to avoid bad luck. These two things are Morgan's greatest support for survival in this world. If the future course of Middle-earth is going to change because of its own participation, what should I do? Of course, it's probably not because of me. After all, I am just a small person now. But anyway, if there are major changes in the plot, what should I do? The body follows very familiar with the White Crow swordsmanship that has formed a self-reaction, and constantly wields the long sword. I was thinking about this important question at the same time in my head. But after thinking about it for a while, I didn't think of a reason. When a set of swordsmanship is finished. Morgan paused, panting, and picked up the water bag beside him, when he was about to drink. Suddenly understood. There is no need to think about this question at all. Because I can't change anything. The next thing I have to do is to master the White Crow swordsmanship and archery that have been strengthened by the system as soon as possible. Then kill as many orcs as possible, gain soul power, strengthen yourself. As for other aspects, let's go with the flow and act according to the situation. If the expedition team's journey is as smooth as shown in the plot, then enter the Lonely Mountain together. If it doesn't go well, the plot will change dramatically in the middle, and you will encounter major dangers that involve your own life. Morgan will also quit the expedition team without hesitation. He has never been the kind of person who can save his life for whom and for what. There is no one, nothing worthy of his willingness. Figured this out. Morgan stopped thinking about it. Gurgled a sip of water. Carried the sword and continued to train. The tiredness of fighting last night and running all night has long been dispelled by the warm currents injected several times. Speaking of it, this is also a life-saving hole card. Think about the two people fighting to exhaustion in the future. You suddenly strengthen yourself once. Can then be resurrected with full blood, which is definitely a nightmare for the enemy. Well, you must save some soul power next time you strengthen. Morgan thought secretly. As for his current physical condition, it is better than ever. Temporary camp. Morgan trains by himself not far away. All the team members have already seen it. In the past month or so, Morgan has been training archery by such a person several times. Everyone has seen it, and it doesn't feel strange. Although it was through battles this time, it was the first time to train after being so tired after running through the middle of the night. The dwarves did not pay attention after whispering a few words. Only Morgan's nameless student, Keely the dwarf, looked at the teacher Morgan not far away, but there was some urge to train together in his eyes. But feeling the fatigue and weakness of the body, it is better to think about it. Bilbo leaned on a dead wood stake, smoking his pipe in his mouth. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Thinking of the battle last night, I still feel a little uneasy. For more than a month, although during the journey, I can't take a shower often, can't eat a delicious breakfast and dinner every day, can't sleep on a soft and warm bed, can't sleep well without snoring and so on. But Bilbo endured it anyway. Originally, he thought adventure was like this. Although it was hard and tired, it was worth it to walk so far and see so many beautiful scenery. But, the group of ugly orcs appeared last night. Completely subverted Bilbo's imagination. Made him truly realize for the first time what a real adventure is. A corner of the camp, in that abandoned dilapidated house. Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield are talking. I just entered the range of the orcs, and I was discovered by the orcs. This thing can't be so coincidental. Soren, besides your family, who else did you talk to about the expedition? Gandalf turned his head and asked with a serious face looking at Thorin Oakshield. No one. Thorin Oakshield shook his head. It can't be such a coincidence, who on earth did you tell? Gandalf didn't believe it, and asked again in a deep voice, angrily. I haven't told anyone else, I swear. Thorin Oakshield spoke solemnly. But even when everyone did not agree that Bilbo joined the team, Thorin Oakshield had never seen such an angry Gandalf, so he asked, "What the is going on?" "See Thorin. Oakshield is not like lying." Gandalf did not ask any more but replied in a deep voice, "You are probably wanted." Chapter 21, Trolls. What's the meaning? Gandalf's voice fell. Thorin Oakshield was shocked, and immediately asked, "You, and even your entire tribe from Turin, are probably all wanted. Otherwise, it would never be possible for a half-orc to come here so quickly. As for the reason, you know yourself better than me." Gandalf spoke in a deep voice, and Thorin Oakshield's heart sank immediately. If it is really like what Gandalf said, the entire Turin dwarf bloodline is wanted, and half-orcs can indeed find their way to the door with the taste of the same blood. This is exactly the reason why the Orc Scout can quickly find it soon after stepping into the range of the Orc activities. Is the only possibility. As for the explanation of coincidence, it is impossible. After a long silence, Thorin Oakshield said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, no, we must go right away. Orcs may come to the door at any time." Gandalf raised his head and glanced at the high sun outside, and said casually, "It shouldn't be possible for the time being. Orcs don't like sunlight. That's time to go, at least you must go far enough before it gets dark." Thorin Oakshield shook his head, saying that he was going to the rest of the crowd. "I just experienced a battle last night and ran for most of the night. Do you think we can continue on the road now? Even if we can, those horses certainly can't." Gandalf continued to speak. Thorin Oakshield stopped immediately. After a short silence, Thorin Oakshield turned his head and looked at Gandalf. "What are you trying to say?" "It's very close to a hidden valley. We can move on along the valley, so that the orcs will not dare to catch up." Gandalf continued to speak, but was decisively interrupted by Thorin Oakshield. "No. I told you a long time ago, I don't want to be near that place." "Why?" "We can go there not only to avoid the orcs. The elves will also help us, we can add food, we can really have a good rest, and we can listen to the elves' suggestions." Gandalf is always a little puzzled. This is completely a multitude of benefits, without any harm. "I don't need their advice." Thorin Oakshield refused without hesitation. "But King Elrond can help us interpret that map. Don't forget, there are too few people who can interpret that map of Middle-earth. And we now have the opportunity, as long as we enter the Hidden Valley, all our current difficulties can be resolved." Gandalf said in a deep voice. "Help us? When the dragon Smaug attacked Irub, did the elves help us? Did the elves help us when those half-orcs looted Moria and blasphemed our temple? No, they are sitting on the sidelines. You actually want me to beg to betray my grandfather, the man who betrayed my father, and the elves of my Turin clan?" Thorin Oakshield turned to look at Gandalf. His face firmly shook his head and said coldly, "But you are not them. I give you the map and the key, but I don't want you to live in your memory forever and keep your hatred all the time." Listening to Thorin Oakshield's extremely stubborn words, Gandalf's face turned cold and shouted, "That is the key to Gushan, and you have no right to keep it." Thorin Oakshield continued speaking, stubborn as the hardest granite. "Humph!" Seeing Thorin Oakshield's stubborn face, Gandalf was really angry. The team was attacked last night, and now they are wanted by the orcs again. The food is almost consumed, and everyone on the expedition team is sleepy and tired. And there is the biggest problem, the secret passage of Lonely Mountain hidden in that map has not been solved. The whole team faces so many difficulties. Obviously, as long as you enter the Hidden Valley, you can get everything resolved. Thorin Oakshield turned a blind eye to it because of the family hatred of many years ago. This is just a joke. Humph! I hope you won't regret. Gandalf laughed angrily, snorted coldly, turned and walked out. He knew that the dwarves were stubborn, but he didn't expect the other party to be stubborn to such a degree. This is no longer stubborn, this is unreasonable. Gandalf stormed out of the house. A crowd of dwarves resting outside immediately looked over. Just now, everyone heard the dispute between Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield. "It's okay, Gandalf. Where are you going?" Looking at Gandalf, who was looking angry and striding out hurriedly, Bilbo immediately stood up and asked. "Go to the only rational person in the team." "Who is it?" "Myself." Gandalf rushed away angrily. The atmosphere of the camp, which was originally fairly relaxed, fell silent immediately. The team was attacked by orcs only last night. Thorin Oakenshield, now the leader, quarreled with the wizard Gandalf again. People are a little worried. Rumble. At this moment, there was a deafening thunder in the sky. Everyone was taken aback. Immediately raised his head and looked up. I saw that the sky, which was still sunny not long ago, was already covered with clouds. The sky was gloomy, and it was about to rain. Damn it, it scared me. How can the sky change so fast? It's going to rain soon, let's set up a tent. Wait, it should not be so fast. Not good, it's already down. Hurry up, set up a tent, I don't want to get wet in this weather. The big raindrops fell quickly. The temporary camp was immediately busy. In a small wooded clearing not far from the camp, Morgan's training also stopped. The discomfort caused by the enhancement of the attributes has not affected at all. www.readaloud.com. The White Crow swordsmanship has been promoted and improved a lot. As for now, it has reached the level of LV3 archery. Then slowly absorb and train slowly. Papa Papa. The autumn rain is coming in a hurry. It took less than half an hour from the thunder to rain. Just took the kettle to his mouth, and the crackling dense raindrops immediately fell crazily. N.S. Morgan breathed fragrance, ignored drinking water, put away his sword, and ran to the camp not far away with the kettle. This temporary camp has no caves for shelter from the rain. Morgan hurried back to the camp, watching Bilbo struggling to open the tent. Morgan immediately stepped forward to help. When his clothes were mostly wet, Morgan and Bilbo finally opened the tent that belonged to him, Bilbo and Gandalf. "Why didn't you see Gandalf?" "Took off his leather armor," Morgan asked casually. "I do not know either." Gandalf argued with Thorin, and then went out. Bilbo shook his head. Gandalf and Thorin had a fight. When did this happen? Morgan turned his head and looked at Bilbo. "Just now, before it rained." Bilbo's voice fell. Morgan immediately thought of something, and immediately walked out shirtless. Then, he saw an abandoned dilapidated wooden house in a corner of the camp not far away. Looking at the abandoned wooden house, Morgan narrowed his eyes slightly, the story memory flashed through his mind, and murmured, "Trolls." Chapter 22, Thief. Looked at the dilapidated house in the corner of the camp that was so ruined that there was only one house frame left. Morgan immediately remembered the relevant plot in his memory. In the plot, Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield had a fierce quarrel due to root problems. The place of that quarrel was in a dilapidated wooden house in a temporary rest camp. And not far from the forest where the wooden house is located, 3 giant trolls lived. Because the horse of the expedition team was stolen when it was about to rest at night, the dwarves went to search for horses. Only then did they discover the existence of the trolls. Morgan was very impressed with this plot in his memory. Because after Gandalf used sunlight to kill 3 trolls, the expedition team not only found a lot of treasure in the hiding hole Shui used by trolls. At the same time, he found a very precious wizard sword, which Morgan remembers deeply. It was just a battle last night, running from midnight to early morning. Plus just stopped to rest. Morgan was busy checking the system gains and strengthening these things. The mood was ups and downs, and there was no time to pay attention to other things. As for the barbecue dinner in the morning, Morgan hurried to train because of his strengthened body imbalance and discomfort. This caused him not to notice that he came to this abandoned wooden house. What's wrong with Morgan? At this moment, Bilbo followed out upon seeing this and asked quickly. Do you know why Gandalf and Thorin are arguing about it? Morgan turned to look at Bilbo and asked. Because the distance is a bit far. I seem to have heard Gandalf say what valley to go to. Thorin doesn't seem to want this. As for the others, I don't know. Bilbo shrugged and replied. Sure enough. After hearing Bilbo's words, Morgan was basically sure that he had arrived at the residence of the three trolls. I see. Morgan nodded, turned, and returned to the tent. Bilbo followed and asked again, Morgan, Gandalf should be back, right? Morgan turned his head and smiled, don't worry, Gandalf will definitely be back. Don't forget that he is a wizard. After speaking, Morgan went back to the tent. The news that there are 3 human cannibals living not far from this camp must definitely not be told to other people, only you can know. Because Morgan couldn't explain why. But now that I know that there are a lot of treasures and wizard swords in the troll hideout. How to find ways to get the most benefit is what Morgan should think now. It's morning now, if the heavy rain outside can keep going, the next whole day. The team may continue to stay here temporarily. Once the rain stops, Thorin Oakshield will definitely keep the team on the road. Also, Morgan remembers that in the memory plot, the expedition team encountered the half-orc after copying the treasure swords of the 3 trolls. It's just that in the plot, it seemed that it was the first time that the expedition team encountered a half-orc. Now, in fact, the team was discovered by the Orc Scout team last night. The plot has changed. The current expedition team is likely to be found by the orcs at any time. Even in the daytime. Morgan hasn't forgotten, it is tomorrow in the plot, after copying the troll cave. The expedition squad is the half-orcs encountered during the day, and it is still sunny. Although half-orcs don't like sunlight, they don't like to be active during the day. But encountering enemies like dwarves, they may be dispatched at any time. Anyway, if Morgan wants to make a fortune from the 3 troll hiding caves, he has to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if the team is on the road or the orcs are coming. Morgan's thoughts will fall apart. Morgan, are you going out to take a bath? At this time, Bilbo, who took off only a pair of shorts, asked excitedly. His thoughts were interrupted. Morgan turned his head and looked at Bilbo, then listened to the dwarf people laughing and joking outside, and said, Of course, you go first. Long field trips, especially in places like mountain forests most of the time, it is not easy to take a bath. If you can't meet rivers and creeks, you can only wash it with rainwater. Speaking of which, apart from worrying about clothes wrapped in dry food, they are afraid of being wet by the rain. The expedition team still expects to be treated for rainy days because they can take a bath. Morgan naturally does the same. Hurry up and take a shower before talking. Seeing that the dwarves were taking a bath outside, Morgan did not grind, took off his boots and leg armor, wearing only a pair of loose shorts, Morgan walked out of the tent. Rumble. Wow, wow, wow. Watching the pouring rain outside the tent, the whole world seemed to be shrouded in rain. Morgan felt that this heavy rain would be more perfect if there were no thunder from the sky. Watching the dwarves flailing their teeth and claws excitedly in the rain, yelling. Morgan was a little worried that these dwarves would hurt him when they were struck by lightning. Half an hour later, Morgan returned to the tent. Wiped dry his wet hair, Morgan quickly changed his clothes and put on leather armor. He thinks about it, if he wants to make a fortune from the troll cave / without letting others doubt him, he can only act alone. Morgan is neatly dressed, with a long sword and a longbow quiver on his back, when he is about to go out. Suddenly, an exclamation sound came from outside the tent. Gosh, what kind of monster is that? Damn it, that monster stole our horse. Philip, come on, stop that monster. Hurry up, call someone else. Heard a rapid exclamation outside. Morgan immediately seemed to have thought of something. He was overjoyed, and quickly walked out of the tent. At this time, Bilbo, who had just rushed in from the rain in short shorts, hit Morgan's waist with his head. What happened? Morgan grabbed Bilbo and asked. A monster came outside, a very big monster. Bilbo even said with gestures, his expression a little flustered. I see. Gandalf is not here, be careful yourself. Morgan patted Bilbo on the shoulder and strode directly into the rain. More than a dozen ponies were tied in the woods on the edge of the camp. Heard an exclamation from outside. The dwarves who were in the tent rushed out with weapons. Morgan, what's the matter? I do not know either. Over there, walk around. The rain is getting bigger and bigger. In the pouring rain, Morgan and a group of dwarves hurried to the woods where the horses were tied with their weapons in their hands. From a distance, I saw in the woods a little further away, a huge monster with a stature of at least 3 meters tall and a pony tightly clamped in a big hand. On the other hand, he was carrying a section of the withered tree trunk and smashing it indiscriminately. In front of the tall monster, the 2 dwarves, Phil and Cal, were holding short swords and jumping up and down, interfering with the advance of the tall monster. Seeing Morgan and his party arrived at this time, they hurriedly shouted, "Here!" Chapter 23, the plot changes again. It really is a troll. There is only one here, there should be 2 more. However, in the memory plot, this kind of trolls should be very afraid of the sun, and basically will not appear during the day. I appeared in the forest and stole the expedition horse. Is it rainy? Is there any other reason? At first glance at the tall troll monster from a distance, all kinds of questions flashed in Morgan's heart. It's not that he is suspicious. But the story world in the memory is just a movie after all. Morgan now exists in this real Middle-earth world. In the real world, everything can be unexpected. How can a movie of a few hours show a plot that lasts for months, years, or even decades? If he believes in everything from the world of memory plot movies, sooner or later, Morgan will definitely die on the so-called story experience. Morgan has always been cautious, how could he not care? Is like the sneak attack last night, like the trolls that appeared in the heavy rain today. These are things that have never appeared in the world of memory plots. These are all accidents. Quickly, over there! The dwarf hurriedly screamed, and the group rushed towards the trolls. Morgan didn't think much, and immediately followed. As he approached the trolls, Morgan took down the longbow on his back and drew the arrow. The dwarf bowfer just rushed up with a short hammer, and saw a huge dead wood trunk whizzing across. He hurriedly rolled to the side, accidentally licking mud on his mouth. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Careful! We don't know either. We can't get close to each other at all. Is Morgan here? Philip the dwarf dodges the attack of the trolls flexibly while constantly provoking the opponent. I am here! Morgan yelled, the voice fell, and the full bowstring in his hand immediately made a muffled noise. Who? An arrow shot quickly from Morgan's hand towards the trolls in the distance. Next second, the troll screamed. An arrow suddenly pierced the troll's hairless head. The troll cannibal exhaled in pain, his other hand immediately released the caught pony, found the arrow on his head and pulled it out. Looking at the arrow, the troll turned his head to look at Morgan and yelled, "Damn human! I will eat you alive!" The painful trolls didn't care about the horses that fell on the ground and ran away, nor the other dwarves, so they rushed towards Morgan with a roar. Idiot! Morgan sneered, and the full bowstring in his hand made a muffled sound again. Who? Arrow shot away. Screaming and screaming came again. Morgan's arrow hit the little pitiful and funny valgus nose on the troll's bald head. Looking at the trolling monster a little further away, he reached out his hand and touched the arrow on the tip of his nose, trembling all over with pain. Morgan curled his mouth. He wanted to shoot the opponent in the eye. Damn humans, damn! The troll cannibal exhales again and again. Was about to rush to Morgan again. Found a movement not far behind him. Morgan looked up, and it turned out that the dwarves in the temporary camp had all been found. Then, the scene that disappointed Morgan appeared. The trolls looked at the dwarves rushing from behind and looked at Morgan again. He immediately persuaded, turned, and left. I still want to run. Looking at the trolls trying to escape, Morgan refused. Such a good opportunity, if you escape, it will be gone. Hey, big man, here I am. Morgan quickly stepped forward and shouted, but did not draw down the longbow in his hand. Raising his hand is another arrow. The troll cannibal breathed out again. The arrow hit the back of the troll's bald head again. The trolls seemed to be aware of the danger. Didn't say any harsh words anymore, and didn't even pull the arrow on the back of his head, and ran into the deep forest with a stupid head. The troll cannibal has a huge body, and each step is far away, and it doesn't run slowly. A crowd of dwarves moved away easily. Morgan's speed is faster, and his agility has been strengthened to LV2. His current movement speed is more than twice as fast as before the strengthening. But watching the trolls just run away, Morgan just wanted to swear. The monster has thick skin and thick skin. If it doesn't hit the deadly position of the eye, even if it shoots the opponent into a hedgehog, it can't kill the opponent. If you can't kill the trolls, don't think about the treasures and swords in the cave. Morgan caught up without even thinking about it. Morgan! At this time, the sound of Thorin Oakshield came not far away. Morgan stopped and looked at the dwarf prince who was surrounded by a group of dwarves. There is no need to chase it anymore, it has been driven away, we don't need to go up and take risks. Thorin Oakshield looked at Morgan and shook his head and said. But, we have heard it, what if it will come back? Morgan knew that Thorin Oakshield made sense. Such a huge monster is powerful and not easy to be killed. The expedition team rushed up to deal with it, and casualties were likely to occur. But Morgan didn't want to just give up like that. Troll hiding hole Shwe contains treasures and wizard swords, but he can't tell. Don't worry, we won't stay here long. We will leave as soon as the rain stops. Thorin Oakshield's voice fell. Morgan Zendeo really www.readaloud.com. The plot has changed again. But can it rain all day? Morgan looked up at the sky, the heavy rain still in the sky. No, look over there. At this moment, Philip the dwarf suddenly said. Everyone looked in the direction of Philip's fingers. In the heavy rain, the huge troll who ran away hurriedly appeared again. But this time there is more than one, but three. There is also an arrow stuck in his nose, like a huge troll leader with a green onion stuck in the nose of a pig. Followed by two taller, stronger trolls holding thicker tree trunks. The other party apparently has revenge. It's not easy for us to leave now. Bilbo suddenly spoke softly. Morgan agrees. Killing goes on. Thorin Oakshield's complexion changed, and he quickly threw the longbow arrows that he had brought to Keely in the past. The others should be separated, and two should be together. Don't fight head-on, focus on interference and entanglement. Leave the rest to Morgan and Kellett. Thorin Oakshield reacted quickly. Seeing the three trolls appeared, I knew that this battle was inevitable. Are you sure? Thorin Oakenshield finished his command, and looked at Morgan and asked. Certainly. Morgan grinned and smiled with his mouth full of cold white teeth. Quick, quick! All separate! Thorin Oakshield shouted, and the dwarves dispersed immediately. Morgan and Kellett each stood in the corner behind the crowd with their long bows, waiting for opportunities. Fighting is about to happen. Chapter 24, Kill That Human. Wow, wow, wow! The heavy rain is still in the sky. The three huge trolls in the forest strode quickly, and there was a slight vibration on the ground. Looked at the dozens of dwarves who were standing apart holding various weapons in front of him. A 4-meter-tall man-eater with a bald head and a flat round shrieked, this is the first time I have seen such a small thing. What are they? Are they also humans? They should be, dwarves. When I was young, my mother caught a few. Is close to 5 meters in size, and the taller and sturdier man cannibal stretched out his hand and scratched his bald head. After thinking for a long time, he said in a muffled voice. Then can they eat it? The oblate-headed trolls spoke quickly. Of course you can eat it, and humans can eat it. The biggest trolls spoke loudly. The humans we caught last time were not tasty. The meat is too old. The oblate-headed trollman continued to speak, obviously lifting his head. Idiot, that's a farmer, or 2 old farmers, thin and meatless, of course it doesn't taste good. The biggest troll slapped the head of the oblate troll eater, and continued to muffledly said, these dwarves are different. Look at each of them, they are round and strong. They must have meat. When I was a kid, I ate dwarves. They were thick, juicy, and chewy. These dwarves must be the same now. Robbo, how did you meet these dwarves? The biggest trolls looked at the smallest brother leading the way and asked loudly. I caught 2 very big sheep in the place where I caught the farmer before, and then I met some dwarf radishes. There are still many sheep. The pig's nose has a green onion, no, it's the troll eater with an arrow in the nose. Sheep are the best. Do you hear Monber? Rob said that their thick and juicy dwarves have a lot of sheep. Hearing what the younger brother said, the eyes of the trolls with the oblate and bare head seemed to be shining, and immediately screamed at the elder brother on the side. Shut up, of course I know. The biggest troll again slapped the flat round troll head, and continued, as long as we catch them, we will be able to eat for a long time. Hey hey! Boom 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 boom! Watching the 3 behemoths carrying the sturdy tree trunks as weapons, they rushed over with the momentum of shaking the earth. It is of course false for a group of dwarves to say that they are not nervous. A monster that is several times taller than himself, with a huge body and an ugly face. In the face of such a creature, the tension that emerges instinctively in my heart is inevitable. But tense is tense, but the dwarves are not afraid. When Morgan and Keely's 2 arrows roared and shot the lead trolls first, the dwarves rushed up. Hoo! Hoo! 2 arrows shot away. The smallest of the 3 trolls, the trolls with arrows in their noses, screamed. 2 more arrows appeared on the ugly face, and the rushing pace stopped abruptly. At this moment, the 4 dwarves rushed up immediately. Taking advantage of the trauma on the face of the trolls, the 4 dwarves rushed to the trolls with weapons such as short swords, short axes, and short hammers. Was facing the cannibal's crotch, on his legs, and on his toes. The pain on his face continued, and he was attacked again under his body. The troll cannibal roared angrily, looked at the nasty little people under him, raised his big hand and grabbed it. The prepared dwarf immediately avoided flexibly. At this time, 2 other bigger trolls also rushed over. The dwarves retreated immediately when they saw this. The ogre in pain didn't catch the dwarf furious, and immediately raised the thick tree trunk in his hand and smashed it. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the grass, trees, mud, and water were smashed and flew in all directions. The dwarves flee quickly. At the same time, Morgan drew out the arrow again, opened his bow and set the arrow, and pulled it into a full moon. When the troll with 3 arrows stuck in his face turned his head, Morgan's eyes were focused and deep. Holding his breath, his fingers moved the bowstring again. Hoo! Arrows screamed and shot away. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of the trolls, who were huge as living targets. The scream of the troll eater who hit the arrow was much louder and harsher this time than before. The screams that suddenly increased, immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's just that the ogre who was hit by the arrow again covered half of his face with one hand, while wailing, picking up the thick tree trunk with one hand was a crazy mess. Even if he hit another troll monster not far away, he didn't notice it at all. Seems to be caught in an aberration of rage. But soon, the abnormal trolls whose face was shot into a hornet's nest with arrows stopped their crazy behavior. The thick trunk used as a weapon in his hand fell to the ground, and his huge body began to shake and stand unsteadily. Finally, the big hand covering half of his face fell powerlessly, and the shaking troll fell to the ground. Everyone can see where the arrow that Morgan had just shot that made the troll screaming crazy. It turned out to be shot in the eyes of the trolls. Black and red blood rushed out of the eye sockets that were shot. Is different from the long arrow that sticks to the head of the trolls. The arrow that hits the eye socket can almost only be seen in the arrow tail feathers. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The sharp arrow and the long body of the arrow plunged deeply into the head of the troll eater from the eye socket. This is also the reason why the troll cannibal was shot a few arrows before, but was killed by this arrow. Boom! The huge trolls fell to the ground. The dwarves scattered in the forest cheered immediately. For the dwarves, these huge monsters, with a few arrows in their heads, can still jump around like okay people, giving them a somewhat powerful impression. Although he is the most heroic warrior of the dwarves, he has no fear of these huge monsters. But how to defeat and kill these monsters is the most troublesome thing for them. Now that Morgan successfully killed the first huge troll monster, this problem has been solved, which also symbolizes a kind of signal. Just find the right way, this powerful monster can also be killed. As the eldest brother among the three trolls, and also the tallest and most powerful one, Monber, the trolls, saw his younger brother Rob fall to the ground and died and immediately became extremely angry. Pointed at Morgan, who was arching his bow and arrows, hiding behind a big tree in the distance, shouting, "There, Koabo, kill that human!" The voice of Menbo, the man-eating monster, fell. The dwarf Keely, who was hiding on the other side, let go of the arrow in his hand with a calm gaze. Swish! The arrow shot out, and it was coming in an instant. It's just that the troll monster Monber noticed Keely in advance, and raised his hand to block his face. The arrow is in the middle of the arm. The trollman Monber didn't care about the arrow on his arm, when the troll brother Queeper strode towards the damned human who killed Rob. Quibber, the troll monster, turned around abruptly and strode towards the dwarf Keely, who was holding a longbow. Chapter 25, Loss of Merit. Careful! Seeing two huge trolls rushing to the two archers in the team regardless of their stature, the dwarves around immediately shouted. Quickly, stop them! Thorin! Oakshield immediately roared. Such a huge monster has thick skin and thick defenses. With the strength of the expedition team, Morgan and Keely in the team were able to injure the monster with their bows and arrows. Thorin! Oakshield was seen right from the beginning. Morgan just shot the smaller troll monster with that arrow just now. Now the two monsters clearly know that the two archers are the biggest threat. Attempt to kill Morgan and Kelly first. At this time, Thorin Oakshield would naturally give priority to protecting the two archers. Only protected two archers. Is it possible to defeat these two monsters? Quickly, stop them! Thorin! Oakshield rushed up with a roar. More than a dozen dwarves swarmed. Although it is not possible to kill two trolls at once, it is not uncomfortable to stab a few daggers and axe hammers in the lower body. The traumatized trolls yelled immediately, waving their big hands and slapped them at the flea-like dwarves under them. On the side of Keely, the troll demon Mundebo was besieged by the dwarves under him, and he couldn't help stopping when he suffered a sudden pain, and stretched out his big hand to pat the dwarves. Keely shot an arrow and took the opportunity to immediately turn around and leave. On Morgan's side, the troll monster Koabo was also entangled by the dwarves. Queeper, the troller, who was quickly enraged by the dwarves, swung the thick tree trunk in his hand and slammed it at the dwarves. The dwarves jumped up and down, just avoiding the attack of the trolls. Only the surrounding trees, ground, flowers, and soil were completely lifted up to the sky. Morgan is still standing in place. Looked calmly at the huge trolls not far away, and once again drew an arrow from the quiver behind him. With Morgan's current archery skills, he is already very proficient with 2 arrows at a time, and 3 arrows at a time is fine, but the accuracy rate is relatively low. The huge trolls in front of him looked like a huge living target. But in fact, it is not. Although the troll monster is large in size, because of its rough skin and thick flesh, the damage caused by arrows on the relatively weak head is very limited. Besides, it was shot elsewhere on the troll body. This point, Morgan and Kellett have shown this before. S head is full of arrows, and the troll can jump around alive, and it will not have any effect except for the wasted arrows shot in other places. Now I know that the eyes are the only weakness of the trolls. But even if the trolls are huge, there is a limit to how big their eyes are. This is the same as Morgan's hit rate when shooting a half-orc with a bow and arrow, but if Morgan is asked to shoot the half-orc in the eye, he can kill the half-orc. The difficulty must be raised immediately. Besides, the 2 giant trolls in front of them seemed to know to protect their eyes. Morgan didn't dare to hold big at this time, shooting 1 arrow at a time, and the hit rate would naturally be higher. Hey! Breathing quickly became smooth, and his eyes focused on one point, calming down. Morgan opened his bow and set his arrows to carefully aim at the huge trolls not far away, trying his best to find the best opportunity. Boom! Boom! Damn dwarf, when I catch you, I will swallow you alive, roast you and cook it into a thick soup. Kobo the troll cannibal spoke angrily, and the sturdy tree trunk was like a toy in his hand, smashing around, splashing the smashed vegetation and mud. Then you have to catch us. Stupid big guy. You are too slow, you can never catch up with us, you can only be played by us. Come on, catch me, let me eat if you catch me. Ha ha. The dwarves jumped up and down around Kobo the troll monster with their agility, mocking wantonly. Kobo, the troll eater, became more and more angry. Damn, you shorts, squirrels, mice. Hey, big guy, look at what this is, come and catch me. The dwarf Bofer, wearing a leather cap and holding a short hammer, stood behind the trolls, pouting his and patted with his hands, loudly provoking the trolls in front of him. Kobo, the troll monster, rolled his eyes and didn't look back, as if he hadn't heard Bover's provocation. Carrying the trunk in his hand, is still chasing and hitting the dwarf groin. Just when Bover thought that the provocation would not get the attention of the trolls, he relaxed a little. Kobo, the troll monster, suddenly dropped the trunk in his hand, then turned around and rushed towards Bover behind him. Careful! Be careful, Boffo! The dwarves around immediately yelled. Seeing the huge trolls suddenly pounced, Boffo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately ran back. It's just that Kobo, the troll monster, moved extremely suddenly. The huge troll monster's pounce is more than 10 meters, plus the long arms. The dwarf Bofer was caught in the hands of the trolls without any resistance. Be careful, Boffo! Boffo! Let go of Boffo! Seeing that Bofer was caught, the dwarves around immediately rushed up. Tried his best to wave the weapon in his hand and attack the trolls. It's just that the trolls finally caught the dwarf in his hands at this time, but he waved his big hand and expelled the other dwarves and didn't fight back at all. Hey, I finally caught you! The troll monster Kobo grinned and showed his black hair and yellow messy fangs, his eyes widened and muddy. You reading www. You can shoot. Com looked at the dwarf in his hand, and said grimly. It's now. A little further away, Morgan, who opened his bow and aimed his arrows at the trolls for a while, looked at the trolls who stood in place and looked attentively, with wide-eyed eyes. The arrow pinched by the fingers suddenly loosened. Hoo! The long arrow screamed and shot out with a rapid blast through the air. Next second, there was a terrible scream, and the scream immediately resounded throughout the forest battlefield. At this moment, all the eyes of everyone, including the other troll monster, were immediately aroused, and they focused on the troll screamer. Then everyone saw that the man-eater Kuobo who was shot thrown out the dwarf bover in his hand. Immediately trembled, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab something from a bleeding eye socket. Did not make everyone wait for long. Soon, the troll monster drew an arrow from its eye socket, and there was a white thing hanging on the sharp arrow. After pulling out the arrow in his eye socket, the huge body of the troll monster trembled more severely. The troll cannibal barely lifted the arrow to the other intact eye, seeming to want to see the arrow in front of him clearly. But the huge body finally couldn't stand, and fell to the ground. Boom! The 4-meter-high troll fell to the ground. The ground shook for a while. The last remaining, the largest troll monster, finally felt scared. Immediately turned around and ran. Morgan was about to shout to stop the trolls. Saw that the dwarves who had been blocking the surrounding area immediately made way for the trolls. Morgan couldn't help but uttered anxiously, "Fuck." Chapter 26, Turn Around. Morgan knows what the dwarves think. Just like Thorin Oakshield said before. Now that the trolls are going to escape, the dwarves really don't have to risk death. It is understandable that Morgan would agree to this approach if he did not know that the treasure hiding in the troll caverns would agree. But now the key troll hiding cave is not only a large number of gold and silver treasures, but also several high-level wizard swords. It's just that Morgan couldn't explain to the group. The cross sword that Morgan now uses is still the most common iron sword of the town guard brought by the original owner from the small town of Philo. He wanted to change the sword for a long time. In Hobbiton more than a month ago, Gandalf wanted to change the sword when he sold the giant bear with him, but the money was not enough. The high elven swords now hiding in the troll cave are waiting for him. How can Morgan stand this? Just like those who like playing computers want to own an Alien, those who like motorcycles want to own a Kawasaki, and those who like four-wheel dreams want to own a Rambo Ferrari. Morgan, who likes to play swords now, is also unable to resist the temptation of the high elf long sword. Do you still have to do it alone in the end? Seeing that the last and biggest troll rush out of the encirclement of the dwarves, it was about to run to the depths of the forest. This thought came to Morgan's mind again. 3 trolls were shot by himself, and now there is only the last one left. I really want to do it alone. Although it will be a bit troublesome to kill the opponent, it is definitely not too difficult. But the key is to kill the opponent is simple. Is also simple to monopolize the treasures and swords in the troll cave. It is rare that I took out the high elf sword to explain to the expedition team. I can't say that I picked it up on the road. Morgan wants to gain the trust of everyone, which is good for his future plans. Is doing a good job now, but if you rashly take out the wizard sword and can't explain it, it's likely to destroy this trust and it's not worth the gain. Morgan was upset, and suddenly found that the surrounding rain was much lighter. Looked up at the sky, and found that the sky was also brighter. This torrential rain in early autumn has been violently raining for nearly an hour, and it must be not far from the end. And there is such a trouble with the trolls. Once the rain stops, Thorin Oakshield will definitely let the team continue on the road immediately. It doesn't matter, don't care if you can use it, kill the troll first, and take the treasure and the high elf sword in the opponent's cave as your own. The big deal is to bury it first, make a mark, and then come back when there is time. Morgan secretly made up his mind. When the last troll was about to flee to the depths of the forest, suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out in front of the trolls. The trolls looked terrified, covering his eyes and yelling, and quickly stepped back. It's just that he was too big, and he backed too eagerly for a while, and fell to the ground without taking 2 steps. Boom! The ground shook. At this time, the eyes of everyone in the expedition team have not yet recovered from the trolls. Seeing such a change, Morgan looked overjoyed. Held a longbow and immediately caught up. At this time, the instigator who had caused such a shock to the trolls came out. Is wearing a grey robe, holding a wooden staff, and wearing a grey peaked cap. Is the wizard Gandalf who left before. Seeing that the dwarves were still indifferent, Gandalf immediately shouted, "This is a rock troll. This monster has a strong vengeance. What are you guys still doing there? Are you waiting for this monster to chat with you at night?" Gandalf's voice fell, and Thorin Oakshield immediately reacted. "Quickly, go up and entangle it and create opportunities for Morgan." Thorin Oakshield's complexion changed, and he roared. The dwarves finally reacted, and immediately rushed to the fallen trolls. The trolls who were extremely afraid of light had just been terrified. But when he found out that he was okay, the trolls quickly reacted. It's just that the big and strong trolls, who are close to 5 meters in height, fell to the ground for a while, but it was not so easy to get up. Before the trolls could get up, Morgan, who was the first to start, quickly rushed to the trolls. Looked at the behemoth struggling to get up right in front of his eyes. Morgan immediately rushed to a nearby big tree, and quickly climbed to the center of the trunk, hooked his feet to the trunk, and drew out an arrow from his quiver with a bow in one hand and his quiver in the other. Is different from the focus that has always been an arrow to deal with these trolls before. Morgan drew 3 arrows this time. The 3 arrows were quickly hit by the bowstring, and Morgan's eyes on the huge trolls became focused and became extremely deep. Morgan hasn't shot yet. At this moment, the trolls struggled and stood up. A crowd of dwarves finally arrived. Thorin Oakshield watched not far from hanging on the trunk of the tree with a bow and arrow aimed at the troll figure, and immediately shouted. "Hurry up, come on, don't let it stand up." Thorin, the Oakshield roared and rushed forward first, and pierced the thick lower limbs of the trolls who stood up trembling with a sharp sword. The dwarves following Thorin Oakshield also noticed Morgan's figure at this time. Rushed forward in a swarm, rushing to the side of the trolls, raising all kinds of weapons. It was a burst of stabs. More ants can also kill people. Moreover, a group of dwarves are relatively much stronger than ants. www.readaloud.com. A large number of attacks immediately injured the legs of the giant trolls. The huge body that was about to stand up, with a key leg he was immediately unable to catch the injury. The feet were soft, and with a bang, the entire body of the troll monster fell to the ground again. "Damn it! You short carrots!" The troll monster Mundebo was furious, and immediately waved his big hand and slapped the surrounding dwarves fiercely. These annoying dwarfs, when he gets up, he must swallow these dwarves alive. Munbo has noticed that the human archer who shot his brother Rob and Koabo not far away is aiming at him. So he didn't get up, but put a hand in front of his eyes, and then began to turn around on the spot. Menbo believes that as long as he is not shot in the eyes, the human archer can't do anything to him. Morgan took aim at the huge trolls very calmly, did not rush his bow, nor did he slack in the slightest because of the trolls covering his face. He was waiting for the best chance, a chance to kill him with one blow as before. He believes that this group of partners will create such an opportunity for him. Just as the trolls were about to turn around, Gandalf finally made another move. S figure quickly approached the troll, and immediately raised the staff in his hand. Wow! The dazzling white light once again bloomed in front of the trolls. The troll cannibal screamed, his body hurriedly leaned back, his big bald head tried his best to hide away. It's now. At the moment when the trolls panicked and couldn't cover their eyes. Morgan seized the opportunity, and his fingers on the longbow moved the bowstring. Chapter 27, First Title. Swish swish. The 3 arrows screamed and shot away. Is so close. Is almost just a moment. The 3 arrows arrived in front of the trolls. The terrible screams of the dull-voiced trolls immediately shook the entire forest. Morgan shot. Looking at the trolls who covered their faces and screamed, the dwarves were overjoyed. They didn't need to tell them at all, and immediately retreated behind them. As the dwarves fear. The trolls who were in pain immediately went crazy, and a pair of big hands immediately patted and danced around. The dwarves are backing desperately. It's just that the fattest Pangbo among the dwarves tripped under his feet when he retreated, and when he got up again to escape, he was slapped by the crazy trolls. Like being hit by a high-speed truck, Pang Bo immediately flew upside down for tens of meters and hit the trunk of a big tree before he fell. Pang Bo! Pang Bo! The dwarves exclaimed immediately, and the dwarves who had just pulled away from the trolls were about to rush towards Pang Bo. At this moment, the man-eater who fell into madness inadvertently touched the sturdy trunk weapon that had been dropped before. Then, an even more amazing madness began. The tall and burly trolls were 5 meters tall, carrying the thick trunk and smashing them madly around. For a time, the grass and trees flew around, the dust danced wildly, the mud splashed, and the ground moved and the mountains shook. Even the giant tree that is as strong as an adult body is easily knocked down and broken by the trolls in the rage. Morgan and Gandalf, who were on the periphery, quickly retreated backwards. A group of dwarves who were closer to the trolls fled out desperately. If this is hit by a stick, it is not the result of Pang Bo being photographed flying. It must have been smashed to pieces, and smashed into the end of dwarf meat sauce. Hey, hey! When a crowd of dwarves fled to a safe enough distance, panting and looking at the crazy trolls ahead. Only then did he see where Morgan had just shot the troll. A total of 3 arrows were stuck on the face of the trolls who had fallen into madness at this time. An arrow shot above the eye socket of the troll. The other 2 arrows were shot into the eye socket of the troll. An arrow only shot halfway in, leaving half of the arrow and tail feathers outside. The body of the remaining arrow was completely submerged in the eye socket, and only the tail feathers completely stained with black blood were faintly visible. Hey! At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the first 2 trolls in front of him, no matter how big the trolls are, it is absolutely impossible to escape to death when shot like this. The current madness is just a struggle before death. While everyone was fortunate to relax, they couldn't help looking at Morgan in the other direction. Morgan's archery skills are really too strong, too powerful. The 3 giant trolls were all shot in the only deadly part of the eye, and they all died in Morgan's hands. Such a terrifying record is exactly like the legendary protagonist circulating in the bard population. Morgan's record of killing 3 giant trolls in a row today will spread in Middle-earth. Presumably he can become the most popular one among all the taverns in Middle-earth. It's just that Morgan has to wait a long time to enjoy that kind of treatment. The world of cold weapons, the speed of the story is not fast. Besides, all the participants who knew about it were still on the fleeing adventure. But Morgan doesn't have to worry, his record of killing 3 giant trolls in succession today will surely spread. Because most of the audience present are dwarves. Dwarves like to drink and brag the most, so I don't have to ask anyone else when the time comes. The dwarves will take out Morgan's deeds if they drink 2 more glasses. At the same time, they would definitely say, "Look, I was Morgan's partner at the time. He can kill the 3 trolls, but I also have my credit. Kill 3 giant trolls in a row." It is no exaggeration to say that Morgan is a troll terminator and a troll butcher. Just like Thorin at the beginning, because he picked up a piece of oak as a shield and turned the tide in a fierce battle with the orcs, he gained the title of Oak Shield. At this time, whoever would call Morgan Troller Terminator, Troller Butcher or Troller's natural enemy. In the eyes of the members of the expedition, this makes perfect sense. Because Morgan can afford it, he has such a qualification. Morgan naturally didn't know what the fellow expedition team thought at this time. I didn't even know that in the hearts of the members of the expedition team, he already had his first title. Speaking of it, in the entire Middle-earth world, there are very few people who can get the title, and all of them are strong. Tell me something closer to Morgan. Thorin. Oak Shield. And who is Thorin Oak Shield, among the 7 Middle-earth dwarves, the strongest, most precious, and most orthodox leader of the Turin dwarf family? Once experienced the battle of destroying the kingdom after the dragon Smaug attacked the kingdom of Yamashita. Participated in several battles between the dwarves and the half-orcs, especially in the most important battle of Asanupiza, when the king of the foothills of the grandfather Thor died in the battle. Thorin Oakshield turned the tide and defeated the leader of the half-orcs. To reverse the originally defeated battle in one fell swoop. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Thus won the recognition and love of the entire Turin dwarves. Thorin Oakshield's strength, ability, and record were recognized by the entire Middle-earth world. Is the well-deserved leader of the dwarves. Among the entire Middle-earth dwarves, Morgan knows that Thorin Oakshield seems to be the only dwarf who can get the title by himself instead of relying on status inheritance. Let's talk about another one, the enemy of the dwarves. The orc leader, Gundaba Orc Azog, known as the Destroyer and Destroyer. Azog's strength, status, and title are all titles that were killed after a series of terrorist wars and killings, absolutely deserved. In fact, only one title can tell the power and horror of Azog, the big orc leader. There are other titles like Dark Lord Sauron, Elf Queen, these are all real big figures, big bosses. Of course, the title also has different sizes. Such as the size of the record, the size of the achievement, etc., there must be some differences. In short, Morgan was able to get his first title after coming to Middle-earth for more than 2 months. Is already an amazing achievement. Although Morgan knew nothing about it at this time. Back to the topic. The members of the expedition team watched from a distance. The trolls who fell into madness only held on for a while longer than the first 2 trolls after arrows in their eye sockets. Boom! With the huge body of the troll monster, he fell to the ground. These 3 troll brothers who should have died in the sun in the memory of the plot. All died in Morgan's hands at this time. Chapter 28, Go First. Hey! Finally died. Looking at the huge trolls rumbling to the ground in the distance, Morgan let out a long sigh. Speaking of it, some of the expedition squad might think that Morgan could easily kill these trolls, just move their fingers. Actually, and indeed. In addition to running diligently, the eyes should be bright, and the bow should be aimed until the hands are sore. In terms of body, archers are indeed a bit easier than close combat. However, the real exhaustion of an archer is actually mental. Because the quiver carried by the archer and the arrows in the quiver are limited. This requires that the archer must be highly concentrated every time he draws a bow, in order to kill more enemies. After a battle, the mental exhaustion of the archer can be imagined. Warriors consume physical strength, and archers consume energy. In fact, neither of them is easier than the other. Because fighting is inherently dangerous. This is the illusion that the average layman sees the archer relaxed. Like Morgan, it seemed quite easy to shoot and kill a giant troll that the entire expedition team could not deal with. The actual difficulty and mental exhaustion are actually the only ones that Morgan knows best. Of course, Keely the dwarf, who is also an archer, might know something. Hey, Gandalf, where have you been? I thought you were missing. Looking back from the corpse of the troll monster, Morgan turned his head and looked at Gandalf not far away with a smile, and strode over. It's just to relax, you know, the stubbornness of the dwarves is really, really unbearable. When Morgan asked about this, Gandalf shrugged and said helplessly. Morgan certainly knew what Gandalf was referring to. In fact, I didn't mention the dispute between Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield. During this more than 1 month journey, Thorin Oakshield and a group of dwarves have shown the stubbornness of the dwarves many times. Relax, the whole world knows the stubbornness of dwarves. Morgan stepped forward and smiled comfortingly. Gandalf shook his head without speaking, turned his head and looked at the huge corpse of the trolls in the distance, frowned and asked, "How did you run into these monsters?" "I don't know the details. When I appeared, Keely and Philly were dealing with one of the monsters. But probably the monster stole our horse." Morgan shook his head and said while looking at the corpse in the distance. "Do you know what monster this is?" Morgan turned his head to look at Gandalf and asked knowingly. "The only monsters of this huge evil monster are the trolls, or the rock trolls among the trolls." Gandalf's voice fell. Morgan caught the details and quickly asked again, you mean, there are other types of trolls? Gandalf did not speak, but looked at the sky instead. At this time, the rain has completely stopped, and the sky has become much brighter. Knowing that it is impossible to rain anymore, Gandalf took out the cigarette stick, skillfully filled it with shredded tobacco, and lighted it. Hey! Gandalf took a sip and exhaled the smoke, then slowly spoke. Of course, there are more than one kind of trolls. As far as I know, there are several types of trolls, such as mountain trolls, rock trolls, and cave trolls. The kind of trolls we are looking at now is a rock trolls that can only appear at dusk and at night, and turns into stone when it sees the sunday. Gandalf's voice just fell when a voice came in suddenly. When I see the sun, I turn into stone. That means it should only appear at night. How come those three appear here? Thorin Oakshield came with a group of dwarves, and when he heard Gandalf's words, he immediately asked in confusion. This is exactly where I am puzzled. Gandalf nodded, and continued, smoking a cigarette. Gandalf's erudition, members of the expedition have already seen it. Even Gandalf doesn't understand things, and other people naturally don't understand. Could it be that this kind of troll is afraid of the sun and often appears at night, but it does not mean that it is afraid of the daytime? It doesn't appear during the day when there is sunshine, maybe it's just that he hates the daytime. Because the sun may appear at any time during the day, and the sun may appear when it rains, there is no such worry. After Morgan thought, he suddenly spoke. Well, it makes sense. They can appear here, and it's only possible as Morgan said. Gandalf vomited smoke. Surely these rock trolls appeared here, indicating that their cave should be nearby. I heard that many of these monsters like to collect things, maybe we should visit their caves. After a cigarette addiction, Gandalf put away the pipe, looked up at the crowd and said, "It's really understanding, I don't need to speak anymore." Upon hearing Gandalf's words, Morgan couldn't help but give Gandalf a thumbs up. What does the monster like to collect? We are definitely going to see. Maybe these monsters, like dragons, like to collect treasures. How do you know that dragons like to collect treasures? I heard. Although I don't know, someone will definitely know. Gandalf, did you say I was right? What? I said dragons like to collect treasures. You must have seen dragons' treasures, right? www.readaloud.com maybe, yes. Looked at the habitual bickering, and began to spread out looking for the people in the rock troll cave. Morgan stood in the forest, looking left and right. Walked quickly in the direction where the three trolls came. The huge messy footprints clearly pointed out the direction for Morgan. Looked at the dwarves who had chosen the same direction as him. Morgan's footsteps were fast, and he quickly distanced himself from the dwarves. And everyone on the expedition team seemed to be awakened by a word that the dwarf said unintentionally in the previous quarrel: maybe these monsters, like dragons, like to collect treasures. So looking at the direction Morgan was heading, the few dwarves who followed very consciously chose to stagger the direction Morgan was looking for. Morgan turned his head to look at the careful thoughts of several dwarves, and grinned. This is the best. Although he is not sure if he can find the hiding cave of the trolls before the dwarves. But even if it's not him, Morgan is also sure to win the High Elven Sword in the troll cave. Because he has such qualifications. Morgan moved fast along the huge footprints of the trolls. When there were no other dwarves behind him, Morgan ran away. Quickly strengthened to LV2, his current speed is much faster than before. Fortunately, he chose the right direction. When standing in front of a deep and dimly spacious hole, Morgan let out a big sigh of relief. Was finally found by himself. Next, it's time to harvest. Morgan raised the corner of his mouth, drew out the cross sword at his waist and walked in. Chapter 29, Satisfied. Smelly. Very smelly. Smelly smelly. The first feeling of stepping into the dim cave of the troll cannibal, Morgan had only this kind of feeling. Speaking of it, the trolls are also very smelly, the fishy smell. But compared with the smell of the hole in front of me, it is really insignificant. Morgan didn't know how to use words to describe the smell of the cave. Anyway, it's no exaggeration to describe the smell in this cave with the most stinky thing you can imagine. NS. Morgan was dizzy and shook his head vigorously. Finally couldn't help but tore off the long sleeves under the leather armor on his body. When both nostrils were stuffed with broken clothes. After being unable to feel the smell of the outside world, Morgan felt a lot better now. Only then did he have the mind to look at the surrounding environment in the cave. This cave is very big and very spacious. Actually thinking about it, how could the cave that can hold the 3 giant rock trolls be small? The cave is very spacious, and the cave is also scary. Except for the grey-white road in the middle, which is considered clean, there are various gnawed bones scattered around on both sides of the road. The reason why this road was grey-white, Morgan discovered after observing that it was formed by the scum of bones that had been trampled into it. There are countless bones of various animals, as well as humans. More than a dozen people in the expedition team are looking for the cave of the trolls, which may be discovered by others at any time. Morgan quickly observed it, but found no hidden danger. Then strode straight to the depths of the cave. The light gets darker as you go deeper into the cave. The foul smell is also stronger. Although Morgan's nose was blocked by clothes, he was very dull. But other sense organs are still exposed, so I can feel it naturally. Are like the eyes of the second nose. As he walked deeper into the cave, Morgan's eyes began to feel a little discomfort. This is really so smelly that it burns the eyes. The light dimmed, and Morgan estimated that he should have walked a distance of about 50 or 60 meters in the cave. But still can't see the end of the cave. Except for seeing a few rusty long swords inserted diagonally into the soil. Morgan did not see anything else of value. Morgan continued to walk forward. Not long after, he finally saw the end this time. Except for a large amount of various weeds, hay, and a small amount of manure. Morgan didn't see even a silver coin. As for the high elf sword in his memory of the plot, there is no trace of it. This is the deepest part of the cave, and obviously it is also the place where the trolls rest. But where is your big sword? Morgan looked left and right but couldn't find what he wanted, feeling a little irritable. He discovered early in the morning that the temporary camp was the place in the memory plot. Has been thinking about copying the troll cave. Now that the trolls are all dead, the team has been pulled back to the right track similar to the memory of the plot. He also took the lead in standing in the troll lair now as he wished. Was thinking about taking this opportunity to make a fortune, but found that there was nothing. My thoughts after pondering for a long time ended up being a fantasy. Everyone is upset about this change. I will never hide these smelly weeds in the hay. After searching the surroundings carefully, Morgan looked at the large swaths of weeds in front of him and thought about it seriously. Even if the nose is stuffed tightly. Morgan can also think of the stench of the surrounding environment, not to mention the grass sleeping under him by the trolls. And many more. What is that? Just when Morgan was about to go forward and search. Suddenly, he saw the end of his eyes, and there was still a way. Is only relatively narrow. Also because of the dim surroundings, Morgan couldn't see clearly. It is easy to overlook the dim trail in front of me. Morgan stepped forward immediately. Crossing the trail, a spacious stone cave appeared in front of Morgan. Then he saw a large number of gold coins and silver coins stained with dust and dirt scattered all over the ground. In addition to a large number of gold and silver coins, there is also a dusty and cobweb-covered broken weapon rack with a few weapons scattered on it. Deep in the corner, an exquisite treasure chest with a head half a meter long and wide is also half open, filled with gold coins and various gems. Finally found. Looking at the cave in front of him, Morgan looked happy, and he let out a big sigh of relief. Next is the harvest time. Morgan strode forward, walked straight to the dazzling exquisite treasure chest, and began to choose. It is impossible for Morgan to monopolize such a box of treasures, because he has nothing to put. Although you can dig a hole to bury the treasure chest like in the memory plot. But it takes time to come, because other members of the expedition may find it at any time. The second is that the newly dug hole has traces even if it is filled, and once it is found, it will be embarrassing. Thinking of the gold and silver wealth of the underground kingdom of Gushan in the memory plot, Morgan felt that it was too cost-effective to have a conflict with a crowd of dwarves for such a thing. Besides, although the 3 trolls were all dead by their own arrows, but if there weren't a group of dwarves who risked their lives to pester and harass the trolls, it is hard to say whether Morgan can successfully kill a troll. Besides, he remembers the dwarf Bofer, Yu reading www.yunsha.com and Pang Bo were very injured because of this. Morgan can't do it, just swallow these treasures. After picking out a purse of the most valuable gems of various crystal clear colors, Morgan stopped. Without reluctance, he walked to the side of the weapon rack. There are a few weapons stuck in a mess, but they are blocked by a cobweb covered with a lot of dust. Can't see what weapons they are. Morgan reached out his hand to poke aside the web, and several weapons immediately revealed his true face. A long sword resembling a cross sword, a single-edged weapon resembling a long sword, and a short sword. Morgan pulled out the cross sword and opened his mouth to blow away the thick dust covering the sword. Only at the first glance, he could see that the long sword in front of him was far beyond the saber in his current body, considering the forging materials alone. The long sword is silver-white as a whole, exquisite in shape and full of high-quality texture. Looking at the long sword in front of him, Morgan suddenly felt that it was not just a sword, but a work of art. In the Middle-earth world of cold weapons, there are not many races that can forge weapons on their own. There are very few races that can forge weapons like this art. Wow! Morgan drew his long sword suddenly. The sword blade is also silvery white, as bright as new, with cold light. Morgan moved his fingers close to the blade, and immediately felt a tingling sensation. That is the pressure of the incomparable blade on the skin. Wow! The long sword returns to its sheath. Morgan was extremely satisfied, it's really a good sword. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. Here. Chapter 30, Oncoming. Here. Damn it, it's so stinky here. I can't open my eyes. Is there really treasures here? I have reached the end of the cave, why is there nothing? Wow, let's see what we found. Those big dung, the stinky and dirty thatch, and the bones left over by them. Are these the treasures we are looking for? Where did Morgan go? Damn, I really can't stay here anymore. I have already come in, of course I have to look for it. Wait, there seems to be another way. The messy footsteps and the mixed voice of the dwarves are extremely noisy in the silent troll's nest. Morgan just listened for a while, and then stopped paying attention. The entrance of this troll's lair is very big, and there are many traces of trolls' activities in the surrounding area. As long as the expedition team is not stupid, they will definitely find this place. The difference between is only the length of time to find. Morgan had spent a little time at the end of the lair outside. Just now in the exquisite treasure chest full of treasures in the corner, it took some time to select various gems. The time for the expedition team to find this place was a little faster than Morgan expected. He was not surprised either. His eyes returned to the cross-type high-spirit sword in his hand. Seeing that the sword that was simply wiped off the dust is as clean as a new one, Morgan is very satisfied. So he took off the town guard's long sword that had been hanging around his waist for more than 2 months, and threw it on the ground. Then hung the high elf sword on his waist. I finally got it. Morgan patted the sword with satisfaction, his eyes returned to the weapon rack again, and he drew out the second single-edged long sword. Hey! Morgan opened his mouth and blew. After the thick dust flew around, Morgan could see that the shape in front of him was more like the ancient long sword of Huaxia, where he was in his previous life. Yes, even if it is a weapon in the shape of a knife, it is also called a sword in this world. The single-edged long sword is also silvery white throughout. The color looks darker than the long sword hanging on Morgan's waist. Is also full of texture and luxury. Wow! Morgan suddenly drew his sword. I saw no trace of dust on the shimmering blade. Guang Guang just looked at such a blade. Morgan didn't need to try, and knew that this long sword was extremely sharp. This is also a weapon, but also a work of art. Good sword. Morgan couldn't help but sigh. Wow! The long sword returns to its sheath. At this time, the other members of the expedition team finally came in. Morgan! How will you be here? It turns out that Morgan is faster than us. I'll just say. The expedition team walked into this cave. The first thing they saw was Morgan holding a long sword, and they immediately yelled out. Then at the second glance, I saw the gold coins and silver coins scattered all over the floor, and, in the corner, the whole box of gold and silver treasures that dazzled people. I don't think it's a good habit to let these lying on the ground. I think so too, it's too wasteful. Then let us clean them up for the owner. Well, this is a good idea. The dwarves stared at the gold coins and silver coins all over the floor and muttered. Immediately, I saw these dwarves bend over and pick up the scattered gold and silver coins at an unparalleled speed. A group of dwarves in front of them kept digging coins on the ground. Gandalf, Thorin Oakshield and Whitebeard Bahrain, who followed behind him, walked in. Morgan is not surprised by the behavior of a group of dwarves. If he had not been a master of black boxing in his previous life and had seen big money, he would not be short of money, plus he knew where the treasures like mountains and seas in the Lonely Mountain in the memory plot are. Only then have enough eyesight, a certain degree of immunity to these treasures, and determination. It's the first time for ordinary people to see so many golden treasures, no one can calm down. Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield are obviously not in this case. Just glanced at the whole little thing, and immediately set his eyes on Morgan. Gandalf. Looking at Gandalf who walked in, Morgan raised his hand and threw the single-edged sword in his hand. Sorin. After throwing a sword, Morgan once again drew out the last slightly shorter sword inserted on the dusty weapon rack, and threw it at Thorin Oakshield, who was behind Gandalf. This is not like a weapon that a troll can forge. Thorin Oakshield took the short sword, took it in his hand and looked at it for a while, and immediately spoke. He was born of noble origin, with extraordinary knowledge, and easily realized that the sword Morgan threw to him was not ordinary. It's not like forged by a human blacksmith. Gandalf nodded and answered, looked at the single-edged sword for a while, and then slowly pulled out the blade. They were forged in Gondolin. Forged by the high elves of the First Age. Staring at the mark on the hilt of the blade, Gandalf slowly said where the sword was forged and the owner of the sword. Gandalf said and looked up at the two of them. But he did not expect Thorin Oakshield to hear his words and immediately inserted the dagger that had been drawn back into the scabbard again. After the dispute in the morning, Gandalf didn't understand what Thorin Oakshield cared about, and he said in a deep voice. This is the best in the world, there is no better weapon than this. Hearing Gandalf's words, Thorin Oakshield's face was obviously hesitant. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. At this moment, Morgan picked up the sword hung on his waist and gestured to Thorin Oakshield. Thorin Oakshield didn't care that the short sword in his hand was forged by the elves, and he pulled out the short sword. The blade is very light sensitive, as bright as new, and sharp. Looking at such a blade, Thorin Oakshield, who knew the goods, showed a smile on his face. The biggest gain this time is it? Morgan walked towards the two with the wizard sword. It's true. Gandalf smiled and put away the long sword. After taking the long sword handed over by Morgan, he carefully examined it, and gave it back to Morgan after a few brief words. The dwarves on the side have cleared all the gold and silver coins scattered on the floor and stuffed them into the exquisite treasure chest. How should we distribute? It's not easy, of course everyone is equally divided. Good idea, do you want to divide it now? We still have a long journey. It is inconvenient to carry these. Or you can bury it and get it later. It's really inconvenient to carry, besides, we don't need it now. Yes, I think it's okay. Then do it. A group of dwarves discuss the matter of sharing the treasure. Seeing that the main members of the team did not comment, so quickly reached an unanimous decision to bury this box of treasure. When a group of expedition team completely ransacked the 3 troll lairs, walking on the way back to the temporary camp, suddenly, a low and terrifying howl rang again. The complexion of all members of the expedition team suddenly changed. Chapter 31, Worst Case. I just fought a half-orc sneak attack in the middle of the night last night. The members of the expedition team have a deep memory of such howling. This is the howl of the orc wolf. The half-beast crowd is not far from here. Gandalf spoke in a deep voice, and then quickly extinguished the smoke rod in his mouth and put it away. Go back to the camp. Thorin Oakshield looked gloomy and immediately spoke. We must go back to the camp immediately, our dry food and horses are there. Even if we get rid of the half-orcs, we can't go far without dry food and horses. Gandalf immediately nodded and added, Go. Others also know the seriousness of the matter. Needless to say, the group immediately accelerated to the temporary camp. Woo! Woo! The howling sound kept coming out louder than ever. The faces of everyone in the expedition team were as heavy as water. After the battle last night, everyone has seen the terrifying and brutality of the orcs. This time it made a comeback. Just by listening to this howl, I knew that the scale of this attack by the orcs was definitely not small. Quickly! Thorin Oakshield urged loudly. Among all the expedition team, even Gandalf included, no one knew better than Thorin Oakshield how terrifying a large-scale orc army was. There are only a few people on his side, once he is surrounded by half-orcs. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying consequences it would be. The clearer the howl of the orc wolf, the closer the orc is to the group of people. Contrast the clarity of the direction of howling the wolf. Thorin Oakshield's complexion grew gloomy. He has a very bad premonition. I hope it is still too late. Quick! Thorin Oakshield took the lead and ran towards the temporary camp. The 3 rock trolls' lair is not far from the temporary camp. Less than half an hour. The expedition team saw from a distance the rain shelter set up by everyone in the temporary camp. Just as everyone was slightly relieved, fortunately, the temporary camp had not been found by the orcs. Suddenly, an orc riding on the back of a tall wolf was walking out of the most conspicuous tent. Coincidentally, the orc raised his head and looked over here. No, get down! Thorin Oakshield immediately squatted down and shouted in a low voice. It's just that the dwarves such as Pomnuli at the back of the team are obviously slower by half a beat. The orcs who found the trail of the dwarves immediately yelled and pointed in the direction of the members of the expedition. Then, several orcs riding on the wolf immediately rushed out of the tent. Then, the deep horn sounded. There were wolves howling after another immediately around the forest. If you listen carefully, you can notice that these sounds are constantly approaching everyone. At this time, the half-orcs in the temporary camp also rushed towards everyone's location frantically. The camp is occupied. We should have been discovered too. The tall and leggy Gandalf was the first to see the orc wolf cavalry rushing from a distance, shook his head quickly, and turned to look at Thorin Oakshield, who was still weighing in. Gandalf immediately said solemnly, Sorin, we should go now. Thorin Oakshield didn't know that the group of people had been discovered by the orcs, and he knew more about the danger now. Just this walk is tantamount to completely discarding the dry food parcels and horses. The expedition team is to get rid of the hunt of the orcs. This journey to the Lonely Mountain may also be difficult to continue. This was the situation he was most worried about before. I didn't expect everyone to rush back, but it was still a step too late. I'm really unwilling. Thorin Oakshield looked resentful, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Go." The voice fell, and Thorin Oakshield immediately turned around, thinking about the direction where the 3 trolls were lair. A group of people have just walked in this direction, and it is almost the safest road in the forest right now. Woo! Woo! The terrifying howling of wolves kept coming from all directions. In the forest, the figures of the expedition team are rushing for their lives. It's just 2 legs. It is obvious that everyone can't run the Gundaba wolf who is walking flat in the forest. Before long, the roar of more than 20 wolf cavalry rushing out of the temporary camp sounded from behind the expedition team. The first half-orcs chased up. Thorin Oakshield turned his head to look at the orc wolf cavalry who was already close at hand behind him, and immediately stopped. Turned his head, looked at the menacing orcs in the distance, drew out his dagger and pointed at the attacking orc cavalry, shouting, "Kill them! Kill them! Kill these dirty dog bastards! Avenge for the people who have died! Kill these monsters!" The dwarves immediately responded to Thorin's Oakshield's call, and the sentiment enthusiastically brandished their weapons and shouted. The dwarves scolded, and their movements were not slow at all. A dozen dwarves immediately put on a position to meet the enemy. Bilbo, who was slightly flustered, and the 3 dwarves Bofur and Pangbo, who had been seriously injured in the siege of the 3 trolls, were all surrounded by a crowd of dwarves. Although the dwarves usually ridicule and laugh at Bilbo, but at a critical time www.readaloud.com the dwarves are still very trustworthy. The members of the expedition team were divided into 2 teams to meet the enemy. Thorin Oakshield leads all the dwarves to meet the enemy together. Morgan stood with Gandalf again. The 2 are strong, and they can complement each other. Fighting side by side can maximize their combat power and make them safer. Boom boom boom. Dozens of wolves are running wildly together. The master has an order: kill these dwarf bastards. The distance is getting closer and closer, and the leading tall and ferocious wolf cavalry finally roars. Kill all the dwarf bastards! Kill all the dwarf bastards! A group of orcs who followed immediately screamed grinningly, waving their weapons towards the expedition team. "I'm so excited to call it, you will be the first one today." Morgan opened his bow and arched his arrows, staring calmly at the leader. The tall orc sitting on the tall wolf with a grinning face muttered, and then moved his fingers. Hoo! An arrow immediately flew over the expedition team, and went straight to the attacking half-orcs to shoot away. Next second, the tall leading half-orc who was bent over and rode on the wolf, grinning immediately gave a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the whole body tilted to the side and fell straight down the wolf's back. The leading wolf still ran forward, but suddenly felt a lot lighter on his back for some reason. The wolf's IQ is not high and can't tell the difference, but the wolf cavalry behind the little leader is obviously shocked when the boss is planted on the wolf's back. But then, the half-orc wolf cavalry who had reacted felt even greater anger in their hearts. Roared towards the expedition team without any change in momentum. Chapter 32, If the Archer Has a Level. Kill all the dwarf bastards! Kill all the dwarf bastards! Orc wolf cavalry, led by the second leader, roared aggressively towards the expedition team. Thorin. The dwarves led by Oakshield looked serious and stood ready. Morgan and Gandalf, who stood behind the dwarves, looked much calmer. Especially Morgan. Watching a new strong orc emerge from the orc cavalry team, shouting orders to the other orcs. Morgan had just seen it clearly, when the other party saw the former little orc leader being shot to death by himself and planted on the back of the wolf. There was a visibly smile on his face, although the smile was stubborn. But Morgan can still clearly see the joy of the other party. Is this the excitement of seeing the leader die, and finally it's his turn to be in charge? If this is the case, then you are a little too happy. I want to congratulate your next. Watching the menacing orc wolf cavalry team about to rush up, Morgan murmured very interestingly. He liked the sense of accomplishment that he could control the life and death of enemies at will at a long distance. Morgan reached out and grabbed his quiver. This time, he drew 3 arrows. Is nearer. Finally, the incoming half-orc wolf cavalry team violently crashed into the dwarf expedition led by Thorin Oakshield. And 1 second before the wolf cavalry was about to charge up, Morgan let go of the arrow. Swish swish! The 3 arrows spurred at the orc-wolf cavalry. 1/3 of a second later, the 3.5 orcs rushed towards him, immediately groaned, and immediately fell to the back of the wolf with an unstable body. The little orc leader who just emerged to take the lead is among them. Boom 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 boom! 20 orcs wolves ferociously rushed into the dwarf expedition with more than a dozen people. The momentum is fierce, and it does not lose the battlefield on a larger scale. But the wolf knights of the orcs are different from the cavalry knights of other intelligent races. Because the wolf under the crotch of the orcs is more ferocious than the orcs. Kill! The dwarf roared and brandished his weapon desperately to resist. Morgan stood beside Gandalf, the longbow in his hand being pulled until it stopped. An arrow is like the most brutal and cruel killer. The half-orcs and wolves on the battlefield are far inferior to the giant trolls with thick skin. The orcs and wolves shot by Morgan hardly have a chance to stand up again. Because every arrow of Morgan hit the deadliest heads of orcs and wolves. Is different from the night raid encounter with the Orc Scout squad a day ago. In that battle, Morgan tried his best to kill more enemies in order to gain soul power. Now, Morgan has a better understanding of the positioning of the archer. When the victory balance is on his side on the battlefield, of course he has to do his best to kill the enemy in order to obtain the maximum degree of soul power. And when the battlefield is unclear, or even precarious, Morgan must not only kill a large number of enemies, but also fully protect his teammates. Just like now, under the cover and help of the melee wizard Gandalf. Morgan's gaze was almost entirely on the members of the dwarf expedition that was fighting in front. As long as you can see which dwarf is in danger, Morgan can always help him in the first place. Although he would certainly sacrifice a part of his spirit power, protecting the casualties of members of the expedition was also protecting himself. Morgan is very self-aware, and none of the expedition team members and partners are fighting desperately. If he is surrounded by half-orcs, he will only end up with one person, and that is death. He hasn't grown to the point where one person can fight an entire army. If the archer has a level, then Morgan thinks it is like this. A qualified archer can kill the enemy more efficiently on the battlefield. An excellent archer is capable of killing and wounding a large number of enemies on the battlefield, but can also protect oneself and teammates to a certain extent. A master-level archer can not only kill and wound a large number of enemies, but can even affect the outcome of a battle to a certain extent. Higher-level archers are those who only appear on the battlefield and can deter enemy leaders like nuclear weapons, making the enemy afraid to act rashly. Because as long as he wants, he can easily shoot anyone. His existence threatens everyone on the enemy at any time, especially the enemy leader. However, when an archer reaches that level of strength, he can no longer be called an archer. That's a marksman. Further up, if there is something more powerful than the marksman, that must be the legendary god of archers. The current Morgan has initially reached the standard of an excellent archer, and is working hard to climb the path to the master-level archer. Head down! Morgan, who was in horns with Gandalf, suddenly shouted in a low voice. Gandalf kicked the entangled orc, and immediately bent over and bowed his head. Next second, whoo! An arrow shot past the pointed hood almost against Gandalf's head. After a muffled snort, Gandalf immediately turned his head, and saw a tall orc holding a mace-shaped weapon with an arrow in his eyebrows and his head falling backwards. Gandalf didn't care either, a sword pierced the orc who rushed up in front of him again. The other wand in his hand struck Morgan, who was facing his back. Boom! A shimmering white light flashes. The invisible magical energy burst. An orc who tried to attack Morgan was knocked off by Gandalf with a stick. Morgan shot and killed a wolf who sneaked on Thorin Oakshield and turned his head, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com smiled at Gandalf, who had saved him. Gandalf ignored him, turned around and continued to deal with the attacking wolves. This kid's performance today is much more prestigious than his own. No, it's not just that he is more prestigious, this kid's performance today is more prestigious than anyone in the team. Gandalf muttered to himself. Not only Gandalf, but other dwarves rescued by Morgan today think so. Actually, even after thinking about it. When you are fighting a fierce enemy, you are attacked behind you. But someone suddenly killed a sneak attacker, between saving you and the crisis, you will naturally be grateful to the other party. Especially if the other party has saved you more than once. More than 20 half-orc wolf knights dealt with 16 members of the expedition. Although the half-orcs have a small number of advantages, they quickly lose their troops and lose their generals when the expeditionary team's individual combat power is more elite. In just a few minutes, more than 20 half-orc wolf cavalry died and injured more than half. This should be done in normal times, and the remaining half-orcs may have been scared away. The half-orcs don't have the kind of spiritual consciousness that can't retreat, and they never will. Only under extremely severe high-pressure orders, these half-orcs can resist the fear of death and continue to fight. Woo! The terrifying howling in the distance kept coming. This means that orcs' reinforcements are on their way. Hearing the more clear howl, he looked at the fearful, but still unrelenting half-orcs around. Thorin Oakshield looked anxiously, shouted, "The orcs will be here soon, kill them all." Kill. Chapter 33, Gandalf and number 039, S routine. Kill. The dwarves are holding short swords, short axes, and warmers struggling to pounce on the remaining half-orcs. Seemed to realize that Morgan was guarding them, and the dwarves became more and more brave and fearless. Under the influence of Morgan, Keely, the dwarf who had been aiming at the nearest and easiest target, also began to follow Morgan. Turned his attention to the expedition partners. It's just that this kind of orcs and wolves who can't hurt their partners and can accurately shoot or seriously injure the entangled with the dwarves, requires very high skill. Not only must the archer have enough hit rate, but also can shoot at various tricky angles without shaking hands. Otherwise, it is not to save but to kill. Of course, only if he is sure of the power, he will shoot arrows, but if he is not sure, he will not throw arrows randomly. He is not stupid. The dwarves led by Thorin Oakshield struggled to counterattack. The half-orcs and wolves who had left the smaller half soon died and suffered heavy injuries. The remaining half-orcs finally felt the fear. The fear of death at hand overwhelmed the fear of death verbally threatened by the superior. The orcs began to turn around and flee. Seems to be influenced by the fleeing orcs. The Gundaba wolf, who was originally defying to death, also began to flee backwards. Morgan drew out 2 arrows and shot his bow. Hoo! Hoo! 2 whistles of breaking through the air sounded one after another. Next second, an arrow in the back of a fleeing orc fell heavily to the ground. The of the fledgling wolf hit by another arrow. The wolves are too fast, and the wolves that are hit in the are faster. They just let out a scream and ran away quickly. Behind the half-orc with the slowest tumbling speed of Kelly, Thorin Oakshield couldn't take care of the half-orcs and wolves who were fleeing away, so he hurriedly said, "Go." The terrifying howl from a distance continued to sound. Orc reinforcements may catch up at any time. This encounter lasted less than 10 minutes before and after, short and intense. Everyone knows the dangers at this time, tired and can't take care of rest, and can't take care of bandaging if they are injured. Everyone followed and rushed towards the depths of the forest. Hurry up, hurry up! Thorin running at the forefront. Oakshield kept urging the dwarves behind him. When a group of people rushed to the vicinity of the cave of the 3 trolls, 2 slightly clear bifurcations appeared in the forest. Thorin Oakshield didn't even think about going straight to the right side that seemed to be farther from the orc behind him. And many more. Gandalf suddenly spoke. Thorin Oakshield immediately stopped, and immediately turned to look at Gandalf. although he knew that Gandalf had different opinions from himself in some respects. But it is by no means an unreasonable person, let alone a critical moment like this. The eyes of the other members also immediately focused on Gandalf. In the distance, the terrifying howling of the Gundaba wolf is still lingering, still very clear. No time to explain, go here. Knowing that everyone was waiting for him, Gandalf looked at the two roads on the left and right carefully and then pointed to the left road opposite Thorin Oakshield. Gandalf looked at Thorin Oakshield after speaking, and the group also looked at Thorin at this time. Listen to you, go. Thorin Oakshield reacted very decisively, and immediately nodded when Gandalf looked over. As long as it is not related to the principle and bottom line of the dwarves' treatment of the elves. Thorin Oakshield possesses the most rare qualities of being a good dwarf king. That is to be able to listen to the opinions of subordinates or other people, as long as the other person is right. For an important partner like the wizard Gandalf, Thorin Oakshield can also give him enough trust. Even in this critical situation. Although he knows better that a wizard possesses many strange abilities. Gandalf spoke at this time, maybe that's why. Go. See Thorin. Oakshield nodded. Gandalf did not frustrate, and immediately took the lead in the forest on the left and walked quickly. A group of people followed Gandalf and ran quickly in the forest. Woo! Behind him is the horrible howling of the lingering ghost. It's just that the howling sound seems to be farther than before. This made the members of the expedition team a little calmer. Half an hour later, the members of the expedition team who were running wildly saw light appearing in the distance. Turns out to be almost out of the forest. The howl of the wolf behind him gradually faded away, and the end of the forest was in front of him, as if he was about to escape the chasing of the orcs. But Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield didn't say anything, they just strode forward. The other dwarves want to say something. But now is the critical time to avoid being chased by the orcs. Seeing all the people looked very serious. The dwarf who wanted to speak had to hold back the words. The expedition team continued to advance in the forest. 10 minutes later, the expedition team rushed out of this vast forest. There are rolling bare hills outside. Seems to be for safety. After rushing out of the forest, Gandalf did not lead everyone away from the forest immediately, but kept on moving on the edge of the forest. The advantage of this is that once a large number of orcs catch up, the team can retreat into the forest in time and escape. The results of being surrounded by half-orcs in a bare field are quite different from those in a lush forest. If it is the latter, the expedition team will not be able to escape. And if it were the former, it would be very dangerous. The expedition continued to advance along the edge of the forest. It didn't take long for the group to see a large expanse of stone forest in the distance. Finally, Gandalf, who had been looking the same, showed a hint of joy on his face, and was caught by the parallel Morgan. The joy faded in a flash, and Gandalf continued to lead everyone towards the stone forest with his face as usual. Thorin Oakshield, although a little puzzled, Gandalf didn't say anything along the way. But out of trust in Gandalf www.readaloud.com he didn't ask much. A group of people marched in the direction of Shilin. At this time, a troop of orc wolf cavalry suddenly rushed out of the hills behind. I saw a group of dwarves who had been struggling to appear in front of him from a distance. The orcs were immediately excited, and the wailing strange screamed. The moment the orcs appeared, their figures were quickly spotted by the dwarf Oli, who liked to look around all the way. Orc, there! Oli the dwarf shouted quickly. The entire expedition team was immediately alarmed, and immediately looked in the direction of Oli. A large group of heavily armed orc wolf cavalry has begun to charge here. The number in front of him reached at least 100 or 200 half-orc cavalry, which was far from the previous 20 or 30 wolf cavalry. Besides, everyone is now on a bare hilly mountain road. This unobstructed mountain is completely flat to the Gundaba wolves. The expressions of the people who had just relaxed a little changed immediately. Gandalf yelled decisively, "Quick! Quickly keep up! Everyone keep up! Gandalf roared and rushed towards the stone forest. Thorin Oakshield, although he wonders why Gandalf did not choose to hide in the closer forest, but the vast stone forest farther away. But time is extremely urgent at this time. When Gandalf shouted so, members of the expedition team immediately followed Gandalf to speed up to the stone forest. Thorin Oakshield knew that asking more at this time was a waste of precious escape time. So he didn't ask, and immediately followed Gandalf and ran towards the stone forest. Chapter 34, Get Lost. Oh! The Orc Wolf cavalry rushed to the expedition team with excitement. The slender and tall Gundaba wolf ran on the rolling bare hills with extremely fast speed. It was only a short time, and the distance from everyone was shortened by a lot. Quickly! Gandalf turned his head and shouted as he ran. There is still a long way to the stone forest ahead. If this is caught by the orc troops, the consequences will be terrible. Hurry up! Hurry up! The army of half-orcs approached quickly, and Thorin Oakshield immediately yelled at him. At this time, you can see the difference between everyone's speed and endurance. There was a fierce battle in the forest not long ago, followed by a high-intensity run for nearly an hour. Although all members of the expedition team are not left behind, the difference in physical endurance is still easy to distinguish. At the top of the team are Gandalf and Morgan. Morgan's speed is understandable. After all, he is young and has experienced system enhancement before. The LV2 agility is not a joke. But when it comes to physical strength, although Morgan can rank in the forefront of the expedition, it is by no means the best one. Thorin Oakenshield, the dwarf Devarin, the two most powerful dwarves among the dwarves, may not be as fast as Morgan, but when it comes to physical strength, they are only stronger than Morgan. Of course, as long as Morgan continues to strengthen his physique, it is only a simple matter to surpass these two. Morgan runs fast and understandably. But Gandalf looks a lot of age, he can run so fast with all white hair and beard, and he looks a little breezy when he runs wild on the road. Made everyone a little confused. But if you think of the power of wizards, it's not surprising. Only behind Gandalf Morgan are the dwarves Keely, Philly, and Bilbo, the younger ones. As for the other members, they are almost the same at this time. Pangbo, the biggest dwarf, ran at the back, who was more provocative in peacetime. Thorin Oakshield, although it seems to be running relatively backward at this time. But looking at the other's face with ease, and the constant urging of the other dwarves, I know that he is intentional. Quickly! Was followed by a large group of ferocious orc troops, and the members of the expedition team really used all the strength to feed them and ran wildly. All running, blushing and panting. The speed of a group of people did not pass the wolf after all. When everyone is getting closer and closer to the vast stone forest ahead, they are about to approach the stone forest. The leading scout cavalry of the orcs finally caught up. Thorin Oakshield watched the rear approaching quickly, and the wolf cavalry who was about to rush up looked anxious, only to shout, "Morgan, kill it!" When Morgan, who was running wild, heard the sound of Thorin Oakshield, he reached out and grabbed the quiver behind him. Turned around and drew out 2 arrows already on the longbow. Whizzing! The 2 arrows shot quickly behind him. Next second, an arrow hit the ugly head of the most ferocious half-orc and rushed to the front. Another arrow hit the head of the brutal wolf that was shot under the crotch of the orc. In an instant, the leading riding wolf and orc immediately fell to the ground. The wolves following him immediately rolled into a ball. At this time, Keely's arrow also arrived. Shot a half-orc scout sitting on a wolf who had escaped in time, and fell to the ground. Was blocked by Morgan and Keely. The orc wolf troop that had already been pushed up was immediately pulled away again. This delay. The expedition team finally rushed into the vast stone forest ahead as they wished. Big, small, broken, round, square, triangular, and even deformed, there are all kinds of stones of various sizes and shapes. Gandalf rushed into the stone forest without speaking, and his steps did not slow down and stop at all. All members of the expedition team had to follow behind and continue running wildly. Quick! Hurry up! Thorin Oakeshield, behind the team, kept looking back, urging everyone to speed up. Rushing into the stone forest only temporarily slowed the speed of the orcs' troops to catch up. Does not mean that a group of people is so safe. Although Thorin Oakeshield had no idea what plan Gandalf had, how to get rid of the orcs this time and hunt him down. This makes Thorin Oakeshield, who is in control of most things most of the time, a little uncomfortable. But according to Gandalf's performance this way, he believes in Gandalf, and he can only believe in Gandalf. Quick! Here! Gandalf led the way flexibly, and constantly led the crowd to shuttle among the stone forest. The stone forest is very large, and the expedition team was led by Gandalf to turn left and right. The orcs following behind were slightly behind, and they couldn't find the expedition team. Can only rely on the scent of the wolf's sensitive nose and the movement it hears to determine the direction of the pursuit. Can't see the half-orcs behind him, the urgency in the hearts of the members is slightly relaxed. But Gandalf was still leading people around in the stone forest. The others still only regarded this as Gandalf's chasing after the orcs leading everyone out of him. But only Morgan felt that Gandalf might be lost. Because he noticed that Gandalf was clearly staring at the surrounding stones every time he turned. Morgan knew that the other party should be discerning directions. But when Gandalf started frowning constantly, wrinkles on his old face rolled up, and eagerness flashed in his eyes. Morgan realized that he should be lost. However, Gandalf's acting skills are outstanding, except that Morgan, who has been working together and has been paying attention to him, perceives the abnormality. The dwarves found no abnormalities. Fortunately, after the orcs entered the stone forest, the speed slowed down significantly. This stone forest is also big enough. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Gandalf led the crowd around, but the orcs simply couldn't catch up for a while. But the half-orcs have a wolf. If Gandalf can't find a way out in time, sooner or later he will be overtaken. Morgan knew Gandalf's plan. But he can't speak at all. What's more, this vast stone forest in front of me is so different from the hills with few boulders in the memory plot. Morgan can't help, too. Everyone in the expedition team continued to follow Gandalf in circles in the stone forest. The howling of the wolf is getting closer and closer. Maybe it's the right path, maybe the expedition team is lucky, or maybe it's fate. After making a bend normally, Gandalf finally saw a small rocky mountain made up of 3 large stones several meters high. Gandalf's eyes brightened, he rushed forward quickly, and quickly scanned the surrounding left, right, and back. Finally determined that what I was looking for was here. Quick! Here! Gandalf pointed to a small but dark gap in the huge rock and yelled at everyone. Morgan didn't enter immediately, but holding a longbow and shooting arrows, stood beside Gandalf in a defensive posture. The dwarves believed in Gandalf, and slid in one by one along the cave without any hesitation. When the dwarf Keely followed Thorin Oakeshield into the cave. When Morgan was about to go in. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of horseshoes outside. The orc's mount is not a horse. Morgan thought of something and just thought of it, he was pushed by Gandalf behind him. Go in. Immediately, he slid into the dim cave. Chapter 35, Rivendell. What? Morgan, you pressed my wound. Sorry, I didn't know you were below. Pangbo, I can't breathe because of you, you should lose weight. I'm hurt, this can't blame me. Damn it, Philip, something on your body has touched me. Dim hole, a group of members of the expedition team who had just slipped down from the opening of the hole above were huddled together. As they stood up one by one, Gandalf began to count the heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 14, 15. How come there are 15, who are missing? Gandalf quickly looked left and right after clicking. Bilbo suddenly said, "Gandalf, you have neglected yourself." "Oh, yes, I'm confused." Gandalf patted Bilbo on the shoulder and smiled. At this moment, a dwarf suddenly asked, "It seems that I haven't heard the calls of those wolves. Can we take a rest?" "No. Of course not." Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield spoke at the same time. "We are not too far away from the orcs. The noses of those Gundaba wolves are very sensitive, and they may find them at any time. Leave here first, and rest until it is completely safe." Gandalf continued. Thorin Oakenshield did not speak. Obviously, he considered it the same way. Soon, the expedition team continued on the road. But this time, instead of the hilly and mountainous forests before, it was replaced by a narrow stone path. Gandalf continued to lead the way, and Morgan followed him. This stone road is dark and narrow. When it is at the entrance of the cave, it can be reflected by the light from above, which is not too dark. The darker it gets in. Finally, after walking 30 or 40 meters, the narrow path finally became dark. "It's too dark here, Gandalf, can you make a highlight here?" Still the dwarf Doli, who has always been most curious about wizards, asked intimately. Gandalf didn't speak, but he took his staff to his mouth, and blew the black crystal inlaid on the top of the staff. The black crystal quickly emitted a faint light. "It's not bright enough, Gandalf, can you make more highlights?" Dwarf Doli continued to speak earnestly. Gandalf was a little helpless, "It's only so bright." "All right." Doli is no longer entangled. Gandalf held the gleaming staff and continued forward. With the light of the staff, the speed of the group has increased a lot. The stone road gets darker as it goes forward, and narrower as it goes forward. 10 minutes later, Morgan followed Gandalf and stopped in front of a low cave. Although the stone path beside him is narrow, Morgan's sturdy body can barely make it through. But the cave that appeared in front of him made Morgan a little weak. This naturally formed cave is too small. Morgan made gestures, almost just a little bit bigger than his own body. The hole is small and dark. If this is a person with gloom phobia, I am afraid that he would not even have the courage to stand in front of this cave. Just looking at it, I already felt a sense of depression hit my face. What happened to the front? Are you going out? At this time, the voice of the dwarves came from behind. The distance between the two sides of this narrow and long stone road is only enough for one person to walk at this time. Stop in front, and the whole team is equivalent to being completely blocked. It will be done soon. It's going out very quickly, just climb a bit more. Gandalf's reply immediately attracted the attention of the dwarves. The dwarf in front was okay, and he saw the cave entrance with the dim light from the staff. The dwarves behind did not understand what it meant to climb a section of the road in Gandalf's mouth. The dwarf behind continued to question. Gandalf did not answer any more, but looked at Morgan, who looked a little bit ugly, and asked, "Why, uncomfortable?" Morgan shook his head, "No, I just don't like to be in such an environment. In fact, just imagine and know that in the originally narrow dark stone path, you have to go into a narrower dark cave. I feel very depressed just by imagination." Hearing Morgan's words, Gandalf couldn't help but stunned. He really didn't expect Morgan to be so good at archery, but he hadn't gotten used to this environment. "It's okay, just go through a few more times." Seeing Morgan didn't seem to be joking, Gandalf reached out and patted Morgan on the shoulder to comfort him. After speaking, he bowed his head and bent over, then the cat crawled into the dark cave. Although Morgan felt uncomfortable in his heart, he was by no means a hypocritical person. Followed closely behind Gandalf, bent over and got in. There is more than one depressed feeling like Morgan. Gandalf and Morgan, who are just the leader, have already entered. The dwarves bite the bullet and have to keep up. Although the dwarves are small, they are not weaker than Morgan in horizontal physique. Especially the bloated dwarf bomber. One by one, the dwarves slid into the cave. When it was Pang Bo's turn, he finally encountered difficulties. As soon as he got into the hole, Pang Bo stopped moving. In the end, he could only take off all the clothes and leather armor of Pang Bo. Pang Bo only wore a pair of big pants that were regarded as underwear, and then he barely squeezed into the cave. It's just Dory, the dwarf who is following Pang Bo, and will continue to push Pang Bo forward. After a long time, the expedition team finally entered the cave. In the dark, narrow, cramped cave, slowly creeping forward like a maggot, Bafo the dwarf finally couldn't help but said, "Such a small cave reminds me of a mine." "You said, what if this collapses?" "To shut up. Damn it, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Shut up, Bafo." Bafo stirred up 1,000 waves, and the dwarves immediately shouted out in anger. "Okay, I shut up. I just say what you don't dare to say. Besides, our mine hasn't collapsed." Bafo's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Although he knew that he had said the wrong thing, which aroused the anger of the crowd, but he refused to admit defeat and said what was in his heart. "Close your stinky mouth. Damn it, shut up, Bover. Your kid is getting more and more annoying." The dwarves attacked Bafo, who said the wrong thing. The sudden noisy atmosphere of Dark Hole relieved Morgan's depressed mood a lot. Morgan took a few long breaths, looked up at Gandalf in front, and said, "Gandalf, how long can we get out?" "There will be a while." "Are you all right, Morgan?" "It's okay, I'll just ask." "The next cave trip. There are chattering dwarves to make the adjustment." Gandalf chats with Morgan from time to time. This relieved Morgan's depressed feeling greatly. Time slowly passed. When a bright light finally appeared in front of the cave. This pitch-black, cramped, depressed cave finally came to an end. "Ah, it's finally out. I have never been so longing for the light as I am today. It's good to be alive." The moment the members of the expeditionary team crawled out of the cave with groans and stood outside, everyone was stunned. Chapter 36, Compromise. Gosh! This is where? Am I dreaming? Or are we all dreaming? I must have come to the fairy tale world. Looked at the scene in front of him. Everyone was stunned. What appeared in front of the members of the expedition team was a valley. A huge valley surrounded by turbulent rivers. In the distance, a series of majestic waterfalls pour down from the towering peaks, arousing the mist to rise, and under the sunlight of autumn, forming a long-term rainbow across the valley. The four banks of the valley are steep cliffs. A big river rushes down. Surrounds the dreamlike valley in the center day and night. A series of exquisite and mighty minaret-like buildings stand in succession. The white and gold-based building is constructed in a trapezoidal ladder, interlocking and extending upward. The most traditional and exquisite fantasy-style building is dotted with a lot of green trees, fountains, gardens, and squares. From a distance, this is an absolute dream valley that can only appear in fairy tales. And the castle in the center is the most beautiful sky garden in the world. Even if Morgan knew where he was prepared in his heart, but he was still shocked by the sight in front of him. Poor and extremely poor from his birth to the present, this huge valley in front of him is more amazed than any city architecture he has ever seen before. As a small well-known underground black boxer in his previous life, flying around the world is the norm. Whether it was created in the previous life, it was marveled by the whole world, and the difficult and exaggerated architectural landscape is still a natural look that has been carefully carved and so-called naturally formed. In his opinion, it is far behind his eyes. At this moment, he knew that this kind of place comparable to the legendary paradise and fairy tale really existed. Everyone looked at the scenery in front of them in awe. Except for one person. Thorin Oakshield's complexion immediately became gloomy when he saw the foreground of his eyes clearly. As the former minister of the Kingdom of the Mountain, now the king of the Turin Dwarves, Thorin Oakshield has never really been here. But I have heard of this place more than once from books and other people. I think of what the other party said when I quarreled with Gandalf not long ago. Gandalf had previously volunteered to lead the way. Thorin Oakshield reacted almost instantly. Was about to ask Gandalf to settle the account. Saw Gandalf speak first. Imlaris Valley. But usually he has another name, do you guys know? Gandalf looked at the introduction of the amazed people, and asked them with a smile. Withdrawing his gaze from the beautiful scenery in the distance, Morgan smiled and said, Rivendell. Yes, this is Rivendell. If the east coast of the entire Middle-earth is the safest and most comfortable place, it must be here. Gandalf smiled and continued to introduce. Thorin Oakshield finally couldn't help it, and stepped forward and asked, This is the plan you have been calculating, right? Seek refuge from our enemies. Gandalf seemed to have expected Thorin Oakshield to have such a reaction. Just shook his head calmly and said, There are no enemies here, Thorin Oakshield. The only hostility you can find in this valley is the hostility you bring. Gandalf said calmly. Everyone can understand the meaning of the words. Sensed the strangeness between the two. The other members of the expedition team immediately became quiet. Seems to be aware of the problem with his tone. Thorin Oakshield took a deep breath and tried to calmly said, Do you think the elves will bless our adventure? No, they will only try to stop us. Gandalf still calmly said, Of course, they will. But we have questions to answer. Sorin, the secret on the map, we haven't been able to figure it out yet. You know what this means? Gandalf's voice fell, and Thorin Oakshield fell silent immediately. Yes, the secret that leads to the depths of the lone mountain hidden on that map of Lonely Mountain is the most troublesome problem for him. Thorin Oakshield once had a malicious guess, whether it was Gandalf who knew to deceive himself deliberately. But when he touched the key that belonged to the hidden cave entrance of Lonely Mountain, Thorin Oakshield quickly dispelled this idea. Perceiving the silence of Thorin Oakshield, Gandalf hit the iron while it was hot, and continued. Sorin, we have no food, no horses, we have nothing, Pang Bobo is still injured, and there are half-orcs outside. If we don't come here, where can we go? If we want to succeed, we need to use some strategies. Respect, and charm. You don't need to do anything else, just let me communicate. After listening to Gandalf, Thorin Oakshield was silent for a while, and finally reluctantly uttered two words, Okay. Thorin Oakshield finally compromised. Although there are 10,000 people in his heart that are not willing to compromise. But Gandalf's words are correct. The expedition team lost the temporary camp before. There was no food at this time, no horses, and a large number of half-orcs outside. Pang Bobo was injured and the team needed a good rest. And most importantly, the secret of the map needs to be solved. Thorin Oakshield couldn't think of any other way besides accepting Gandalf. Just like Gandalf just said, sometimes some strategies are needed. This adventure is very important, and there is no room for loss, even if it is to ask for help from the enemy elves. As long as it succeeds, it is worth it. Thorin Oakshield strengthened the thoughts in his heart. Look at the beautiful river valley in the distance that countless people have marveled at. I feel really pleasing to the eye a lot. The expedition continued on the road. Gandalf is still leading the team. Morgan followed Gandalf. www.readwn.com. Bilbo followed Morgan. For Bilbo, in the entire expedition team, apart from having a better relationship with Gandalf, then there is the human Morgan. Although a group of dwarves treat him normally, Bilbo can feel the ridicule in his words from time to time. Bilbo also knew that the reason why the dwarves agreed to let themselves join the team was entirely due to Gandalf. The protection along the way is also because of Gandalf. Bilbo's heart is clear. Although he is looked down upon by the dwarves, he will feel very angry in his heart. But Bilbo wanted to prove himself more. Like Gandalf said in his Hobbiton Bottom Hole. not only wanted to prove that he was not inferior to his grandfather, and grandfather, but also wanted to prove his vision to Gandalf, who was optimistic about his belief in himself. So, Bilbo is an adventurous newcomer who will be scared by the wild boar from the beginning. When the expedition team was overtaken by the orcs in the forest, he had already dared to take up the short sword and fight the orcs. This is a big improvement. It's just that the situation was critical at the time and nobody noticed it. I want to say in the expedition team. Except for Gandalf, Bilbo wants to make friends most, and of course it is Morgan. There are reasons Gandalf told. There are also reasons for Morgan's character. Because he had never seen a hint of ridicule or mocking tone and expression in Morgan's mouth and eyes. So, Bilbo is willing to approach Morgan. Morgan, what you just said, have you been here before? Bilbo quickened his pace to run in parallel with Morgan, and asked casually. Chapter 37, Elf Lord. Rivendell is built on the hillside. One side is close to the lofty peaks. Is surrounded on three sides by a wide river that rushes all the year round. Only a huge arch bridge connects the two ends of the valley. Members of the expedition team are walking on this huge arch bridge at this time. This is Rivendell. I've heard of it many times before, but I didn't expect that I would be able to go to Rivendell one day. Although it is the home of elves, it is really beautiful here, just like a fairy tale. Can you shut up? Elves are our enemies. You just need to shut up. I didn't hear Gandalf say that this is our strategy. Do you understand the strategy? Shut up all of you, it's not good to be heard by those elves. When I hear it, I'm afraid of those girlish elves. Shut up all of you, come here, we are now guests, and Pang Bofer also needs elves treatment. You will not say a few words later, don't embarrass us dwarves. Of course I will not shame the dwarves. The dwarves like to chirp and make noises as they do. In the past, Morgan liked to add a few words when the dwarves were arguing to comfort the boredom of the journey. Listening to the dwarves arguing, this is also one of the few pleasures for Thorin Oakeshield, Gandalf, and other people in the boring journey. But now, Morgan has no intention of listening to dwarves talking nonsense. He is now engrossed in admiring the picturesque scenery of Rivendell. For Morgan, he can enjoy the scenery that truly belongs to the Rivendell, the capital of elves. Instead of doing it in front of the movie screen, looking at the illusory scenery that can only be produced by green cloth special effects. How lucky this is! Of course, Morgan can come into this world with golden thighs like the time traveler system. Is his most incomparable luck. Like Morgan at this time, Morgan is not the only one who fully appreciates the scenery of Rivendell. Like Bilbo, like the white-bearded dwarf Barain, like the dwarf Diwerin, and even Thorin Oakeshield. Know that it is not easy to come to Rivendell once. Especially for dwarves. The elves are their enemies. God knows if there will be any chance like this in the future. Smart people should hurry up and appreciate it. This is the capital of bragging when drinking in the future. There are also stories to tell when I am old and tell my grandson about my young adventures. Slowly advancing along the giant arch bridge nearly 100 meters long. It didn't take long for the group to pass the gaze of the two huge statues of guards of elf warriors at the bridge head. Really walked into Rivendell, the wide square under the mountain. Didn't let everyone wait long. Soon, several elves appeared on the stone ladder in front. The elves headed by are slender and handsome, wearing gorgeous and exquisite robes. Just appear, can give other people a gentlemanly, elegant atmosphere. Morgan looked at the other person's ears for the first time. They were indeed slender and slender. They were different from the dwarf hobbits he had seen now. What if such ears were on dwarves or hobbits? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Morgan imagined, with sharp ears, short head, and ugly appearance. A kind of fantasy creature immediately appeared in Morgan's mind, a goblin. Shook his head, trying to get the bad picture out of his mind. Morgan's eyes once again focused on the oncoming elves. Have to sigh, it is normal for the ears of the elf to grow like this. Is a handsome gentleman headed by an elf. The other elves are similar, with good looks and stature. If they were in their previous lives, whether they were going to be models or male models in the White Horse Club, they would all be scrambled for. Just seeing these few people, Morgan felt that the elves were indeed different. Come out one at random, no, a few are handsome. But the opponent is handsome, but it always feels like something is missing. Well, it's almost a feature. Yes, it's just a lack of features. The figures of these elves look a bit like those from an assembly line. Is far inferior to myself. Secretly recalled his appearance. A lot of interesting ideas popped up in Morgan's mind. Morgan looked ugly and vicious in his previous life. Sometimes when I see a handsome guy, I think that no matter how handsome he looks, he is not enough to punch him. Is now very handsome. When I see handsome guys again, I don't think about beating them, but secretly comparing with myself. This is such a idea. Shook his head vigorously, Morgan cursed inwardly, no longer thinking about it. The elves headed by clearly knew Gandalf and greeted him from a distance. Gandalf greeted him with a smile on his face. The two talked in Elvish. Morgan listened attentively and found that he could understand. Only then did he understand the meaning of the first universal language in the ability column of the body data panel. Gandalf did not shy away from talking to the elf named Linda. It's just that the two of them use Elvish language. The elf named Linda looked at the dwarves not far away from time to time during the chat. Makes the suspicious dwarves nervous. Morgan knows the general content of the two chats, but he will definitely not tell others. At this time, a loud horn suddenly came from across the river valley in the distance. A group of people on the square immediately turned their heads. I saw a large group of elven cavalry in silver armor and heavily armed, rushing here from the opposite bank of the giant arch bridge. You reading www.youcanshu.com. Thorin Oakshield saw this scene immediately like an enemy. He drew out his short sword and stood in front of the team and shouted, "Quickly, get closer together." The dwarves took out their weapons one after another and quickly made a defensive posture. At this time, the fully armed elven cavalry finally rushed into the wide square. A large number of cavalry moved around the dwarves. The dwarves stared at the elves, but they didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, a tall, handsome and majestic middle-aged elf wearing golden armor and a golden flower crown walked into the square riding a tall white horse. Gandalf. The middle-aged elf greeted Gandalf from a distance. Elon Sama. Gandalf bowed slightly. The middle-aged elf dismounted, stepped forward, and hugged Gandalf with a smile. Morgan could guess that the handsome and majestic middle-aged elf in front of him should be the Elf Lord of Rivendell. Based on Rivendell's position in the entire Middle-earth, there is also the enthusiasm of the Elf Lord for Gandalf. Morgan could see, the relationship between the two is really extraordinary. "Where did you go?" Patted each other on the shoulder, Gandalf looked at King Elon and smiled. "We just hunted down a group of half-orcs from the south, and killed a lot of them near the secret pass. It's weird that the orcs are so close to our border. I'm wondering if there is something or someone who has brought them here." King Elon said as he handed the sword in his hand to the elves aside. He turned to look at the expedition team and said. Chapter 38, Reason. Watching Gandalf and the King Elon get so close, the dwarves who were in a tense atmosphere were slightly relieved. But looking at the elven cavalry still around, the dwarves would not relax. Bilbo is still protected by the dwarves in the center. Morgan stood calmly beside Gandalf. "It may be because of us." Hearing King Elon's words, Gandalf smiled and said. King Elon said nothing, waved his hand to disband the elven cavalry, and said a few words to the elven named Linda behind him. Then he looked at the expedition team. King Elon's gaze first fell on Morgan, who was standing next to Gandalf. In the case where the expedition team is mostly dwarves, the tall, handsome human Morgan is definitely a prominent presence. Well, second only to the wizard Gandalf. Is not only because Gandalf is taller than Morgan. Because of Gandalf's traditional wizard image. In Middle-earth, too few people have actually seen wizards. The image of a wizard is basically a legendary existence in the eyes of most people. King Elon looked at Morgan with a smile and said, "This is..." Gandalf was about to introduce, but he saw Morgan take a step forward when King Elon spoke, bowing slightly, saluting the elven lord who is well known throughout Middle-earth, and said, "I am Morgan. It's an honor to meet you, Elon-sama." Gandalf looked at Morgan's movements with a smile on his face, but he was thoughtful. Actually, he himself knew that bringing the expedition team to Rivendell for help was a bit risky. Because the ultimate goal of the expedition is to steal the Aken gem symbolizing the supreme authority of the dwarves from the underground treasury of the Lone Mountain where the dragon Smaug is entrenched. With the Aken gem, Thorin Oakshield can call on the reinforcements of other dwarves to help him deal with the dragon Smaug, in order to recover the Lonely Mountain. The evil and power of the dragon Smaug is beyond doubt. More than 60 years ago, he could destroy the powerful mountain kingdom at that time with his own power. Monopolizes the wealth of the mountain kingdom like a mountain like a sea, occupying it for 60 years. During this process, no other forces dared to attack Smaug. This is the terrifying power of the dragon Smaug. Such a powerful existence of evil and terror, although it has occupied Gushan for 60 years. However, it has also been quiet for 60 years. This is what the major forces in China are very happy to come to. No one knows exactly how much wealth the Irabo, known as the capital of wealth in the Yamashita kingdom, had more than 60 years ago. But everyone knows that the kingdom under the mountain occupied by the Turin dwarves is extremely rich. At that time, after the mountain kingdom was captured by the dragon, it was rumored that the destruction of the mountain kingdom was because they had too much wealth, which attracted the coveting of the dragon Smaug. That's the truth. The huge wealth of the kingdom under the mountain, none of the major forces in Middle-earth is not jealous. But no one dare to move, no one can do it. This is actually the best. It is occupied by the dragon Smaug, and no one can get it. Everyone is in balance. At the same time, because it occupies a huge amount of wealth, the dragon Smaug can also stay quietly under the Lonely Mountain, and will not run around and harm. And stay for 60 years. This is what all forces want to see, and expect Smaug to stay in the Lone Mountain fortune until death. Is such a case. Gandalf took the expedition team and the dwarves to go to Gushan to deal with the dragon Smaug, and wanted to take back the kingdom of the mountain. Once such an adventurous act is known by the major forces that protect the stability of the Middle-earth continent, the reaction can be imagined. This is also the reason Thorin Oakshield strongly opposes coming to Rivendell. Of course, the hatred of the dwarves and the elves is equally important. Thorin Oakshield represents the Turin dwarves who want to take back the Lone Mountain. There are reasons for hatred and reason, which is reasonable. The major forces are also justified and well-founded for the sake of peace and stability in China. As for Gandalf himself, he was aware of the dark forces' eagerness to move, and only then had the motive to prompt Thorin Oakshield and his party to recover the Lonely Mountain. Because once the dark forces make a comeback again, they are likely to unite with the dragon Smaug. With Smaug's evil being powerful, it was really too late at that time. Gandalf came to Middle-earth as the second Maya to maintain peace. This is his mission. This is also why he even knows that the expedition team may be prevented from coming to Rivendell. But he still came, because of his friendly relationship with King Elon. There is also another reason for being blocked, and he still wants to try to persuade others. Because he knew that it was difficult to hide those powerful existences. As for whether there was a reason to come to Rivendell to unlock the map of Lonely Mountain in order to persuade Thorin Oakshield, only Gandalf knew. Welcome to Rivendell. Morgan, I hope you can enjoy yourself at Rivendell next time. King Elon looked at Morgan and smiled. Regardless of the identity of Lord Rivendell, Eldrin Elf King is impeccable in personal cultivation. In the Morgan memory plot, he was deeply impressed by the Elf Lord who controls the most powerful force in the entire Middle-earth world. Now comes to Rivendell. Regardless of status, strength, or status, Morgan needs to show his due respect to the Elf King. Definitely, Rivendell is the most desirable place in the entire Middle-earth. Morgan smiled and complimented. Although the fact is true. Have a brief chat with Morgan. King Elon turned his gaze to the dwarves who were still gathered together. At this time, Thorin Oakshield came out. Welcome, Thorin, son of Thorn. King Elon looked at Thorin. Oakshield said in a deep voice, www.readaloud.com. I don't think we have met each other. Thorin's tone is calm, but the meaning in the words is a little bit prickly. You look a lot like your grandfather. I met your grandfather Sol when he ruled the Kingdom of the Mountain. As if he didn't care about Thorin's stabbing, King Elrond continued to speak. Really, he never mentioned you. Thorin continued speaking, still with thorns in his words. King Elon looked calm, and didn't seem to be angry at Thorin Oakshield's unfriendly attitude. But after King Elon looked at Thorin Oakshield, he looked at the group of very vigilant dwarves behind him. Suddenly he looked at Thorin Oakshield in Elven language and said, "You are as stubborn as your grandfather Thor, no matter what. It is the character or the speech that is always so disgusting." King Elon spoke very fast. But the expressionless look and the elvish words rushing from the mouth immediately made a crowd of dwarves aware of something wrong. The dwarves are not stupid. They seem to have noticed that the elf lord in front of them said something bad to Thorin. Groyan the dwarf became angry immediately. What is he talking about? Is he insulting us? Groyan spoke angrily, which immediately resonated with the other dwarves. The dwarves burst into anger suddenly. Gandalf, who was standing on the side, immediately stepped forward when he saw the dwarves, and said, "No, King Elon meant that he wanted to invite you to dinner." Gandalf's voice fell, and the dwarves immediately became quiet. You look at me and I look at you, whispering to each other for a while. In the end, Groyan said with some embarrassment, "In this case, let's lead the way." Chapter 39, Female Elves. The dwarves were easily bought by Gandalf's words that King Elon invited you to eat. Followed the expedition team on the way to Rivendell Castle. Morgan was standing next to Gandalf, trying to squeeze a smile. It was a hard time. Gandalf, who was constantly talking to King Elon, suddenly turned his head, looked at Morgan and asked suspiciously, "Can you understand Elvish?" Morgan's spirit was shocked, and his smile disappeared for an instant. He asked Gandalf with his usual expression, "Elvish? What's the meaning?" "Of course I don't understand Elvish. Why do you ask that?" Looking at Morgan with a puzzled face, it didn't look like a fake. Gandalf smiled and shook his head and said something all right. Immediately turned his head and continued to talk with King Elon. The group followed King Elon Gandalf and walked straight to the depths of Rivendell. Gardens, lofts, pavilions, fountains, flowers, and buildings full of rich fantasy style along the way, all kinds of exquisite decorations really opened J.P. Morgan's horizons. King Elon pulled Gandalf and chatted very happily. Morgan consciously stepped back a few positions and followed behind him. At this time, Bilbo, who was standing with the dwarf, walked up quickly and walked with Morgan, chatting as they walked. Thorin Oakshield led a group of dwarves to the end. The appearance of a group of dwarves is a bit embarrassing. One by one glances and looks, and then gathers together and mutters secretly. Said it was a whisper, but the voice is not too small. Morgan turned his head and glanced at the dwarves behind him, and then at Bilbo who was walking beside him. He knew why Bilbo was reluctant to walk with the dwarves. So the pace consciously quickened, and soon pulled away from the dwarves behind him. Upon seeing this, Bilbo also quickened his pace immediately and caught up with Morgan again. Followed King Elon and Gandalf along the way. All the male elves Morgan met are tall and handsome, but it seems that because of the excessive vegetarian diet, most of them are very thin, and none of them are fat. Although all male elves are handsome, they are all a bit feminine, and a bit neutral and handsome. S appearance made Morgan think of the male supermodel scene of the previous life show for the first time. The appearance of the female elves did not let Morgan down even more, all of them were exquisite, fair-skinned, and tall. It was the first time that Morgan was eye-opening to see it, a bit astonished whether he was on the scene of the supermodel catwalk. Although these female elves do not belong to the type that is protruding backwards and exploding, they are hot and tempting at first glance. But this kind of female elf with tall body, well-proportioned curve, delicate appearance, white face, and a trace of weak temperament is really amazing. Morgan has never seen beautiful women. As a well-known black boxing master in his previous life, after every time he won a dangerous underground black boxing test, he would find several senior young models to indulge all night. As for race, he found the most yellow and white skins, and he had even tasted the black ones. Morgan doesn't pay much attention to this aspect, as long as his figure meets his aesthetic standards, he has no taboos. But this is Rivendell's female elves who have been collectively referred to as senior faces in previous lives. This is indeed the first time he has seen them. He felt that from now on, his eyes on women might be raised invisibly. It's just a criterion for a person to achieve something. The first important factor is self-discipline. Morgan did the same, indulging once after the underground boxing match. The next step is to train and train again. Now that I come to this world, I won't be training like crazy in my previous life. But the self-discipline that he had developed was brought over by him. This is also the reason why he trains himself whenever he is free during his previous journey. But as long as you are human, you have desires. Life is relaxed and moderate in order to maintain the best state and combat effectiveness. After 2 months of hard-working adventure as an ascetic, Morgan would say that seeing these charming female elves indifferent is of course fake. Morgan likes these female elves, but he is not the group of dwarf buns who have never seen the world behind him. Elves are a race that attaches great importance to etiquette. If you want to get their favor, at least you can't be too rude in terms of politeness. Rivendell has very few foreign guests. This time Gandalf brought Morgan Thorin and other expedition team members, which attracted the attention of almost all the elves he met on the road. Followed behind Gandalf and King Elon. Morgan and all the female elves who looked at them were very gentlemen, nodding their heads with a smile. As for the eyes of the male elf, he ignored them all. The elves have a long life. Living in a fairy tale place like Rivendell, life is rich and leisurely. But the same as all other creatures. As long as you have too much free time, you will feel bored. The combination of wizards, dwarves, hobbits, and humans is not common. Many elves met on the road stopped to watch, even some elves who were busy in their hands. But King Elon said nothing, just talking to Gandalf. This made Morgan know that the life of these elves in Rivendell should be very easy. Was watched by the elves. The group of dwarves seems to be more excited. The female elves are too thin. Yes, the cheekbones are too high, and there is not enough hair on the face, and the skin is too smooth. I don't have a beard yet. It's tall and thin, without a bit of meat, it's better for us dwarves. Hey, this is not bad. Keely the dwarf suddenly said, looking at the tall figure with long hair in front of him. Kylie, what do you look in? You reading www.yuyukanshu.com, that's not an elf girl. Feely hurriedly spoke, but the voice fell, and the figure in front suddenly turned around. It was a male elf. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Now, all the dwarves burst into laughter. Makes everyone around him look at him. OMG! Looking at the group of noisy, rude, and vulgar dwarves behind him, Bilbo covered his face and wished he didn't even know each other. Hey, relax Bilbo! Perceiving the strangeness of Bilbo next to him, Morgan patted Bilbo on the shoulder and smiled, it's not the first day you met them. I know, but, we are guests now, you know. It's so rude. Bilbo gestured, a little angry and a little helpless. Looked at Bilbo with an exaggerated angry look. Morgan remembered that even if his home was suddenly empty by dwarves more than a month ago, he tried his best to maintain his demeanor. The little man beside him is indeed a polite, good personality, and also a hobbit with strong self-esteem. Patted Bilbo on the shoulder, Morgan said nothing. At this moment, two beautiful elven girls walked past the team together. Morgan turned his head, and saw the beautiful elf girl with a brilliant golden shawl and long hair looking at herself intently. Morgan smiled and looked at the elf girl. Turned his head until he saw the opponent's face blushing and blushing. The moment Gandalf and King Elon walked into the garden. Morgan murmured, "I like it here." Chapter 40, Banquet. A group of people followed King Elon and Gandalf, passing through pavilions, fountains, gardens, and behind the attic. Finally arrived in an open-air garden. Walking into the garden, the first thing everyone saw was a huge tree. The big tree is lush, with branches and branches intricately intertwined, like a canopy covering the entire garden. Under the big tree, two exquisite long dining tables have already been put on a variety of elf delicacies one after another. At the side of the long table, sitting a few beautiful elven girls, flute and accordion players, look very stylish. Bilbo and a group of dwarves were invited to sit at the side table. Morgan was dragged by Gandalf and sat at the main table with King Elon, Thorin Oakshield. Rivendell's weather today is fine. Hour is in the afternoon. The golden autumn sun not only gives the whole Rivendell a beautiful golden yellow, it also makes people feel comfortable and warm. The open-air garden is built on the heights of Rivendell, with a very good location and an extremely wide view. Standing in the garden, he can almost see the entire Rivendell scenery at a glance. The environment is beautiful, the sun is comfortable, the music is soft, and there are beautiful elf girls to accompany. Sure enough, the powerful can get the best enjoyment everywhere. Morgan sighed in his heart and withdrew his eyes from the golden sea of clouds in the distance. At this time, the elf attendant had already ordered the last meal. Looking at the table full of food in front of him, Morgan smiled. The elves are all vegetarians. The food on the table is mostly a variety of vegetable salads, fruits of various colors, jams, fruit wine, and sweets and pastries of various colors. Although they are basically vegetarian, they are very rich in variety. Each fruit looks fresh and green, and it looks very advanced. The dwarves are going to make trouble. Morgan was secretly happy, and immediately turned his head to look over. Sure enough, a crowd of dwarves were staring at the table full of colorful food in front of them with sad faces. Originally thought that the elf lord of Rivendell, such a big man, invited them to dinner, it must be all kinds of big fish and meat, all kinds of food and wine. I didn't expect to eat these fruits and vegetables. This stuff is usually used by them to feed pigs and sheep, where can they be full? Know that dwarves would rather eat the driest and toughest jerky than a bite of vegetables. Used a sentence they often said on their lips, if there is no meat, a bird will fade out of the mouth. Morgan has been with a group of dwarves for more than a month, and he has learned a lot about the dwarves. The reason why dwarves cannot live without meat every day is closely related to their lifestyle. Because of race, dwarves are the best miners. They are good at mining, and they also like mining. Middle-earth dwarf races basically live in underground mines they dug out. If there is no special reason, most ordinary dwarves are likely to live underground and never get out of the ground for their entire lives. The daily work of ordinary dwarves is basically knocking in the mine. Mining is a very physically demanding work, and it's hard to eat meat. This is also the reason why the dwarves are not meatless. The elves are not the case. Far beyond the lifespan of ordinary races, after birth, they can have the ability to communicate naturally with plants and trees after being trained, and they have excellent physical appearance that many races admire. Makes this race of elves look exceptionally blessed. The elves are close to nature, and they regard the various flowers, trees, and animals in the forest as their friends. This is also the reason why the elves can communicate with nature. This is also the reason why they refuse to eat meat. How can anyone eat friends? But the elves, although everything looks perfect. But in fact, they also have a very fatal weakness, that is, their chances of giving birth and reproducing offspring are much more difficult than other races. Once a war breaks out, the elves will recover more slowly than any other race in Middle-earth. This is also the reason why the elves love peace and try their best to avoid war. But in the entire multiverse, the longevity species almost all face similar problems, not unique to the elves. Back to the topic. Although the dwarves look at the green food on the table, they can't hide their faces. But I still know that this is in the land of the elves. The elves are delicious and delicious, although the dwarves are not rare at all. But the most basic polite education is still necessary. Although the dwarves murmured disgust, they didn't say it out loud to embarrass everyone. Morgan turned his head and picked up a thumb-sized piece of fruit on the plate in front of him, resembling grapes, and threw it into his mouth. The teeth were crushed harder, and the flesh and sweet juice immediately filled the whole mouth, which made people feel because the sweetness in the mouth immediately became pleasant. Really not bad. Morgan's eyes shimmered slightly, looking at the various brightly colored fruits on the table in front of him, and he looked forward to it more and more. After a hard and adventurous career for more than a month, today I can finally have a good meal. Morgan began to eat. King Elon, as the Lord of Rivendell, had a big business. He did not have the polite idea of saving food for the other party. Other people are the same. They are the dwarves on the table beside them. Is legendary enough. Was attacked by a half-orc scout in the middle of the night last night, and ran into the middle of the night. Shortly after resting in the early morning of the next day, I encountered the giant trolls stealing horses. After the expedition team worked hard to solve the 3 trolls, UU reading www.yuncha.com copied the opponent's lair. It was too late to be happy, and was chased by the orcs again. And this time the orcs are coming fiercely and on a huge scale. Lost all the parcels of dry food left in the temporary camp, and dozens of valuable ponies are not counted. In the end, he was almost overtaken by the orcs. If it hadn't been for Gandalf to lead everyone through the secret path to Rivendell. Morgan can't think of what the expedition will be like now. When the belly began to get a little full, everyone slowed down when they ate, and they began to chat. Gandalf and King Elon are good friends and talk the most. At this time, the two were chatting, and it was natural to talk about the encounter with 3 rock trolls before and the discovery of weapons from the trolls' cave. Gandalf took the single-edged long sword hung around his waist and handed it to King Elon. King Elon took the long sword, and after looking at it for a while, he drew out the long sword, staring at the inscription under the hilt, and slowly said, "This is the Beast Bite sword. It is famous for killing half-orcs and forged by Western High Elves. Become." King Elon slowly revealed the message of the elven sword passed by Gandalf. Morgan consciously picked up the saber on his body and handed it over. "This is Glenry." King Elon drew out the chilling long sword, looked at the inscription on the sword and spoke solemnly. "This is the sword of King Gondolin. It's called enemy fencing, and it became famous in the war between the First Era and the fairies. Forged by my Western High Elves clan." King Elon handed the long sword back to Morgan, and said, "This is a real sword. I hope it can help you." Chapter 41, Count the Gains. After King Elon handed the sword back to Morgan, Thorin Oakshield handed over the dagger that Morgan threw to him in the cave of the 3 trolls. King Elon took the dagger, looked at it first, then drew out the dagger, and looked at the inscription cast on the blade. There are no inscriptions or the like on ordinary weapons. Only when a real sword is forged, the forge can cast an inscription on it for transmission. These cast inscriptions basically record the information of this weapon. For example, the time and location of weapon forging, and some even have the name of the forger cast on it. Of course, only those at the level of master forging are eligible to be named on the sword. There are 2 ways to be famous for a sword. The first one is because of the master who holds the sword has gained fame in the war, which can make the sword he holds become famous. The second one is because of birth. It comes from the hands of a well-known master forging, which can make a sword have a certain reputation from the very beginning. However, most of the well-known swords handed down are famous for the first reason. Because from ancient times to the present, there are too few existences that can reach the level of master forging, and the swords forged by master forging are even rarer. These are also the three swords in the hands of Morgan, Gandalf, and Thorin. Oak Shield, all of which became famous because of the first record. King Elon was as knowledgeable as Gandalf admired. In just a short period of time, 3 long swords of unknown origin can be explained clearly. Obviously, some Thorin Oak Shield was suppressed. May it work well for you. When King Elon smiled, he handed the short sword that had been identified to Thorin Oak Shield. Looked at the Dwarf King, who politely took the short sword with both hands. Morgan could clearly see that Thorin Oak Shield respected King Elon a lot. The 2 dining tables in the open-air garden are not far apart. The sound of King Elon tasting the sword at Morgan's table naturally spread to the other table. Listening to King Elon's words, Bilbo couldn't help taking out the short sword that Gandalf handed him when he finally walked out of the troll's cave. Bahrain, the white-bearded dwarf, sat aside, watching Bilbo move and smiled. "Don't care about that, Bilbo. The sword is named for its great feats in the war, and yours." Bahrain smiled and shook his head. "You mean my sword has never been on the battlefield?" Bilbo was a little upset and asked immediately. "I'm not sure if the thing in your hand is a sword, to be honest, it looks more like a letter opener." Letter opener? Hearing what Bahrain said, Bilbo was stunned. How could it be possible that the letter opener wouldn't light up when a half-orc approached? Bilbo wanted to refute Bahrain, but he still didn't say what he said. On the main table, King Elon introduced the 3 elven swords to the 3, and naturally asked the source. "How did you get these?" King Elon asked in surprise. "We got it in the giant monster storage cellar on Eastern Avenue, and then we were attacked by orcs." Gandalf took a sip of fruit wine and spoke. Gandalf didn't want to conceal too much about his friend King Elon, because he wanted to unlock the secrets of the map, and this expedition could not hide him. Although Gandalf didn't want to hide it. "What are you doing on Dongfang Avenue?" King Elon continued to ask. Although it is a bit surprised that Gandalf will be with a group of dwarves, he still doesn't know the purpose of the group for the time being. Just as soon as King Elon's voice fell, Thorin Oakshield's complexion changed slightly, and he said, "I'm full, I will be out of company." Thorin Oakshield finished speaking and got up and left. Only Morgan, King Elrond, and Gandalf were left on the main table. Didn't care about Thorin Oakshield's departure. But despite the opponent's reaction, King Elon saw clearly in his eyes. Did not continue to ask questions that bothered Gandalf. King Elon picked up the glass in front of him and drank the fruit wine with a smile. 13 dwarves, a hobbit, Morgan, and you, what a strange travelling companion, Gandalf. They are all descendants of the Turin dwarves. They are all excellent, noble, upright, polite, and educated." Gandalf picked up a few crystal-clear red fruits and put them in his mouth with a smile. Morgan took a sip of the fruit wine in the glass in front of him, turned his head and looked at the dining table aside, and saw the dwarf Oli picking up a silver wine glass, looking left and right, and quickly stuffed it into his arms. This scene, combined with Gandalf's words, almost made Morgan squirt out. Cough cough cough. Morgan coughed a few times before he came back. Looked up at the 2 Elon King Gandalf, and found that neither of them seemed to notice the strangeness of the next door, and continued to chat. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the next table. Morgan turned his head, and saw that he was still in the mouth of Gandalf just now as excellent, noble, upright, polite, and well-bred dwarves. At this time, they were in a mess at the table, and the dwarves began to sing songs with their knives and forks hitting the plates and cutlery. "Just saying, a few dwarves got up and stood on the exquisite long table, and began to dance. Turned the exquisite and luxurious banquet held by the elves into an open-air barbecue party, which only the dwarves could do. Morgan didn't think it was too weird, except that he was a little surprised at first. Anyway, as long as these dwarves are happy to eat and drink, they like to do such things enthusiastically and unrestrainedly. He has long been used to it. Like the bag-bottom hole in Bilbo more than a month ago, the dwarves did this in the temporary camp in the wild. This banquet Morgan was so happy to eat fruit. www.readaloud.com. In this world, although fruit is not a rare thing, it is definitely a high consumer product. Can be comparable to the price of meat. Ordinary civilians will only choose meat, not the fruit that is digested in the blink of an eye. Ordinary fruits are expensive, not to mention the rare and exotic fruits produced in Rivendell, the capital of the elves, which were taken out by King Elon to entertain guests. Although the dwarves sang and danced at the banquet, it was a bit rude. But considering that this is the characteristic of the dwarf clan, King Elon's knowledge is of course not to be compared. At the end of the banquet, the time is approaching evening. The sky has just dimmed. The whole Rivendell lights up. The lights came on one after another. It was only in the evening when the whole Rivendell was illuminated like daylight. Under the arrangement of the elves, Morgan and the expedition team were taken to an attic by the elves. May have benefited from the relationship with Gandalf, or perhaps his good performance was appreciated by King Elon. The elves arranged a single room for Morgan. And the dwarves gave Bilbo and 14 people were arranged in 3 rooms. Among them, there is one single room for Thorin Oakshield, and 2 rooms for the other 13 people. Send away the elf maid. Morgan closed the door and watched the tub full of hot water in the spacious room. Morgan felt that King Elon's arrangement was indeed appropriate. Lay naked in the steaming tub, Morgan groaned. Closed his eyes and lay in the tub for a while. Morgan opened his eyes, his mind moved slightly. Brush brush. A series of virtual data began to flicker and appear in front of them out of thin air. Chapter 42, Secret Soul Power. Time Traveler, Morgan. Race, Human. Biological Level, Tier 1. Soul Power, 7. Attribute, Strength LV1, Physical LV1+, Agility LV2+, Spirit+. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV2, Archery LV3. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.46%. 7 points of Soul Power. How come there are only 7 Soul Power points in total? Looking at the pale white light curtain that constantly flickered in front of him, Morgan's eyes widened when he saw the data in the Soul Power column. After repeatedly confirming that it was not his dazzling, Morgan quickly frowned. Although it was only early in the morning today since the last time I strengthened. But what Morgan experienced all day was more exciting and thrilling than any day he had been in this world for more than 2 months. First encountered 3 giant trolls early in the morning. After strenuous efforts to kill, the expedition team took the opportunity to copy the troll cave. Himself got a high-level wizard sword, and a small bag full of gems of various colors. In this battle, although the teams are fighting together, but killing the 3 trolls is basically done by himself, and he should be the one who contributed the most in the expedition. Then he was overtaken by the orcs while heading to the temporary camp. In this battle, there were at least 5 or 6 half-orcs and wolves that he killed. Then again when I was led by Gandalf to the vast stone forest. When was caught by the orcs, he and Keely cast about to cover. Although it was not a fight in a certain sense, he still killed a half-orc and a wolf. The results of the 3 battles are added together, even if it is not a troll. There are even 7 or 8 half-orcs and wolves together. One is a little soul power, this is the soul power of 7 or 8. In addition to the trolls, the size and strength of the 3 trolls determines that the fighting power of each giant trolls far exceeds that of the half-orcs. The facts also proved this. Even if the trolls are too low, a little soul power is not too much. Together with the orc wolf, it also has a spirit power of around 10 points. But now the data shows that there are a total of 7 points of soul power. Was attacked by a half-orc last night, and he almost only killed about 6 or 7 half-orcs, and got 6 points of spirit power last night. Today's record is significantly more than last night, and his soul power is a little bit more than yesterday. This is too little. Isn't this a special mentality? But Morgan's system is not an intelligent cute girl, and it can't be as humane as other systems and can even sleep with him. His system doesn't even have an explanation, and he can only find everything on his own. Guru. Morgan was depressed and had to sink his head in the steaming hot water. Held back for a while. Morgan popped his head and wiped water stains on his face. Put depressed aside. Then I looked back at the virtual panel in front of me that looked like a movie screen. Combine previous guesses about soul power, plus the comparison of the results of last night and today. Morgan consciously had a preliminary understanding of the information about the acquisition of soul power in his body system. That is, the source of soul power, for the time being, apart from being obtained by killing other creatures, there is no second way to obtain it. The conditions for obtaining soul power are also very demanding. It is not possible to kill any creature to obtain soul power. Only by killing creatures whose overall strength exceeds or is equivalent to the host can obtain soul power. From the beginning, Morgan came to this world for a month, killing countless creatures of all sizes, but it was only hard to kill that giant bear to gain the first point of soul power. Also, the difficulty of acquiring soul power will change as Morgan's strength increases. For example, Morgan could gain a little soul power by killing a half-orc last night. But today, he has to kill 2 or 3 half-orcs to gain a little spirit power. Why? Because the strength of the former Morgan was strengthened last night. It is obviously different from the strength of Morgan after the strengthening this morning. The system will change according to Morgan's own strength, thereby changing the corresponding difficulty of acquiring soul power. This is what Morgan just got after comparative analysis. Otherwise, he couldn't think of why the spirit power obtained by killing the same number of orcs in less than a day's time difference was so different. Of course, it is also possible that the system is miscalculated, or simply because the system is cheating. But Morgan knew it was impossible. Hey! Took a long breath. Morgan is not entangled anymore, and the system is irrelevant. His eyes returned to the virtual panel. Morgan began to ponder the next strengthening. The spirit power harvest at 7 o'clock is not as good as last night, but considering that it is less than a day since last night, it is already a lot. Morgan's gaze stayed on the ability bar first. Universal language can't be strengthened, don't read it too much. Thai boxing LV2 was brought over from a previous life. It is not very useful now, and there is no need to strengthen it temporarily. White Crow Swordsmanship LV2 has just strengthened to LV2 in the morning. Although Morgan is speeding up his speed practice, but the time is too short and the proficiency is not enough. The strengthening can be done first. Archery LV3 was also upgraded to LV3 in the morning. Morgan's main strength now lies. LV3 archery is more difficult to master, but at LV2, Morgan has a deep understanding of archery. Compared with LV2's White Crow Swordsmanship, LV3's archery skills he is sure to master faster. The proficiency is not enough. In addition, LV3 archery has temporarily reached a critical point. The next enhancement requires 3 points of soul power www.readaloud.com, so the enhancement of archery can also be done first. The ability does not need to be strengthened temporarily. Morgan's eyes immediately moved to the 4 attributes that represented his body. The 4 attributes, the 3 attributes were strengthened in the morning, but the spirit was not strengthened. Morgan frowned and recalled the story in his memory, and found that the next story in the memory plot where there was a battle seemed to be in the underground Goblin Kingdom. And it was this time that Bilbo got the Supreme Lord ring from the cunning, evil, and poor Guru monster in the mine at the bottom of the underground kingdom. Is it already so close? Morgan suddenly felt that he had been thinking about training and exploring the system during this period, and he was very tired and fulfilling every day. Coupled with the 2 consecutive days of fighting and fleeing, made him not think about it. Only then did he realize that he was very close to the Lord of the Rings that stirred the entire Middle-earth. If you want to get the Lord of the Rings, you must first meet a condition. That is the spirit, that is, the willpower must be strong enough. Otherwise, you will get the Lord of the Rings, and you will wait to fall and die. Looking at the entire Middle-earth world, the plots of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movie series for more than 60 years. Except for the optimistic and kind-hearted Bilbo who can resist the evil temptation of the Supreme Lord of the Rings, even Gandalf cannot resist the temptation of the Lord of the Rings. Morgan doesn't think he has Bilbo's temperament. Thinking of this, Morgan immediately looked at the spiritual attributes and strengthened it without hesitation. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Spirit LV1. Spirit LV2. Spirit LV3. Chapter 43, Variety. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Spirit LV3. The mental attributes are strengthened 3 times in a row. Infused Morgan's body with an extremely comfortable and warm heat flow 3 times in a row. Coupled with the unprecedented clarity brought to mind by the strengthening of the spirit, Morgan suddenly felt a kind of ecstasy. Maybe because of the special spiritual attributes. May also be a huge improvement due to 3 consecutive enhancements. At this moment, Morgan can clearly feel the changes in his 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, perception. Originally, he thought that spirit mainly determines the attributes and abilities of will and temptation. Now that it is strengthened, it is discovered that it is far more than simply improving the ability of will, and almost all of the ability attributes related to the brain, but not overt, have been improved to varying degrees. And it needs simple training to adapt to the difference from the other 3 attributes after strengthening. The mental attribute adapts faster after being promoted. Can hardly feel the dizziness, head pain, and other discomforts caused by the sudden and huge increase in spirit. Morgan didn't feel any discomfort except for the clarity in his mind. Is this the remarkable effect of strengthening the spirit? Feeling the feeling of clarity in his mind, Morgan looked at the data panel in front of him. The mental attributes of LV3 were still a little bit eager. But this kind of impulse is just a physical impulse that comes out naturally. In terms of consciousness, Morgan, who has just raised his spirit to LV3 level, is obviously calmer and more sensible than before. The spiritual attribute has been strengthened to LV3, such a huge improvement. Morgan believes that even if it cannot completely resist the temptation of the Supreme Lord of the Rings, there must be resistance. If you can't even look at the mental LV3 level at all. Morgan does not believe that just ordinary Bilbo can resist the temptation of the Lord of the Rings. A total of 7 points of soul power, 3 points were used up at once. Morgan's heart was dripping blood, all of which he had achieved through desperate efforts. The improvement of spiritual attributes is enough for the time being. The remaining 4 attributes are naturally used in the other 3 attributes. His eyes began to wander around the 3 attributes of strength, physical agility. This time, I didn't think too much. Morgan's mind moved slightly, and he clicked on the plus sign after the strength and physical attributes. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Power LV2. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Physique LV2. After 2 enhancements, the 4 major attributes of Morgan became Strength LV2, Physique LV2, Agility LV2, Spirit LV3. Looked at the 2 remaining soul power. After Morgan was silent for a while, he clicked on the plus sign after the agility attribute. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Agility LV3. Morgan has never forgotten his role as an archer in the expedition. Although the White Crow swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV2, his strength and physique have also improved a lot from the beginning, and his melee strength has greatly increased. But his strength in archery is still the strongest. Since it is the strongest, it must be maintained. Besides, there is no shortage of melee elites and meat shields in the expedition. Morgan glanced at the soul power column, and there was the last bit of soul power left. What to strengthen? Looked at the 4 attribute columns in front of him. After Morgan considered it, he decided to focus his last bit of soul power on his physique. This enhancement consumes soul power 1, is it enhanced? Strengthen. Physique LV3. Physique determines Morgan's blood volume, resistance, beating resistance, and resilience. No one will dislike his own blood. The archer belongs to DPS, and belongs to the target that is targeted for priority in the game. In reality, it's the same. In small-scale battles, the effect that a good archer can achieve is terrifying. It is no surprise that is targeted first. Other attributes are enough for the time being, and when you don't know what to strengthen, it's definitely right to add physique. With the last point of soul power being consumed, watching the spirit power column become empty again, Morgan feels like a miser. But I feel the power that fills my whole body. I felt myself getting stronger little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Morgan felt that everything was worth it. As the 7 points of soul power are all consumed, Morgan's panel attributes have also become completely new. Time Traveler, Morgan. Race, Human. Biological level, Tier 1. Soul Power 0. Attribute, Strength LV2, Physical LV3+, Agility LV3+, Spirit LV3. Ability, Common Language, Muay Thai LV2, White Crow Swordsmanship LV2, Archery LV3. Talent, Intimacy, Special Skill. Current World Exploration Progress, 0.46%. Looking at the brand new Virtual Data panel, Morgan found out at this time, in the World Exploration Progress column, the progress of world exploration in the morning was only 0.35%, but it soared to 0.46% in the evening. But the progress of the world exploration is temporarily unrecognizable. Morgan didn't pay much attention either. When the virtual data in front of me began to dissipate, Morgan felt cold all over his body. It turned out that the hot water in the tub had cooled. He doesn't care either. With his LV3 physique at this time, he won't feel cold even if he swims on the ice in winter. Besides, it is now. Morgan did not ask the elves to change the water, but started scrubbing with cold water. Wash away blood stains and exhaustion. When Morgan got up and got out of the tub, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, he suddenly found out. The physical discomfort that would have been caused by just strengthening the 4 attributes is actually far less intense than after strengthening this morning. Morgan stood in the room simply moving his hands and feet. I feel my body is recovering quickly. What is the reason? Although he recovered very quickly in the morning, but the speed is far worse than it is now. Is it because the morning is the first time to strengthen the attributes? Morgan is not sure why. But this is a good thing. So as not to make the embarrassment of walking and falling again next time. After a simple exercise, Morgan felt his body return to normal. Put on the exquisite clothes the elves prepared for him, then opened the door and went out. Just left the house and saw it in a small garden not far away. Has burned a lot of vigorous bonfires. There are grills on the bonfire, and the dwarves are sitting around the bonfire talking and laughing. Seeing Morgan go out at this time, the dwarves immediately shouted hello. Looking at this scene, Morgan smiled. He doesn't need to ask, these dwarves must have not eaten enough at the previous banquet. But thinking about it, you can understand that the delicacies of the elves are all grass, vegetables, fruits, and the like. It's strange that the dwarves can eat. Morgan sat for a while before the bonfire, refused the dwarf's barbecue, and was thinking of getting up and going to Rivendell. I saw Gandalf and King Elon walking from a distance together. Looking at this scene, Morgan immediately remembered the relevant scene in the memory plot. Next, it should be the scene where King Elon unlocked the secret of the Gushan map for the expedition. Chapter 44, Moon Text. Gandalf and King Elon walked along, talking and laughing together. Morgan got up and said hello to the two of them, and instead of thinking about visiting Rivendell, he sat back by the campfire again. Participating in the main storyline interaction is the best way to improve the progress of his time traveler system's world exploration. This has been proved by him several times, and Morgan will not be absent on such occasions. Besides, he has not seen the dispute between Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield. Although the two quarreled only once in the temporary camp in the wild this morning, it was a pity that Morgan didn't see it during training. Kylie, give me a bunch. Morgan sat back by the fire and reached out and asked Keely for a bunch of grilled sausages. Morgan, aren't you going to enjoy the night view of Rivendell? I will go with you. The young dwarf Philip yelled. Morgan shook his head, picked up the sausage and motioned, I think this is better. Haha, Morgan, you are right. Groyan the dwarf laughed loudly, reached out his hand and handed them to Morgan, who had just skewered sausages beside him, and said loudly, where is a bunch of grilled sausages enough? Take it. Take my sausage again, won't you do it yourself? Haha, Boffo, don't worry about that, there are many more here, you can do it again. Come on, I ask you to bake potatoes. Damn it, I just made it. Haha. The dwarves in front of the bonfire are laughing and laughing. By the campfire, Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield are discussing something. Morgan was grilling sausages, dealing with the words of the dwarves around him, his eyes raised from time to time to look at the two expedition leaders who were talking. Beard Bahrain seemed to realize that Gandalf brought King Elon to find Thorin. The purpose of Oakshield was not simple, and he was watching the two intently at this time. Noting Bahrain's actions, Morgan took the fruit wine on the side and gestured to Bahrain. Bahrain came back to his senses, realized that his state was a bit wrong, smiled at Morgan, picked up the wine glass, touched Morgan, and drank it. Are you worried about anything, Bahrain? Looking at Bahrain, who was hesitant to talk, Morgan also looked not far away. Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield, who were talking sternly, laughed. Morgan, what do you think the two of them are talking about? Bahrain didn't answer Morgan's words directly. He picked up the wine bottle and poured himself another glass, and looked at Morgan and asked. What are they talking about? You must know better than me, don't you? Morgan didn't answer either, but instead asked with a smile. They argued once in the morning. Bahrain shook his head, raised his glass to signal Morgan, and drank again. But there is always a problem to be solved. Morgan spoke softly, drank all the wine in the glass, wiped off the stains on his lips, and continued, I think Gandalf said something very right today. Bahrain, what are you talking about? Morgan, if we want to succeed, we need to use some strategies. Of course, you have your own ideas. Regardless of the final decision, I will support you. Morgan laughed, and poured himself a full glass again. Rivendell's fruit wine is much sweeter than wine. With his physique at this time, Morgan felt that he could keep drinking like this and never get drunk. Maybe you and Gandalf are right, but... Bahrain smiled and shook his head. Don't care about my words, Bahrain, I know too little. Like I just said, no matter how you decide, I will support you. Come on, cheers. Morgan interrupted Bahrain, filled Bahrain with another glass of wine, smiled and raised the glass. Anyway, thank you, Morgan, you are a very good fighter. It's a bounty hunter. Haha, it's all the same, come on, cheers. Cheers. Morgan and the dwarf Bahrain were chatting together by the fire. Not far away, Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield also chatted with real fire. Gandalf, please, Thorin, get the map out. Thorin Oakshield, we don't need elves to take care of our business. Gandalf helplessly, God, Thorin, show the map to King Elon. Thorin Oakshield remained unmoved, that is the heritage of me and my people, and my responsibility is to protect it, including our secrets. Gandalf took a deep breath, resisting his anger, his beard trembling. Don't let me worry about your stubbornness. Your arrogance will definitely hurt you one day. Do you know that you are now standing in front of the few people in the entire Middle-earth who can understand that map? Let go of your pride and show it to King Elrond. Gandalf's chest rises and falls, suppressing his anger, looking at Thorin Oakshield and said solemnly. As the dispute between Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield became more intense, the dwarves who surrounded the campfire quickly became quiet. Everyone on the scene looked at the two people in the dispute, and no one dared to talk too much. Elon Wang Jingjing stood aside. Listening to the old friend arguing with the Thorin Oakshield, his patience is constantly being consumed. Although he was interested in the map that Gandalf said, he helped more because of Gandalf's request. Otherwise, no matter how open-minded and generous he is, he will have a grudge against this Thorin Oakshield. Fell with Gandalf's words. The two did not speak for a while, and the scene was silent at this moment. After a while, Thorin Oakshield finally moved, and he reached out and took out the pale yellow parchment scroll from his arms. Sorin, don't give it to. Seeing Thorin Oakshield was persuaded by Gandalf, Whitebeard Bahrain immediately stepped forward, trying to reach out his hand to stop Thorin Oakshield. The Turin dwarves and the elves have too many grievances. The entire dwarf team has no good feelings for the elves. Bahrain is no exception. He even personally experienced the betrayal of the elves' allies when the dragon invaded the Lonely Mountain 60 years ago. Thorin Oakshield pushed Bahrain's block away, holding the map and walking straight to King Elon on the side. As the king of the Turin dwarves, he is proud, he is stubborn, his hatred of half-orcs, and his hostility to the elves who betray allies are deeper than any dwarf. But as the king of the Turin dwarves, he always remembered his mission to revive the dwarves of the Turin dwarves. For the sake of the race, any dwarf can ask the elves for help without bowing their heads to the elves who are betrayers. www.readaloud.com. He alone can't do it. Because of the race, because he is the king of the Turin dwarves. The responsibilities on his body are so heavy. Took the pale yellow parchment scroll from Thorin Oakshield. King Elon opened the scroll, looked at the map above, and recognized it easily. Irabo. Are you interested in this map? Thorin Oakshield looked at King Elon and asked. His complexion was not very good. It's mainly academic research, you know, such antiquities usually have secret words hidden. See what Thorin Oakshield wanted to say, Gandalf quickly explained, and gave Thorin Oakshield a relieved look. I remember you can understand ancient dwarf language, right? Gandalf asked while looking at King Elon, who was holding the map and starting to observe. King Elon didn't speak, he just watched the ancient map in his hand repeatedly. He had heard Gandalf say that there are secrets in this map. Then he raised the map in his hand, looked at the full moon on the horizon, and observed it carefully. Soon, King Elon saw the clue and slowly spit out a few words. Gandalf looked happy, and immediately said, the text of the moon. Right. If you want to understand the characters of the moon, you must use the moonlight under the same moon in the same season and shape as when they were written. King Elrond raised his head, looked at the crowd and said, can you read them? Thorin Oakshield suppressed his excitement and asked. Certainly. King Elrond raised his mouth, turned and walked to the open-air observation deck in the distance. Chapter 45, Defender. King Elon walked. Gandalf immediately followed. Thorin Oakshield and Whitebeard Bahrain also quickly followed. Almost watching these Morgans who reenact the scene in the memory plot naturally did not hesitate to keep up. This kind of plot can definitely increase the progress of exploring the system world, and Morgan does not want to miss any of them. Seeing Morgan get up and leave, Groyan, the dwarf beside him, hurriedly shouted, "Morgan, your grilled sausage is cooked. You can eat it for me." Morgan waved his hand without looking back. Hearing this, Groyan immediately smiled, "Then I'm welcome." Dwarf Keely looked at the back of Teacher Morgan, looked at the surrounding dwarves, and said, "Aren't you going to go and take a look?" "What's so good about that? I don't understand anything." "No, maybe Gandalf and Thorin will quarrel again." "Gandalf is here, Thorin and Bahrain are also there. It doesn't matter whether we go or not. It's better to eat more grilled sausages. The elves' grilled sausages taste really good." Bover, give me 5 more grilled sausages." "No, I want to eat and do it myself." Haha, Bover has become smarter. As soon as the group of people left, the dwarves soon started laughing and joking again. Bilbo looked at Morgan's figure, hesitated, and decided to take a look, so he got up and trot to chase Morgan. King Elon was very familiar with walking through a garden and 2 pavilions. Soon came to an open-air viewing platform. The entire viewing platform is halfway up a tall mountain in Rivendell. Is like a large part of the mountain being dug out by the waste. On the viewing platform, there is nothing else but a table-like platform made of transparent crystal. The front is empty, and the surroundings are empty, unobstructed. On both sides of the viewing platform, 2 majestic waterfalls rumbling down from the sky, rushing day and night, splashing mist and rising. In the night sky, the bright and gentle moonlight poured down and enveloped everything. When Morgan followed to the observation deck, King Elon stood right in front of the crystal platform, spreading out the ancient map on the pale yellow sheepskin scroll in his hand. These words of the moon were written under the moonlight of a new moon on the eve of a midsummer festival 200 years ago. "It seems that you are destined to come to Rivendell. Destiny is with you, Thorin Oakshield. The same moonlight, shining on you and me tonight." King Elon looked at the Thorin Oakshield and spoke slowly. Not long after the voice of King Elon fell. In the distant clean sky, a dark cloud suddenly floated, causing the original bright full moon to be swallowed by most of it, turning it into a sharp meniscus. Then, when the moonlight of the crescent moon shines down, something strange happened. Was placed on the ancient map on the crystal platform, and suddenly a series of obscure characters emitting pale white light appeared. King Elon looked at the changes on the map and began to speak in a deep voice. When the thrush, standing next to the grey rock, began to beat, the setting sun will fall on the keyhole by the last afterglow of the Torino day. King Elon said the information recorded in the moon text hidden on the map, but Thorin Oakshield, Gandalf Bahrain, and the others looked down. "What is the day of Turin?" King Elon suddenly asked. Gandalf explained, "That is the new year of the dwarf. It is the day when the last bright moon in autumn and the first sunrise in winter will meet in the air at the same time. This is bad news. Summer is over. It's autumn now, and the day of Turin is coming soon." Thorin Oakshield spoke in a deep voice. "We still have time." Bahrain, the fully understood Whitebeard standing on the side, suddenly said, "But we must stand at the right place at the right time. At that time, and only then, we can open the door." Hearing these words and combining the information obtained from the map, King Elon finally understood what the group of dwarves wanted to do. King Elon returned the map to Thorin Oakshield, and said, "So, this is your purpose. Are you going to enter that mountain?" Thorin Oakshield took the map and said calmly, "So what?" King Elon said in a deep voice, "Some people will definitely think this is not wise." Gandalf frowned and immediately asked, "Who are you referring to?" King Elrond turned his head to look at Gandalf and said solemnly, "You are not the only guardian of Middle-earth." King Elon left. On the viewing platform, Thorin Oakshield, who finally got the information hidden on the map, was happy and a little worried at this time. Happiness is naturally the biggest problem for the expedition. The hidden entrance of Gushan was known to him. The worry is that it is early autumn now, not long after the day of Turin arrives. And they still have a long way to go on their journey to Lonely Mountain. Thorin Oakeshield and Whitebeard Bahrain kept talking. Bilbo seemed to know what he didn't know, so he drank soy sauce on the side. Morgan looked at the fantastic night view outside the observation deck without saying a word. Gandalf frowned, pondering the last words of King Elon. Soon, Gandalf took the lead to leave the viewing platform. Thorin Oakeshield and Bahrain Bilbo also left one after another. Only Morgan left the viewing platform after enjoying the night view of Rivendell for a while. Out of the viewing platform, Morgan had no intention of meeting the beautiful elf girl at first. He walked straight to the place the elf arranged for him. When I returned to the small garden, the small barbecue party that the dwarves gathered around the bonfire was still going on. Morgan glanced at everyone www.readaloud.com and found that except for Bilbo and Thorin Oakeshield, everyone else was there. He tried his best to recall the plot in his memory. Then I discovered that in the plot, the two went to visit Rivendell at night, and they happened to hear the conversation between Gandalf and Lord Elon about the expedition. This is also the reason why Thorin Oakeshield led the team to leave Rivendell early overnight in the memory plot. Although the plot has changed to a certain extent. Morgan doesn't believe in the plot now, but it's okay to refer to and compare roughly. Thinking of this, Morgan couldn't keep up a bit, because he had a world exploration degree to rub. I have something to ask Thorin, do you know where he went? Morgan looked at the group of dwarves and asked. Over there, go and spread it. Bahrain pointed in one direction and said. Morgan nodded and strode in the direction pointed by Bahrain. Just took a step, he stopped suddenly. And many more. The plot doesn't seem like this. Morgan knocked his head and tried his best to recall the story of the previous movie. Then he remembered that there seemed to be two versions of the Hobbit movie. A normal version and an extended version. In the normal version, the plot is exactly what he just thought of. But in the extended version, the expedition team stayed in Rivendell for a long time. He has seen the extended version and the full version of the plot. It's only the normal version. He watched it more often, so he didn't think of it for a while. Thinking of this, Morgan immediately turned around and walked back. I haven't really had a good sleep for more than a month. I must get enough sleep this time. Chapter 46, Leisure Time. Early the next morning. When Morgan woke up, the sky was already bright. The warm sunlight of autumn shines through the big trees outside the window into the delicate window, sprinkling mottles on the clean floor. From time to time, there were one or two clear and sweet bird sounds outside the window. Exquisite room, decorated with fantastic flavor. The soft big bed, the white quilt sheets. Looked at everything strange and quiet around him. Morgan, who just woke up from a deep sleep, sat on the bed blankly, and didn't react for a while. Where is this myself? It seems to have had a long dream. Soon, when the downed brain quickly returned to normal, memories flooded in like a flood. Morgan then remembered that he was in the legendary capital of elves Rivendell. And the system that appeared in the dream, the wizard Gandalf, the dwarf, and the half-orc are not Nank-Yimen. Is everything I have experienced deeply in the past 2 months. It's just that he slept too deep this time, that made him wake up without reacting for a while. Hey! After a long sigh, Morgan fell back on the soft bed. This sleep finally made him feel at ease, giving him an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Although before encountering the orcs' night attack, the expedition team went well all the way, but it was in the wild after all. Morgan, who was born as an underground black fighter, has always been cautious and suspicious. Even if there is a vigil at night, Morgan's sleep level is only maintained at the shallowest level of the sleep surface. What's more, in the expedition team, everyone is at most sleeping on the spot wrapped or cushioned with a thin blanket. How can they sleep well? Now it's different when it comes to Rivendell. This is one of the strongest and safest places in Middle-earth. Morgan sleeps here without worrying about anything. Let go of precautions in my heart, and physiologically, I can get the deepest and best sleep. Morgan lay on the bed only for a while, then got up quickly. He hasn't forgotten that he hasn't mastered the White Crow swordsmanship and bow and arrow skills that have just been strengthened by the system. Now that I have a rare free time, I naturally have to hurry up and train. He can sleep until the dawn, instead of being awakened by the dwarves in the middle of the night, which shows that the extended version of the memory plot is normal. Morgan knew in his heart. Although I don't know how long the expedition team stayed in Rivendell, but through some pictures in the memory plot, it can be seen that the expedition team's stay in Rivendell should not be too short. But no matter how long you stay, Morgan's habit of insisting on training every day will not be forgotten. The toilet elves prepared yesterday. Morgan finished washing, and after a brief dressing, he opened the door and walked to the room where the dwarves lived. The breakfast food was given to the dwarves by the elves yesterday. This is also requested by the dwarves, they really can't eat the usual food of the elves. Only brought it out to Lord Elon after the dinner. Lord Elon knew that the dwarves were also considerate of the dwarves, so he naturally agreed to the dwarves' requirements. Although Morgan can also eat the elves' vegetarian food, it can only be eaten occasionally. With his current food intake and the energy required for a lot of exercise every day, eating vegetarian food is too easy to get hungry. In comparison, the recipes of pure carnivorous dwarves are obviously more in line with Morgan's wishes. The room where Morgan lives is not far from the dwarves. Only before going out, Morgan saw 2 bonfires burning in a small garden not far away. There are cooking pots on a bonfire, and a grill is standing on a fire. Chef Pang Bo and helper Oli in the expedition team are busy. Some other dwarves are basking in the sun, some are chatting, and some are playing cards together. Morgan knows that there are no licenses in the expedition. The only explanation for was the cards the dwarves got from the elves. Morgan, good morning. Good morning. How did Morgan sleep last night? Good, how about you? Not very good, the fairy bed is too soft. Good morning, Morgan. Morning, Dory, you don't seem to have much energy. Hey, I lost sleep last night. Why? The elves' beds are too soft, I can't sleep. Morgan walked over, and the dwarves greeted all the way. The weather is very good today, and everyone in the expedition team looks very good. No, not only does it look good, it is really good. Rivendell has a good environment and beautiful scenery. Even the elves that I meet on the road are handsome and beautiful, and the weather is so good. Is that an individual can feel better in such an environment? Good morning, Morgan. At this time, a voice came from behind. Morgan turned his head and saw the energetic Bilbo standing behind him. Morning, Bilbo, how did you sleep last night? Morgan sat on the bench moved out by the dwarves and laughed. Very good, I haven't slept in such a soft and comfortable bed for a long time. Bilbo laughed. I see it. Why didn't you see Gandalf? Morgan looked around and asked. I don't know, I haven't seen Gandalf since last night. But he seems to be familiar here, he might be with Lord Elon now. Bilbo's voice fell. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. I am not with Elon-sama, but with you. Hearing this sound, Morgan and Bilbo turned their heads and saw Gandalf in a large grey robe walking over with a staff in his hand and smiling. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Good morning, Gandalf. Good morning, Dory, you don't seem to have much energy. Morgan said the same just now, I have insomnia. Oh, that's too unfortunate. Good morning, Gandalf. Good morning, Philip. Gandalf walked along with the dwarves greeted, looked at the two sitting on the bench and smiled, well, you two shouldn't have insomnia like Dory. Of course not. The elf's bed is very soft. Last night was the best time I have ever slept since I left Hobbiton. Bilbo quickly laughed. Morgan, how about you? Gandalf sat down on the bench and immediately took out the cigarette stick hung around his waist. Of course, like Bilbo, I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. By the way, Gandalf, how long will we stay here? Morgan smiled, then asked quietly. Hearing Morgan's words, Gandalf fell silent, and then smiled. Well, live first, anyway, it's been a lot of hard work this time. His old friend Lord Elon told him last night that he would wait for someone in Rivendell, but he didn't say who the other party was. This kind of thing that even he doesn't know is naturally hard to tell Morgan. That's just right, it's rare to come to Rivendell once, this time I want to have a good time. Realizing that Gandalf might be in trouble, Morgan didn't ask much, and nodded and laughed. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Gandalf knocked on the pipe with a smile. At this time, a strong fragrance came from the fire on the side. The first breakfast when I came to Rivendell was cooked. Chapter 47, The Term. Scent bursts from the cooking pot and grill. There is no need to yell at all. The dwarves can tell whether the food is cooked or semi-cooked just by sniffing. Morgan and Bilbo now also learned this ability of dwarves. On the journey more than a month ago. Because the food is compact, if the meal time is a little slower, it will not be enough to eat. But things like dried meat must be left. In order to fight for food with the dwarves not to be left behind, both Morgan and Bilbo also learned that the dwarves can use their noses to recognize the cooked food from the smell of food. Around the hand of, there was a circle of dwarves. The main players in card games are the dwarves Fili, Bover, and Groin. Bover, who had originally grabbed a handful of rotten cards, was having a headache about how much he would lose in this game. But when the smell of meat came from the side, Bover's eyes lit up, and he dropped the card in his hand almost without hesitation, and shouted, "Breakfast is cooked, it's time to eat, no more." Bover dropped the card and ran, but was grabbed by the faster Groin. Groin handed the card in front of Bover, and said viciously, "I want to run, you see what card I am." Fili, another card friend, also handed over the cards in time, and said with a smile, "Bover, you look at my cards again." "Haha, Bover wants to have this set again. Kriyan won't be the third time." "Well done." "Haha, we will do the same next time. It's time to eat." "Wow, today's breakfast is so delicious. Pang Bo's cooking is better than before. It's just that the elves give enough spices, I can do it." "My god, Doali, can you not mention your cooking skills?" "Fili is right, Doli's cooking skills are a nightmare, I still remember." "Hey, don't be like this, I don't want to." "Haha, look, Doali finally knows that he is shy. Hate. Ha 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 ha." In the picturesque scenery of Rivendell, under the warm sun of early autumn, on sunny days, Morgan and a group of dwarves enjoyed this very hearty breakfast. After a pleasant breakfast, Morgan went to a quiet corner of the garden alone to start practicing white duck swordsmanship. "In the morning, I concentrate on practicing white duck swordsmanship. Practice archery in the afternoon." This is the training plan for Morgan to be a guest at Rivendell. To master the LV2 white duck swordsmanship and LV3 archery skills as quickly as possible. Morgan's Rivendell holiday was boring. Compared with Morgan, dwarves are much more comfortable on vacation. Rivendell has endless meat, all kinds of meat. There are endless wines, all kinds of wines. Speaking of which, Lord Elon treats the expedition very well, as long as it is a normal demand, he is almost responsive. Of course, the needs of dwarves are basically food and drink. The dwarves are not polite to the elves who are responsive. A few small barbecues a day, plus another barbecue supper party in the evening. Unrestrained eating and drinking every day, plus too little exercise. The dwarves' sports, except sitting around and telling jokes and playing cards, is the kind of taking a bath in the largest square fountain in Rivendell together and getting naked. It can be imagined that the whole body is covered with dark hair, and the figure looks like a superhuman figure with a black mouse taking a bath. This makes all the elves that I see feel unbearable to look straight and feel spicy eyes. The elves reacted to Lord Elon. Lord Elon informed his old friend Gandalf. After Gandalf came forward to persuade, the crowd of dwarves restrained. Uncontrollable eating and drinking, too little exercise. This causes the dwarves to gain weight almost at the speed they can see. Finally Thorin Oakeshield discovered this terrifying situation, and the dwarves were controlled by eating and drinking. Bilbo's Rivendell holiday is also very comfortable. Is not used for hard training like Morgan, and it is more different from dwarves indulging in pleasure. Bilbo likes to stay in Rivendell's library. The elves of Rivendell are very wealthy, coupled with a long lifespan, and since the building has never experienced war. For countless years, the books accumulated in the Rivendell library have been amazing. Bilbo stayed in the library almost every day for this reason. As for Gandalf, he is more free and more leisurely. Because of his relationship with Lord Elon, Gandalf is more familiar with Rivendell than anyone on the expedition. Gandalf would often eat, smoke, and chat with the people of the expedition. But sometimes when I get tired of eating dwarf barbecue, I will go to dinner with Lord Elon for a change of taste. At other times, I was either hanging around, chatting and drinking tea with Lord Elon, and then fishing in the big river in front of Rivendell. Fishing is an extremely patience-testing sport. First of all, they must have nothing to do with the dwarves. No matter how much time the dwarves have, they are not willing to waste a minute and a second on such boring things as fishing. In the eyes of the dwarves, fishing is simply more boring than Morgan's rain or shine training. Bilbo is also not interested in fishing. Morgan alone is still a little interested in fishing. But because of training, he didn't spend much time fishing with Gandalf. Gandalf didn't care, he was just killing time. Just like that, 6 days passed in a flash. The evening of the 7th day. Reading www.ukanchu.com. In the small garden in front of the Rivendell Expedition rest room. A bunch of vigorous bonfires are burning. The spiced meat on the grill exudes a rich aroma. Members of the expedition team are sitting around the bonfire eating. This is an ordinary dinner barbecue party for the expedition in Rivendell. Barain, the white-bearded dwarf, drank the fruit wine from the glass, wiped the wine stains on his beard, looked at Thorin Oakeshield beside him and said, "Sarlin, we have been repairing in Rivendell for a while. It's time to continue our journey, we don't have so much time." "I know, I'm about to talk to Gandalf, and I will leave in 2 days." Thorin Oakeshield nodded and said in a deep voice, and continued to deal with the meat in his hand. At the same time, deep in Rivendell, in an exquisite and luxurious loft, Gandalf was dining with Lord Elon. "Master Elon, today is the 7th day. I don't know when the one you mentioned will arrive." Gandalf chewed up the last sweet fruit on the plate and swallowed it. Immediately put down the tableware, picked up a white napkin and wiped the stains on his mouth, then asked, "Why, tired of staying here?" Lord Elon laughed. "Of course not. Just keep going, Thorin, and the others will definitely not be able to stay." Gandalf shook his head and said, he obviously knew enough about Thorin Oakeshield. "I don't know the exact time, but if you count the time, it should be within these 2 days." Lord Elon smiled and comforted. At this moment, a beautiful bird with a small body and white feathers suddenly stopped by the window. Chapter 48, Elf Queen. The little bird with white wings all over looked at the Lord Elon in the window and called softly. The sound was sweet and clear. Lord Elon turned his head and saw the bird, with a smile on his face immediately. "Gandalf, walk with me later." Lord Elon tasted the amber-colored fruit wine in the delicate glass in his hand, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Of course, it is my honor." Gandalf puts a delicate and small piece of cake in his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it, nodded and laughed. In the small garden, The sumptuous barbecue dinner of everyone on the expedition is still going on. The dinner is in full swing. The dwarves drank wine, ate meat, and told cold jokes loudly. It was so uncomfortable. Morgan was sitting by the fire with a beautiful oak pipe smoking. Oak pipe is naturally from Rivendell. It was the afternoon 2 days ago. Morgan was practicing archery in a quiet corner of the small garden. Was just met by Lord Elon, who was wandering around. Of course, Morgan doesn't believe Lord Elon's claim that he is just walking around. In short, the powerful Lord Elon met Morgan, who was contacting archery, and was very surprised by the archery displayed by Morgan. Morgan's ability to get ahead in his previous life relied not only on his own strength, but also on his veteran experience in receiving people and things. Had the impression that he had made a fair impression when he had contact with Lord Elon before. In addition, now that he is superb, he can almost be called a sharpshooter's archery. The conversation between Morgan and Lord Elon was very pleasant. This time, Lord Elon also clearly expressed kindness to Morgan, instead of just treating Morgan as a friend of Gandalf. It was a good conversation that brought the two closer together. Before Lord Elon left, he asked Morgan if he needed anything. Morgan decisively proposed that he wanted a pipe. Lord Elon nodded and left with a smile. So at dinner time that day, the elves sent a good oak pipe. Because of his career in his previous life, Morgan had never touched cigarettes and drank alcohol very restrained. Now that I come into this world, with the golden thigh system, I don't have to be so restrained. As for the tobacco he smoked, it was from Gandalf from time to time. Because of his relationship with Lord Elon, Gandalf replenishes a large amount of fine tobacco from the opponent. It was because of his greed that Morgan boldly led Elon to lead the pipe. Come back to the topic. The dwarves drank wine, ate meat, and made silly jokes. Morgan, who was already full of food and drink, was on the sidelines and snorted. On the other side, the white-bearded dwarf Bahrain is still chatting with Thorin Oakeshield. Did the elves agree to help? Bahrain asked. Gandalf hasn't mentioned it to me. Thorin Oakeshield shook his head. Today is the 7th day. If the elves want to help, how can I say it? Bahrain was silent for a while, and continued to speak in a deep voice. I know. Thorin Oakeshield nodded in silence for a while, drank all the wine in the bottle, got up and walked aside. Morgan, whose spirit has been strengthened to LV3, now has 5 senses much better than before. Although the scene was very noisy, he still heard Bahrain and Thorin Oakeshield clearly. It's been a week since the expedition came to Rivendell. Although Morgan knew that the expedition would definitely leave, he didn't know the exact time. Now I listened to the conversation between Bahrain and Thorin Oakeshield. He knew that it would not be long before Rivendell. Hey, hey! Morgan was smoking a cigarette, looking at the bright yellow flames that were leaping and flickering in front of him. At this moment, Morgan suddenly turned his head and looked at Thorin Oakeshield disappearing from the back of his sight, and immediately thought of something. With Thorin Oakeshield's stubbornness, he decided to leave. The expedition team must have stayed for a while. What caused him to leave without saying goodbye in the memory of the plot is that he heard the conversation between Gandalf and Lord Elon. In the conversation, it was Lord Elon's dissatisfaction with the expedition and Thorin Oakeshield. This led to Thorin, who was extremely proud of himself. Oakeshield neither said goodbye to Gandalf, nor did he say goodbye to the elves. Instead, he chose to leave directly. Will it be tonight? The night Thorin Oakeshield heard the conversation between Gandalf and Lord Elon. Thinking of this, Morgan immediately couldn't sit still. The progress of exploring the world of the system within the body is extremely slow. Morgan is unwilling to give up any plot that increases the exploration progress. Besides, I guessed wrong, and I didn't have any loss. Thinking of this, Morgan didn't hesitate to get up and strode towards Thorin Oakeshield's direction. Deep in Rivendell, Gandalf in a grey robe was walking on an exquisite winding path with Lord Elon, talking about something as they walked. Lord Elon said a little dissatisfied. Gandalf, you and Thorin Oakshield should have told me earlier this time. Gandalf quickly said, of course I intend to tell you. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. And I think you should believe it, I know what I'm doing. Lord Elon said solemnly, do you really know? The dragon has been asleep for 60 years. If your plan fails, what if the dragon wakes up? Gandalf retorted, what if we succeed? If the dwarves retake that mountain, www.readaloud.com, our defense in the east will be strengthened. Lord Elon shook his head, this step is too risky, Gandalf. Gandalf continued to retort, it is dangerous for us to do nothing. Please, Thorin was originally the king of Irub, what are you afraid of? The voice fell. Lord Elon stopped immediately, then turned around, stood in front of Gandalf and said solemnly, did you forget? Their family has a history of going crazy. His grandfather is crazy, and his father is also plagued by the same disease. Don't you dare say that Thorin Oakshield wouldn't be like this. Gandalf, these are not decisions we can make. The pattern of Middle-earth is not something you and I can change. Listening to the solemn words of an old friend, Gandalf knew that he would definitely not be able to convince him today. Can only continue to speak out the attitude of the dwarves. With or without our help, those dwarves will move toward that mountain. They are determined to regain their homeland. I don't think Thorin feels he needs to ask anyone for advice. Actually, I think so too. Gandalf strode after Lord Elon and shouted out the decision of the dwarves, hoping to save something. The two walked to the entrance of the exquisite attic on the top of the mountain. Lord Elon suddenly turned around and looked at the old friend, what you said makes sense, but it's not me that you need to ask for. The voice fell, Lord Elon stepped aside. Then, Gandalf saw an ethereal and beautiful figure shrouded in the hazy moonlight with an extraordinary temperament. Chapter 49, Galadriel is dressed in a pure white dress and a shawl with long golden hair. The appearance is magnificent, delicate, noble, and glamorous. The figure bathed in the pale white hazy moonlight does not seem to belong to the world, but the heavenly elves descend on the earth. It seems that all the words that describe women's beauty in the world can be added to the figure in front of them. Looking at the moonlight, the whole body is exuding a faintly ethereal and beautiful figure. Gandalf's expression was shocked, his pupils dilated sharply, then he bowed and saluted, and made a voice from the bottom of his heart, Mrs. Galadriel. The figure known as Galadriel turned around and looked at the saluting Gandalf with a smile, Miss Rhaendyle. Long time no see. Gandalf bowed his head and saluted again, and praised sincerely, time, maybe it can make me old. But it can never change you, Mrs. Galadriel. In the entire Middle-earth world, there is only one person in front of me who can make Gandalf, who is the true identity of the Mayas, salute so willingly and feel happy from the bottom of my heart. If Morgan were here, he could clearly recognize the Mrs. Galadriel and a series of other titles, Mrs. Lorien, Princess Nodo, White Queen, Queen of Magic and so on. Of course, Morgan and a large number of fans who like Middle-earth prefer to call this, Queen of Elves and the slightly more interesting Guy Milk. Mrs. Galadriel, the Sindarin Galadriel means the girl with the crown on the head. Galadriel, the most noble woman among the elven women of Middle-earth, is the ruler of Rosal Lorien of the Golden Forest, and the most powerful elven queen in Middle-earth since the Third Age. She has beauty that transcends biological limits, has the ability to perceive people's hearts, and has boundless wisdom. She is very benevolent and considerate, but also princess-like arrogance and willfulness. She is Galadriel, the most seductive, terrifying, powerful, and beautiful pearl in the entire Middle-earth world. After saying hello, Gandalf had an unconcealable smile on his face. Looking at Galadriel not far away, Gandalf smiled and said, I didn't know that Lord Eldrin invited you. Gandalf's voice fell, and another voice suddenly sounded, it's not him. I asked for it. As soon as this voice fell, Gandalf's face just saw the happy smile of the Elf Queen disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gandalf obviously knew who the voice belongs to, but he didn't want to, and he didn't want to see the voice. Gandalf turned his head very reluctantly. He looked at the opposite wizard, who was holding a staff, wearing a white robe, a soft white hair and a white beard, but a pair of thick black eyebrows. Perfunctorily, "That's how it is. Saruman, he is one of the most well-known Maya. He controls Isengard and discovers the crystal ball of true knowledge, the chairman of the White Council. Saruman was the first Maya who came to the Middle-earth continent. He was the white-robed wizard among the 5 wizards mentioned by Gandalf, and the strongest among the wizards. In the attic on top of the highest mountain in Rhuideal, Gandalf, he saw Elf Queen Galadriel and white-robed wizard Saruman one after another. In a pavilion diagonally across from the trail leading to the attic on the top of the mountain, Morgan found Thorin Oakshield, who was relaxing, and he observed the conversation between Gandalf and Lord Elon not long ago. He also saw Thorin Oakshield with his own eyes, from a good mood, gradually became heavy and pale. Especially when Lord Elon said that his family had a history of madness, Morgan could feel the extreme anger suppressed in Thorin Oakshield's heart. Morgan can imagine how proud and stubborn Thorin Oakshield would be when he heard the other party talking about his family, his grandfather, his beloved father, and himself. But Thorin Oakshield didn't say a word. Maybe because Morgan was on the sidelines, Thorin Oakshield was just silent. But Morgan saw Thorin leaning on the railing of the pavilion. The Oakshield squeezed the railing of the pavilion. In this case, Morgan would naturally not be so stupid to persuade Thorin Oakshield or something. Not to mention the stubborn nature of a dwarf, Thorin Oakshield couldn't persuade him. To persuade Thorin Oakshield more at this time, that is all offending Thorin Oakshield. Morgan wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Keeping silent at this time is the best way. Didn't make Morgan wait long. Thorin Oakshield was silent for a while, said hello to him, and then strode away. Looking at the other person's back, Morgan understood why Thorin Oakshield had left so suddenly, and he didn't even say hello to the host. Morgan also knew the time he left Rivendell, it must be tonight. For Gandalf's good intentions tonight, Elon Elf Lord's worries, Thorin Oakshield's wrath. Morgan naturally said that it had nothing to do with him. He just signed a contract to make money and earn soul power. By the way, he was struggling with the soy sauce party that is progressing in the world exploration. The big changes in the Middle-earth world have little to do with him. He hung up the southeast branch from www.readaloud.com sitting alone in the pavilion. Even if the surrounding night view was excellent, Morgan still looked up at the trail where Gandalf and Lord Elon had walked not long ago. He knew, if there were no other major changes, at the end of the trail, there should be a loft or pavilion or something. And in that attic, the Elf Queen Galadriel and the white-robed wizard Saruman should be in there. Although I really want to see the most beautiful and powerful fairy queen in the entire Middle-earth world. And this time is also the most convenient and easiest time, that is, you can reach an idea by rushing in. But Morgan hasn't lost his mind yet. Just waiting here at Morgan, thinking of a way to stand alone. Waiting for the people on the top to finish talking. Will they come down from that trail and let him see the time with his own eyes? Just then, he heard footsteps coming from under the pavilion where he was. Morgan turned his head and saw the fully equipped figure of the dwarf Keely appeared on the stone ladder. "Morgan, it's time for us to go, this is Thorin's order." Kelly gasped. Morgan was taken aback for a moment, but he was not surprised and said nothing. Just got up and left the pavilion with Keely. At the same time, in the loft on the top of the mountain, Gandalf, who was interrogated by the 3 parties, sat at the round table in the center of the attic. Carefully took out something wrapped in layers of white cloth from his body and placed it on the table. In this scene, if Morgan was there, you would know that the item on the table that originally belonged to the memory plot, but had not been encountered in reality, still appeared. He knows nothing. The plot has changed again. Chapter 50, leave without saying goodbye. The hazy moonlight enveloped Rivendell. In the loft on the top of the mountain, Gandalf sat on the central round table, facing the interrogation of the elf Queen Galadriel, the white-robed wizard Saruman, and Rivendell's elf Lord Eldrin. Is arguing with a calm tone, but not calmly between the languages. Tell me, Gandalf, do you think your plans will be unknown? Of course not, I'm just doing what I think is right. Gandalf, we have been living in peace for 400 years, and we have carefully maintained this hard-won peace. When the dwarves go to the Lonely Mountain, they will definitely wake up the dragon. Always peaceful, is it really peaceful? Do you know that the Green Forest has been called the Dark Dense Forest by the surrounding residents? Radagast said he found traces of necromancers in Dol Gordo. Don't mention the brown-robed wizard Radagast, that's an idiot. He ate too much poisonous mushrooms, lost his mind, and stained his teeth. I've already told him. You haven't convinced me yet, Gandalf. I don't think I can stand this expedition of the dwarves. If the dwarves come to me, I won't give them any hope. During the three-court trial, the white-robed wizard Saruman was most dissatisfied with the expedition. Seeing that the words cannot satisfy all three in front of me, Gandalf finally carefully took out a piece of white cloth wrapped in layers from his body and placed it on the round table in the center of the hall. This was early in the morning when he encountered the three giant rock trolls a few days ago. Gandalf and Thorin Oakshield went to relax after a dispute, and met the brown-robed wizard Radagast gave him and told him about the serious changes in the big green forest. What is that? Seeing what Gandalf carefully took out, Lord Elon asked aloud immediately, still wanting to reach out and touch it. Just as Lord Elon was about to meet, the voice of Elf Queen Galadriel suddenly rang, that is the remains of Modo. The voice fell, Lord Elon's hand retracted immediately as if it had been stabbed suddenly. Following Galadriel's words, the atmosphere in the attic was quiet. Gandalf immediately stretched out his hand and uncovered the wrapped white cloth. A black hilt and a short sword with silver blades were immediately exposed. This seemingly ordinary dagger, but obviously showing traces of time and evil, is absolutely extraordinary. This is the ancient sword of the magic cave, Lord Elon said suspiciously. The other two are not mortals, and they can see the strangeness of the short sword in front of them for the first time. The atmosphere in the attic on the top of the mountain immediately became serious. At the same time, Morgan was getting up and walking quickly to the small garden where the expedition team temporarily stayed behind the dwarf Keely. Did Thorin say anything else? Morgan looked at the student on the side and asked casually. No, he didn't say anything other than ordering us to leave now. Although we all want to know why. Hearing Morgan's words, Keely shook his head and spoke. Keely's expression was indifferent, he really wanted to know, after all, the elves have treated them very well these days. They just want to leave, so they have to say hello to the Lord Elon. What's more, Kellett will not lie to the human Morgan, who can actually be regarded as his own teacher. I think I might know something. Morgan spoke softly, but apart from this sentence, he didn't speak any more. Keely has an urge to speak and stop, but Teacher Morgan is reluctant to say more, he naturally doesn't ask too much. When the two of them returned to their residence in the small garden all the way, the dwarves are all ready to pack up. Morgan did not grind, and went straight back to his residence to quickly organize. Morgan didn't have much stuff. After finishing packing, he still had time to trim himself temporarily. The black hair that has grown to a shawl was cut to the length of his chin, so that it is comfortable to wear, and it is easy and simple to tie up a ponytail. Refer to Brad Pitt's hairstyle in the Zombie World War for details. Shave off the beard, and then shave off the masculine beard on both cheeks. After a long and dangerous journey for more than a month, Morgan, who originally had a little white face, became more and more masculine after being tempered. Morgan looks very mature and after trimming. I didn't expect that I could become so handsome one day. Standing in front of the delicate glass mirror, Morgan murmured. Just then, the room door was knocked. Then, the voice of the dwarves came from outside. Morgan picked up the package and strode out the door. Went out, only to find that the dwarves were all ready to carry their bags. Because there was a reason for planning when to leave from the beginning. When the elves prepared the daily consumption for the expedition team, the dwarves deliberately asked for more dry food such as meat jerky, noodles, wine, and the like. Finally came in handy at this time. The big and small packages on the dwarves are almost all dry food. Morgan saw Bilbo in the crowd. The sudden departure of the dwarves and the absence of Gandalf made Bilbo's face full of confusion. When he was visiting Rivendell before, he met Eldrin Elf Lord. Lord Elon told him frankly that Rivendell welcomes Bilbo to stay as long as he wants. The sudden change at this time caused Bilbo's confused mind to immediately flash the words of the Lord Elon. Only because he promised Gandalf, signed an agreement with the dwarves, and the adventurous habit of having been together for more than a month, Bilbo couldn't help but say that he wanted to leave the team. Come stay in Rivendell. Just when Bilbo was very confused and urged to leave by the dwarves, he saw Morgan fully equipped. In the expedition, Bilbo, apart from the wizard Gandalf, has the best relationship with the human Morgan. Seeing Morgan at this time, Bilbo, who was unable to leave firmly, seemed to see the savior and the only partner. Morgan is powerful, Morgan will not mock and look down on himself, Morgan has a good relationship with himself. All the previous adventures flashed in his mind, and Bilbo's original inability to be firm seemed to have a backbone immediately, and soon became firm. Looking at Bilbo, who was a little disheartened, Morgan naturally had some understanding of this in his heart. So he walked quickly to Bilbo's side, patted the other person on the shoulder and smiled, "It's okay Bilbo, relax." After being patted and said by Morgan, Bilbo's face was obviously calmed down. "Morgan, did we leave like this so suddenly? Also, where's Gandalf? Won't Gandalf leave with us?" Bilbo immediately approached Morgan and asked in a low voice. "It's Thorin who is leaving. As for Gandalf, he will definitely come back. He just needs to leave for a while because of something. Relax, Bilbo." Morgan walked behind the team and quickly explained to Bilbo in a low voice. "Hurry up and keep up." At this time, Thorin Oakshield's voice came from ahead. Morgan patted Bilbo, then strode to the front team. Bilbo just thought a little, and quickly followed Morgan. The sky was hazy with moonlight, and the expedition team quickly went to the Lehman Rivendell in the dark. Chapter 51, Plan. "Hurry up, keep up with you. Why left so suddenly? I haven't even had enough of those smoked ham. There is also that kind of yellow fruit wine, can we never drink any more when we walk? It's okay to leave tomorrow, we haven't had enough food for the elves yet." "You can shut up, the elves are our enemies, have you forgotten?" "Of course I haven't forgotten, but eating up the elves' food storage cabinet is also taking revenge." "Shut up, you guys, it's not good to be discovered by the elves. When you find out, you will find out, what you are afraid of, anyway, we have already eaten back." "You said why Thorin suddenly decided to leave." "I haven't waited for Gandalf." "I don't know, why don't you ask Thorin?" "I won't go." The optimistic nature of dwarves makes them optimistic in any environment and under any circumstances. Even if he left Rivendell in an emergency, under such a stressful environment. After listening to the conversations of several dwarves with Morgan, who was behind the team, they couldn't help but laugh. The expedition team encountered almost no obstacles on their way to leave Rivendell. Except when arriving at the main square at the foot of Rivendell Hill, preparing to leave through the giant arch bridge. The expedition was finally spotted by the elven guards guarding the giant arch bridge. Facing the guarding elf guards, as long as they cross this bridge, they can really leave Rivendell's Thorin. The oak shield is very rigid. Knowing that it can't be delayed, otherwise, once the hypocritical Elon Lord changes his mind, the expedition team is very likely to encounter Thorin, who is in big trouble. Oakshield pulls out the elves as soon as they encounter the elf guards in the way. The sword. We are leaving here now to make way. Faced with a calm face and spoke in a deep voice, but he held a sharp blade at his group of dwarves. The elf guards guarding the bridge were obviously a little bit unaware of the situation. He knew that this group of dwarves were the guests of Lord Elon. But why does the guest leave secretly, especially at night? Lord Elon never said that once these dwarves want to leave, they must be forced to stay. But dwarves can choose to leave in the daytime if they want to leave? Why do they sneak in, especially at night? Did they commit something? Lord Elon did not order, should he stop these dwarves from leaving? But they are the guests of Lord Elon, what if they are fine? The leading elf guard had some confusion in his head for a while. Fortunately, he was still sober, and he sent someone to quickly inform Rivendell's high-level situation. While talking with the dwarves, in order to achieve the purpose of procrastination. Just leave the eager Thorin. The Oakshield can't see the tricks of the elf guards in front of you. Also became more and more certain in his heart that Lord Elon wanted to prevent his team from going to the Gushan plot. Then he became more and more rude. Does Rivendell treat guests that way? Get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Thorin Oakshield spoke coldly and shouted. The dwarf behind him also shouted angrily because of Thorin Oakshield's attitude. With a word from Thorin Oakshield, they can immediately rush forward and tear up the elven guards in order to avenge the dwarves and elves. But only the expeditionary elven guards are not afraid of the threat of the dwarves. Still insisted on blocking the entrance of the giant arch bridge and blocking the expedition team. Thorin Oakshield's face became more angry, but his heart became extra calm. Of course he knew that he could not be an enemy of the Elon Lord at this time, and he could not fight Rivendell. Even if you really want to do it, you can never kill the guards in front of you, at most you can only defeat and wound them. Otherwise, the situation would be really serious. Just as the situation was about to die, Thorin Oakshield was about to teach these elven guards. Was sent to inform Rivendell's senior guards that they were back. The guard who just came back said a few words in the ear of the lead elf guard. The leader of the elf guards looked at the angry dwarves whose eyes were bloodshot and turned red. After hesitating for a while, they finally gave way. Thorin Oakshield was overjoyed, and his expression was angry and coldly said, "Go." After finishing speaking, take the lead and walk quickly towards the giant arch bridge. The anger of the dwarves behind him dissipated a little, and then he followed Thorin Oakshield and strode towards the giant arch bridge. Just when the expedition team crossed the arch bridge and quickly headed for the rugged mountain road. Rivendell's top loft. Elf Queen Galadriel, who was originally standing on the edge of the attic and facing the sky to admire the bright full moon, suddenly turned her head, looked at Gandalf on the central round table, and whispered in secret, "The dwarves have left." Gandalf turned his head, looked at Galadriel and said in his heart, "That's right." Galadriel continued to speak, "You planned it a long time ago." Gandalf didn't say anything this time, he just watched Galadriel sit with a slight shrug. Seemed to be aware of Gandalf's series of plans, and the Elf Queen, who had been vague about this matter, looked at Gandalf and smiled. But because he took into account the face and attitude of the white-robed wizard Saruman as the president of the Holy White Council, Galadriel continued to look at the full moon on the horizon. Saruman, who was sitting across from Gandalf, was still chattering and talking. For the white-robed wizard Saruman, he not only opposed the dwarves going to the Lonely Mountain, but was also upset with the nosy fellow Gandalf. There is no love and hate for no reason in the world. Saruman is the same. Although he was a little hard to tell why Gandalf hated him at first. But it doesn't matter, what Gandalf did later made him even more unhappy. This also allows him to express his dissatisfaction with Gandalf more openly. Just when Saruman continued to express his dissatisfaction with the dwarf's expedition to the Lonely Mountain www.readaloud.com, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the attic. Everyone turned their heads when they heard the sound, and saw the elf Linda walking in quickly. First showed respect to a few big shots. Immediately looked at Lord Elrond and said in a deep voice, His Royal Highness Elrond, those dwarves are gone. Time slowly passed. When the eastern horizon began to glow with white clouds, the full moon completely disappeared into the sky. On a rugged mountain road not far from Rivendell, the expedition team is advancing steadily. Seeing that no elves would really appear behind him, Thorin Oakshield's face was obviously lighter. The biggest problem of the expedition, the secret of the map of Lonely Mountain, has been solved. Pangbo and Bafo have also recovered from their injuries, and the members have also repaired very well. There are also big and small bags of dry food and drinks on the players. Thorin Oakshield just felt that this trip to Rivendell was too right. Gandalf's plan is indeed very good. Everyone is alert, we are about to step into the wilderness. Bahrain, you know the road, you walk in the forefront. Looked up at the sky and looked at the road ahead, Thorin Oakshield opened his mouth and said. Bilbo looked at Rivendell, who was more and more distant behind him, feeling inexplicable in his heart. At this moment, he watched Bilbo, who was slowly and frequently looking backward. Thorin Oakshield opened the mouth and said, Master Baggins, I suggest you follow up quickly. Listening to Thorin Oakshield's somewhat ridiculous name of the student, Bilbo sighed in his heart. Walked quickly to Morgan ahead. Chapter 52, Reasons for Participation. Kept walking along the rugged trail next to the cliff of the abyss. When the figure of Rivendell, the capital of elves behind him, became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared from everyone's eyes. All members of the expedition team have now completely left Rivendell. Wide sea diving, sky high the birds to fly. Thorin Oakenshield was in a good mood, consciously not bound. When talking to Morgan from time to time, he actually asked Morgan about some things about bounty hunters. Please know that in the previous journey of more than a month, except for some things in the team, Thorin Oakenshield rarely spoke, let alone talk to whom he took the initiative to talk to. Thorin Oakshield moves like this to other members of the expedition team. This is the reason Thorin trusts Morgan. In Morgan's opinion, it is not simply a reason for trusting him. First, as the members of the expedition team saw, Thorin Oakshield really trusted Morgan. Because of Morgan's strength, in previous battles with half-orcs and trolls, Morgan's strength is obvious to all. Is also because Morgan's identity is different from that of the dwarves. Neither belonged to a group of dwarves, all were Thorin Oakshield's men, but his people. Thorin Oakshield's self-holding identity, except for work, naturally doesn't talk much with the dwarves. Morgan is not like the wizard Gandalf, he can't even guess the real specific thoughts, and he still tries his best to help his wizard. This makes Thorin Oakshield's trust in Gandalf limited. It's not that Morgan has no ability. He can only participate in the team only by the relationship of Gandalf. At a critical time, he has to save the halfling Bilbo. So, Thorin Oakshield doesn't look down on Bilbo at all. Compared to the above three, the bounty hunter Morgan is powerful and has a simple purpose. This makes it easier for the suspicious Thorin Oakshield to trust Morgan. Although Morgan himself is equally suspicious and cautious. Solved the secrets of the map of Lonely Mountain, the team members were repaired, and they also received dry food, supplies, and drinks. They also used Rivendell to get rid of the chase of the orcs. It can be said that the mental state of the entire expedition team is very good this time. Except for Bilbo a little melancholy. Without the pursuit of half-orcs, even some beasts and beast attacks encountered during the journey are nothing to this elite expedition team. The expedition team trimmed from Rivendell and continued on the road. Across the mountains and wilderness, across the snow-capped mountains and forests. When the expedition team stood at the foot of a mountain range full of rocks. It has been more than half a month since the group left Rivendell. Boom! Rumble! The sky is dark and gloomy, and the sky is full of thunder. Looked at the sparse grass and woods around him, all of which were bare, sandy, and rocky mountains. Thorin. The Oakshield has a heavy face. Bahrain, is this the only way? Thorin Oakshield turned his head and looked at Bahrain, the white-bearded dwarf. Bahrain understands the meaning of Thorin Oakshield. Rocky mountains like this, and the thunderstorm that is about to face next. The difficulty and danger of the journey will rise sharply. The next road will be very difficult. The most unacceptable thing is that there is no suitable place to shelter from the rain. There is none left. Well, it's not completely absent. There is still a way, if we are willing to spend another month. Bahrain shook his head first, then nodded, and said after thinking about it. No. It's not far from the day of Turin. We can't afford to waste a month. Hearing what Bahrain said, Thorin Oakshield, who thought he had other options, immediately rejected the other way. Bahrain said. Keep up, we will spend the night on the mountain tonight. Thorin Oakshield turned and yelled to the members behind him, then took the lead and walked up the mountain. Morgan was standing beside Bahrain, silent to the conversation between the two dwarves. As soon as Thorin Oakshield moved, Morgan immediately followed. The memory plot in Morgan's mind naturally has memories of this journey, which is still very deep. If the story in the memory has remained largely unchanged, the expedition team will then encounter the legendary Battle of the Stone Giants. The battle scene was earth-shattering, and the members of the expedition squad engulfed in it were extremely dangerous. When Morgan saw this scene in the movie, he was really sweating for the expedition team. In his opinion, the most dangerous and difficult moment for the entire expedition was this scene. I believe that all those who have watched movies have similar feelings. To be honest. Half a month ago, in Rivendell, Morgan thought about whether to stay in Rivendell with Gandalf. After all, the scene where the expedition team encountered the Battle of the Stone Giants was too thrilling. The half-orcs seen in front of the movie screen in the previous life didn't realize there was too much danger. On the contrary, because of the ugliness and stupidity of the half-orcs, they even thought these cannon fodder sets were a little cute. But after coming to this world, it was the first time I saw a half-orc with my own eyes and fought with it. Morgan put away such naive thoughts. He was sure that as long as he really saw the half-orcs with his own eyes. I definitely can't get a trace of the cuteness of half-orcs in my heart. You can imagine when a dozen tall and hungry men with sharp weapons in their hands face a fat pig with a fat body. When you are the fat pig, facing a monster that wants to kill you at any time, or even swallow it alive. Do you still think the other person is cute? Morgan felt a certain hesitation about the scene where the expedition team encountered the stone giant after seeing the brutal half-orcs with his own eyes. The half-orcs are so cruel, facing the battle between the mountain-like stone giants, the degree of danger is definitely several times more dangerous than the movie screens. Morgan is not the protagonist, there is no halo of immortality. Although he now has a certain ability to protect himself in Middle-earth, he doesn't want to die. If possible, Morgan naturally does not want to experience this. However, he and Thorin Oakshield signed an employment contract. Then, it is also the most important. Gandalf, Thorin Oakshield, and the Rivendell plan that the dwarf Bahrain knew about. They didn't tell Morgan. Even if Morgan's strength and other aspects are very good, the unknown origin is enough to make the three of them jealous. Although Morgan knew all their plans in his mind, the three of them didn't say it clearly. Morgan can only act as if he doesn't know what to do. I don't know all the plans, so naturally there is no reason to stay. Besides, this trip is also a journey that Morgan must participate in if he wants to obtain the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Because the expedition squad survived the Battle of the Stone Giants, it will encounter the biggest turning point in the whole movie. And the protagonist is Bilbo Baggins, who has no sense of presence in the team along the way. Bilbo will encounter the monster Guru in the next underground Goblin Kingdom, and then very easily pick up the Supreme Lord of the Rings that is regarded as a treasure behind Guru. If Morgan wants to get the Lord of the Rings, he must get it before Bilbo. Otherwise, once Bilbo succeeds, with the ability of the Lord of the Rings to be invisible, it will be difficult for Morgan to get the Lord of the Rings from his opponent. This is the reason why Morgan must participate. As for why you want to seek the Lord of the Rings, it will affect the plot changes in your memory. This question is too simple. Because of this, I can hide from the Lord of the Rings. Even as long as your willpower is strong enough, the Lord of the Rings can keep you invisible. Such an absolute life-saving artifact. Why does Morgan give up? Besides, once he gets the Supreme Lord of the Rings, he will naturally become a plot character who can disturb the Middle-earth world. At that time, whatever he does, he can increase the progress of exploring the world in his body, without having to keep following the progress behind the plot characters. I believe in the importance of the Supreme Lord of the Rings at that time. I am afraid that the characters in the plot will all gather around him, and he does not need to take the initiative to get close to the characters in the plot. Of course, these are all Morgan's guesses. But the possibility is extremely high. If Morgan can really get the Supreme Lord of the Rings, and control it, his thoughts above are no longer speculations. Having the future plot trend in his mind is indeed an important support for Morgan's survival in this world. But if the memory of the plot can be replaced by the invisible Supreme Lord Ring, Morgan will change it without hesitation. Morgan is familiar with the plot in order to survive. But if it can be replaced with the Supreme Lord of the Rings, which will greatly enhance his combat effectiveness, it will make him better protect his life and survive. Morgan has any reason not to change. Of course, these things can happen only if Morgan can successfully seize and control the Supreme Lord of the Rings. It's only Morgan's plan for the time being. If you fail to capture the Lord of the Rings, everything is empty talk. Rumble. The sky is getting gloomy, thunder is roaring, and dark clouds continue to converge. It's not far from the rainstorm. A group of more than a dozen people in the expedition team are struggling to walk on an extremely rugged and steep rocky path. The group set off from Hobbiton. The journey lasted 3 months, and it was difficult to get here all the way. Middle-earth walked through countless steep mountains and rivers, snow-capped wilderness. I haven't seen the rugged and dangerous mountain road, but the small path under my feet is definitely the most dangerous one the expedition team has ever walked. This trail is basically made of rocks. It is close to a steep rock wall on one side and a dark, deep, and terrifying cliff on the other side. The true walking width in the middle of the trail is no more than 1 foot wide, about 30 centimeters. Ordinary people feel panic in their hearts just by looking at such horrible trails. Not to mention standing on it, but also carrying a package and walking on it with weapons and equipment. Bafo, the dwarf, walked slowly on the uneven stone wall beside him with one hand. After turning his head and looking at the dark abyss beside him, he felt his head was dizzy and couldn't help but speak loudly, "This is definitely the last time I walk like this. My way, I swear." Dory, the dwarf walking in front of Bover, immediately replied, "You can't swear, but Thorin has to say it." Philip, the dwarf walking at the end, glanced at the dark abyss behind him, and then said, "This road should be the most difficult road since we set off." The dwarf Dwerin further ahead also said, "I'm surprised that such a road, who dug it out?" Hearing the brother behind him speak, Bahrain, the white-bearded Bahrain who is following Thorin Oakshield, said, "This road doesn't look like it was specially dug out, it's more like a natural formation." Morgan, who was walking behind the dwarf Dwerin, glanced at the vast abyss beside him, couldn't help taking a deep breath, slowing his mind, and moving on. It's just that the team is moving slowly, listening to the dwarves who are chatting leisurely. Morgan finally couldn't help but open his mouth. "I think we should use our energy to find a place to avoid the rain as soon as possible, rather than chatting. It's going to rain soon, the rain will not seem small, and it will be troublesome then." The cold wind whistling on the mountainside next to the abyss, the sky is dim, dark clouds are surging, and the sky is muffled and thunderous. Everything is showing that a rainstorm is about to hit. Morgan's voice fell, and he walked in the forefront of the team. "Thorin." Oakshield immediately looked up at the sky, and then at the team's forward speed. Immediately turned his head and said loudly, "Morgan is right. We must speed up and try to find a place to rest before it rains. Pay attention to safety under your feet, and keep up with you soon. Thorin Oakshield opened, and everyone immediately shut up. Accelerating in such a dangerous path, whoever dares to distract and chat is to die. Just then, Bilbo, who was walking behind Morgan, suddenly made a sound. Hey, what do you think it is? Everyone looked in the direction of Bilbo's fingers, and saw a goat-like animal with sharp horns on its head standing on the more precarious and dangerous rocky above the expedition team, looking at everyone. www.readaloud.com. My goodness, what kind of animal is that? It can stand there, isn't it afraid of falling? It's not too small, it can give us a good meal. Morgan, can you shoot it? It's too steep there, it's useless to shoot it to death, it will fall. Morgan shook his head and spoke loudly. At this moment, rumble! A glare of lightning pierced the dim sky. Then, the big raindrops crackled and slammed down. Wow, wow, wow! Wow, wow, wow! It's like a pouring. No, it's not just like a pouring, but as if the sky broke through the hole, and the heavy rain poured directly from the hole. Lin hit everyone on the expedition team, let alone move on. For a while, he couldn't even open his eyes. There was mist and mist between the sky and the earth. The sky is getting darker and darker. Thorin Oakshield tried to open his eyes, facing the heavy rain, turned his head and shouted at the team behind him who had been drenched in the rain, "We can't stop here. Stand up, hold on tight, watch your steps. We want to keep going." Thorin Oakshield's voice finally made everyone who had been drenched quickly come to their senses. The expedition continued to advance hard in the heavy rain. At this moment, the dwarf Dwerin suddenly looked at the sky and his complexion suddenly changed, and then he tried his best to shout, "Be careful!" When Dwerin spoke, everyone immediately raised their heads. Then, I saw a huge black thing, like a meteorite, flying from a lofty mountain in the distance to the mountain where everyone was. Chapter 53, Battle of the Stone Giants. Boom! The huge boulder suddenly slammed on the mountain peak above the heads of the expedition team, making a loud noise. The mountain shook for a while, and the boulder smashed into the mountain. At the moment, it broke into countless large and small stones and rolled down one after another. "Be careful, hurry up!" Thorin Oakshield clutched the stone wall beside him, turned his head and shouted. The gravel that fell from the heads of the expedition team varied in size. The large ones were several tons, and the small ones were palm-sized. Torrential rain mixed with countless rubble suddenly fell. In an instant, the small intestine path protruding below was hit hard, and a large section of the path was smashed and collapsed and fell straight into the dark abyss below. Made the crowd clinging to the side of the trail's stone wall to exclaim again and again. The heavy rain is violent at this time. The sky is booming with thunder. One after another dazzling lightning pierced the dim sky. At this moment, the white-bearded dwarf Bahrain looked ahead and said loudly, "This is not a thunderstorm, this is simply a war. Look!" The people who had just been relieved from the gravel rain immediately looked in the direction of Bahrain's fingers. Rumble! A dazzling lightning flashes. With the light of lightning, everyone immediately saw the dim sky and the torrential rain ahead. A mountain came alive, but a majestic rocky mountain range came alive. Very quickly, following the rising movement of the mountain opposite. Everyone in the expedition team finally saw the mountain that had come alive. It actually had a human-like figure, legs and hands, and a head in the middle. Although the opponent's feet, hands, and the size of the head are far infinitely larger than the size of humans and dwarves. At this time, the dwarf Bofur looked at the dim sky in the distance, as if there shouldn't be a huge and majestic figure in this world, could not help but mutter, "Oh my god, the legend is true. That's a giant, the legendary stone giant!" Fell with the horrified shout of the dwarf Bofur. In the distant sky, the towering stone giant who seemed to emerge from the legend suddenly threw a huge stone in the direction of the expedition team with his hands on his hands. Careful! Dodge! Hurry up! Looking at the huge shadow-like rocks in the sky, someone immediately exclaimed. Everyone doesn't need anyone to shout at this time, everyone knows that they are shrinking and trying their best to cling to the stone wall next to them. Only this time, the boulders thrown by the stone giants did not come at all for the expedition team members as small as ants. The huge shadow-like boulder flew past the mountain where everyone on the expedition team was about to hit another giant stone giant that emerged from behind the team. Boom! The huge boulder suddenly hit another stone giant and burst open immediately. It's just that no matter how big the boulder is, it is still far behind the stone giant. Even if it hit the newly appearing stone giant's chest, it just made the opponent staggered and took a step back. The stone giant that was smashed is obviously not to be outdone. Between raising his hands, a boulder with a more majestic shadow than the one just now was easily lifted by the stone giant, and then thrown at the stone giant on the opposite side. Boom! The battle of two majestic stone giants tossed each other with huge stones. For a while, the whole world was shaking and shaking. Coupled with continuous downpours, lightning, and thunder. This mountain range under the dim sky is like the end of the day. At this time, everyone in the expedition team curled up and clung to the side of the rock wall, not daring to move, for fear of attracting attention. Everyone was still thinking about waiting for these two big brothers to finish their fight before leaving. But the simple attack method of two stone giants running over the giant stones soon came to an end. The stone giant seems to think that throwing a stone is not as good as punching the flesh directly. After resisting a boulder shell from the stone giant on the opposite side, he dropped the boulder that had been lifted and walked towards the opponent in strides. The sky is dim, and the rain falls. In the rain curtain, the majestic stone giants reaching hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters walk step by step from the deep dark cliffs and abyss in the distance. Every step makes the whole earth tremble. Careful! The stone giant is here. He can't see us, don't move around. Hide away! Facing the legendary stone giant walking slowly, every dwarf's face was full of horror. Thorin Oakshield roared hard, trying to comfort the members of the expedition team. At this moment, facing the legendary creatures that came, the dwarves were all panicked. Looked at the towering figure of the stone giant. Morgan was also full of shock and awe. He suddenly remembered the three giant rock trolls he had met nearly a month ago. The largest of the three trolls is nearly 5 meters tall and strong, not too small. But compared with the stone giant in front of him, it is not on the same level at all. If the two fight against each other, the rock giant may be able to trample all the three trolls into mud as long as he lifts his foot. Such a huge stone giant as huge as a mountain range, if you don't really see it with your own eyes, you can never imagine the shock. Even Morgan's current vision and breadth of thinking have been very open. Even deep in my mind, there are related plot memories, and I am prepared for the scenes I face this time. But when you really face this kind of mythical supernatural creature, Morgan was still shocked. Such a terrifying creature, if you want to deal with yourself, deal with the entire expedition team, it is simply a breeze. In such a situation, there is no need to do it directly, but the quiet fluctuations generated during the battle are enough to make the expedition team overwhelmed. Morgan suddenly thought that even the dragon Smog, who wreaks havoc in Middle-earth and dominates the Lone Mountain, would be easily pinched to death when faced with such a rock giant. Boom! Bang! The earth is shaking, and the earth is shaking. With the two rock giants that are as tall as a mountain, they keep approaching. Everyone in the expedition team was shuddered and shivered close to the rock wall halfway up the mountain. Seeing that Morgan, who was about to be at the center of the battle between the two rock giants, was finally anxious. Soren, we should go now. Morgan risked falling off the cliff and stood up and shouted. Thorin Oakshield also woke up immediately, looked at the two rock giants left and right, and immediately turned his head and shouted at everyone. This will be the battlefield of these giants. We can't stay here anymore. Get up, we should go now. Thorin Oakshield roared. The dwarves didn't react slowly, although the mountain peaks beside them, the footpaths, the surrounding area and even the whole world were shaking and trembling. The members of the expedition team still stood up, shaking like an earthquake, moving forward with difficulty. It's just that the day fails. Just when the expedition team just started to continue on the road, suddenly, they noticed that the mountain beside and under their feet was shaking violently. Is different from being shaken by two rock giants. Everyone in the expedition team could clearly feel this shock, coming from the mountain itself beside them at the moment and under their feet. The vibration is getting more and more intense. A large number of boulders began to fall from the top of the mountain. Everyone in the expedition team finally realized something was wrong. Not good. Careful. This mountain is going to collapse. Be careful with the stones. Hurry up. Everyone panicked. Finally, in the violent shaking, everyone in the expedition team finally saw where the violent shaking came from. Another rock giant, as tall as a mountain, stood up. The position where everyone in the expedition team is at this time is on the calf of the rock giant. Means that the expedition team has been walking and climbing on this rock giant. Only at this time the rock giant was awakened by the other two fighting rock giants. Rumble is different from the two rock giants in the distance. Because they were so close, everyone in the expedition team looked up, and they couldn't even see the head of the rock giant. Also because it was too close, the rock giant moved a little. Is almost an earth-shattering disaster for the entire expedition team members. The heavy rain is still falling continuously. The sky is constantly flashing and thundering. A lot of boulders began to fall off because of the rock giant's sobriety. Everyone in the expedition team can only cling to the stone wall next to them, grasping everything that can make them feel safe. Is accompanied by a lot of falling rocks. Finally, the rock giant at his feet began to stand up. This large-scale movement immediately caused a gap in the middle of the entire mountain. The rupture gap extended to the middle of the trail where the expedition team was. It's just that the cracks in the mountain are cracking too fast. The expedition members who were just behind the team had not had time to react. The crevice in the mountain quickly split into a distance of tens of meters. The whole mountain is directly divided into two. The third rock giant, who is so majestic and not inferior to the other two rock giants, finally appeared. The trivial simple action of the rock giant standing up immediately caused the expedition to explode. Watching the dwarves Keely, Bofur, Palmer, Oli, and Beaver, they were quickly taken away from the team because they stood on the other ankle of the rock giant. Thorin Oakshield, Morgan Bayron, and others can only watch and have no way. At this time, first appeared, and the closest rock giant finally arrived. It doesn't matter who the new rock giant is. The rock giant who rushed up raised his huge rock fist and slammed a punch on the head of the rock giant where the expedition team was located. Boom! The sound of a fierce collision as if Mars hit the Earth. Countless rocks rolled down one after another. The new rock giant that hadn't fully stood still was stunned by the rushed rock giant, and his figure immediately fell to the side of the mountain. Morgan and Thorin Oakshield, the members standing together, almost followed the overturned rock giant to the mountain peak beside them in an extremely thrilling manner. Seems to be a flood of luck, or it may be destiny helping. Boom! The two peaks collided. The members of the expedition team are not only okay, but they have just connected the trail that was broken before. Quick! Quickly jump up! Hurry up! Morgan and Thorin Oakshield finally jumped onto a safe mountain peak. At this time, the rock giant who had just punched out finally awoke, stood up again, and raised his hand as a hill-like fist slammed into the rock giant in front. Boom! 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 Just when the two rock giants punched you and I was so busy. Suddenly, another rock giant a little further away, the overlooked rock giant suddenly stopped, and casually carried a huge boulder. Threw it at the two rock giants who were fighting each other with their hands. The huge boulder flew quickly, coincidentally, just hit Keely, on the head of the rock giant where the boffer was. The huge boulder is huge, and the impact that comes quickly is full. This throw was extremely sharp, and immediately smashed the head of the rock giant that was hit, and flew to the ground. Will the rock giant without his head die? No one knows. But Keely and Bover, who were on the calf of the rock giant whose head was smashed off, fell to the ground with the rock giant, and quickly crashed into the mountain to the side. They were immediately shocked and screamed again and again. Morgan, Thorin Oakeshield, and Bahrain, who were standing on the slightly safe trail, also exclaimed again and again. It's just that this time the dwarves of Keely, Bofer, and Bomber are far from the luck of Morgan and Thorin Oakeshield. The rock giant brought the dwarf Keely Bofer Pompeo in danger, and the dwarves slammed into the mountain not far away, and just hit a huge raised boulder. The speed was so fast that these people couldn't react, so they slammed into it. Boom! Do not! Do not! Kylie! Thorin Oakenshield and Balin Dwaren, several dwarves, immediately looked stupid. The place where the dwarves were hit is not far from everyone in Morgan. Thorin Oakeshield roared and rushed forward quickly. The dwarves behind them also rushed up with expressions eagerly. I saw the hapless dwarves lying in a pile of rubble, and they didn't seem to be hurt. How is it? How is everything? Thorin Oakeshield asked quickly. Fine. It's just dangerous. It's okay, we are all alive. Very lucky. The dwarves spoke one after another. Thorin Oakeshield and the members of the expedition team who caught up behind him were also completely relieved. Bilbo walked quickly beside Morgan. Suddenly, the sand, gravel and soil under his feet loosened, and Bilbo stomped on empty. Morgan! Bilbo hurriedly exclaimed. Morgan noticed that the abnormal reaction was extremely fast. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com suddenly reached out and fished it back. Then he grabbed Bilbo's short hand. Everyone reacted, looking at Bilbo falling in midair. They only felt that the danger here was really everywhere. Hold on, I tried hard. Morgan spoke, and with a sudden force in his hand, he pulled Bilbo up. Hey, hey! Bilbo came up pale, panting heavily, and if Morgan hadn't reacted quickly, he would really be dead. It's okay, we almost lost the snitch. Dwaren, who originally wanted to help, smiled at Bilbo, who was being pulled up by Morgan and was desperate. At this moment, Thorin Oakeshield suddenly turned his head and looked at Bilbo calmly. He didn't know what to do when he left his hometown. It's no surprise that he died halfway. He shouldn't have followed us, he has no place among us. Thorin Oakeshield calmly turned and walked forward. The other dwarves quickly followed. Morgan walked at the end and stood beside Bilbo. He lifted up the pale Bilbo and patted Bilbo's shoulder with a smile. Sorin is getting angry, don't worry about it. You are a member of our expedition team, don't be discouraged. You and I were both found by Gandalf. We can't let Gandalf down. Being so kindly comforted by Morgan, who had just been reprimanded by Thorin Oakeshield in public, Bilbo, who was extremely depressed, immediately felt much better. Morgan, you saved my life and I will remember it. Bilbo spoke solemnly. Morgan just smiled, motioned for him to follow quickly, and then walked forward quickly. Chapter 54, Turning Point. The end of this trail leads to a cave. Thorin. The Oakeshield carried the wizard sword on his back, and he took the battle axe in his hand and walked into the cave first. The cave is fairly spacious, there is no debris on the ground, and it looks fairly clean. At this time, the dwarves following behind walked in. Thorin Oakeshield commanded, "It looks safe, I search around, and the cave often has an owner." S voice fell, and the dwarves behind him immediately scattered and searched. At this moment, Morgan walked in with a longbow quiver and his own package, carrying the elven sword in his hand. According to the story in his memory, he knew that this cave was used by goblins in the underground kingdom to hunt. And, just under the feet of everyone, there is an underground goblin kingdom. Although he knew this well, Morgan had no intention of telling others. Is not only because he can't explain to others why he would be aware of the meaning. Because of this Goblin Kingdom incident, it was an important turning point for the entire expedition. Bilbo Baggins, who was reprimanded by Thorin Oakeshield for doing nothing and unable to adapt, will get the Lord of the Rings in this incident. The Supreme Lord of the Ring that will affect the situation of the entire Middle-earth world in the future. From the very beginning, Morgan knew that after he had come to Middle-earth, he had bothered to get the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Now, the best time to start is about to come before Morgan, and Morgan is staring at it. After a while, the dwarf who searched the cave came back. There is nothing here. Me too, I didn't see anything. The same, there is nothing, here is too clean. At this time, the last team member of the search, Groyan the dwarf walked back with a pile of dead wood in his arms, threw it on the ground, and said, I found some dry wood. Let's make a fire. This firewood is not enough, I will look for it again. Just after a thunderstorm, the rest of the people who survived the battle of a few terrifying towering stone giants have this intention. Was about to start a fire, and was about to pick up more firewood when he came back. Thorin Oakeshield suddenly said, No, we can't make a fire here. Let's rest here. Bahrain, take out the jerky and wine, we have a rest after eating, we will leave at dawn tomorrow. Thorin Oakeshield said that he found a clean and suitable place and was about to sit down. Bahrain, the white-bearded dwarf, immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, We should wait in the mountains for Gandalf to meet. This is a negotiated plan. The plan will change. Thorin Oakeshield said, shook his head, and then continued to command, Bover, you are the first to watch the night, Pangbo, you are the second. At the end of the order, Thorin Oakeshield sat down directly against the stone wall behind him. Bahrain looked at Thorin Oakeshield and hesitated several times. Finally, Bahrain still did not speak. He knew that Thorin didn't like elves, and he did the same. I came to Rivendell since being half-flicked and half-forced by Gandalf. Thorin didn't trust Gandalf that much, at least he didn't trust Gandalf as much at the beginning. But the wizard Gandalf's plan is very correct so far. The team was also able to continue on the road because of Gandalf's plan. From Bahrain's point of view, it is at least on the plan. Thorin should give Gandalf more trust. But Thorin is the king of all Turin dwarves. Regarding Thorin's decision, as long as it is not an obvious mistake or something that will lead to serious consequences, Bahrain will not question or oppose Thorin's decision. Is like now. Shook his head, Bahrain took the package from the dwarf, and began to distribute dry food and drinks to everyone. Just when the expedition team was resting in the underground goblin hunting cave to eat and drink. The heavy rain still outside. Wow, wow, wow. Rumble. The sky is dark and gloomy. The sky still rumbling with thunder. Papa papa. The extremely dazzling electric light exploded and lit up the dim sky. The three majestic stone giants, who were originally tall, have already disappeared. On the barren wasteland where the expedition team started up the mountain, a group of hideous and ugly-looking wolves appeared in the rain. Headed by is a strong half-orc who is pale, has a black and dirty skin that is completely different from that of other half-orcs, and is much larger than ordinary half-orcs. Seems to be unaccustomed, or perhaps disdainful. The pale half-orc leader only wore a piece of leather armor on his lower body, and his upper body was completely naked. The upper body of the half-orc is full of solid muscles, and there are a large number of hideous scars of various shapes. Has an ugly appearance, a mouth full of black messy fangs, and the same scary scars on his face. This is a half-orc who will feel very ferocious, powerful, and evil at first glance. The pale half-orc is tall and strong, with an ugly and ferocious face, and its fierce aura far exceeds that of ordinary half-orcs. The same is true for the wolf sitting down. This is a ferocious white wolf with a body length of nearly 4 meters and a white steel pin-like body. This animal is far superior to the general grey-black lupus and white wolf king regardless of its stature. Soon, the pale and strong orc said in a deep voice, "The smell of the dwarf dogs has not disappeared. They want to cross these mountains. The distance is not far. Send my order to release the news that the bounty will be doubled again. This time, I want to make these dwarf completely extinct." Looking at the dim mountains and the heavy rain in the distance, the pale orc with a hideous face ordered. "Yes, master." A half-orc replied respectfully. Soon, a dark raven with red eyes flew out of the group. "Go, they haven't gone far yet. They can't walk fast in this weather." Looking at the darker rain curtain, the pale orc said in a deep voice. Immediately, both legs slammed into the wolf's abdomen, and the tall and fierce white wolf immediately rushed out. The crowd of beasts immediately followed. A large group of orc wolf knights quickly disappeared into the dark wind and rain. In the dark cave, the expedition team is still chewing dried meat and drinking wine. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Have previous experience. Also benefited from the generosity of the elves. The expedition team brought a lot of drinks from Rivendell. Under the proper control of Bahrain, these drinks can be consumed for at least half a month. The members of the expedition team can't drink as much as they did in Rivendell. But now that I can drink wine every evening, I am already very happy compared to before. Morgan chewed on the dried meat, closed his eyes after drinking a little bit of wine, and closed his eyes against the stone wall to refresh himself. The next thing is many and important. Now take the time to rest. The most important thing is to cultivate enough energy. And experienced the previous stone giant battle. The dwarves are also very tired today, and no one wants to talk more. After eating and drinking, the grunts sounded one after another in the cave. In the dark, Bilbo curled up in a corner of the cave, thinking quietly. He can't sleep. Regardless of Thorin. Oakshield said such ugly words in public. Or Morgan's comforting words. Or think of all the actions that come along the way. Bilbo feels a little uneasy tonight. But there should be comfort and encouragement from Morgan's journey. Although Bilbo had the idea of leaving the expedition team in his mind, it was not strong. As Morgan said before, you and I were both found by Gandalf. We can't let Gandalf down. Yes, he won't let Gandalf down, Morgan can do it. Bilbo believes that he can do it. Just when Bilbo secretly thought about the future. The elven dagger, which was pinned on his waist, was constantly emitting a faint blue light. Chapter 55, Slip. Time slowly passed. When the dwarves' purring gradually became louder. When the light in the cave becomes darker and darker. Suddenly, small grooves appeared on the ground covered with fine sand and dust. The sand and dust began to fall continuously. The slight rustling sound can hide from the sleeping dwarves, as well as Bofur sitting in front of the cave and dozing off. But I couldn't hide it from Morgan, who was prepared to pretend to sleep with his eyes closed. Coming! Perceiving the movement, Morgan immediately opened his eyes. I saw the sand and dust on the ground under everyone continuously falling downward. Morgan drew out the wizard's sword, then shouted, "Wake up!" The voice fell, and even if they slept deeply, the reaction of the dwarves was very fast. Was almost fully awakened by Morgan's scream. "What's wrong? What happened? Are the orcs chasing you?" Before Morgan could answer, the rustle suddenly increased. Immediately afterwards, the crowd heard abnormal vibrations in the thick gravel under their feet. Thorin Oakshield reacted fastest, and immediately realized that the situation was serious and shouted, "Be careful!" The voice just fell. Crack, click. Something was opened. Next second, the entire stone cave floor seemed to sink, and suddenly all collapsed. At this moment, gravel, dust, and a crowd of dwarves immediately fell downward. Even Morgan, who is prepared, and Thorin Oakshield, who have already reacted, are the same. All fell in the rumbling sound of the opening of the mechanism. Morgan, who had been waiting for this moment long ago, didn't have the panic of the dwarves at all. When fell, he had already raised the wizard sword in his hand. At the moment when he fell into the passage with a group of members of the expedition, Morgan suddenly pierced the long sword in his hand deeply into the gravel of the sloped passage. Ah! The dwarves screamed and immediately rolled towards the bottom of the ramp. Only Morgan had pierced the elven sword into the sand and stone of the passage, and it was nailed into the passage. Did not roll down with everyone in the expedition. Hey! Morgan let out a long sigh, squeezed the hilt of the sword tightly, and couldn't help secretly rejoicing when he looked at the surrounding tunnel environment. Fortunately, I didn't use a short sword just now, but a long sword. This kind of sand, the depth of the dagger pierced into it is not enough to hang the weight of one's body. I really want to use a short sword. I am afraid that, like the dwarves, I am surrounded by countless goblins who are rushing up crazily. So far so good. After taking a few deep breaths, Morgan slowly climbed up from the passage and stood up straight. Although this passage is a steep that was dug out. But as long as you don't fall down and walk carefully, there is no problem at all. The reason why the rest of the expedition team kept rolling all the way was because they had just fallen off with huge inertia. Makes them unable to stop at all. Is surrounded by sand and rocks, this is a tunnel dug out. Here, only this channel can always pass under. Morgan walked carefully in the dim passage with the wizard sword in his hand, and walked down slowly. Ah 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 ah! The members of the expedition team still screamed in exclamation. Through the echo of the sound, Morgan estimated that this channel would not be short. Morgan continued forward and quickly walked into a tunnel hollowed out in the middle. Only when Morgan walked into the dim tunnel, he started a large group of huge bats flying around. Benefited from the previous adventures, and the reason why it should strengthen the 4 major attributes of the body. Morgan's current night vision ability is much stronger than before, and he can barely see the dim tunnel in front of him. Morgan continued to move forward. The exclamation sound from below kept on. But it was accompanied by noises, screams, strange screams, and fighting sounds. Morgan knew that the other members of the expedition team should have fallen completely and had a battle with the goblin monsters below. Morgan moved forward carefully. At this moment, a stone stepped on suddenly loosened and rolled away. Morgan crooked, his other foot stepped on the already steep dim passage and immediately became unstable. Ns. Morgan breathed fragrance, and then he fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, his whole body rolled straight down the passage. Morgan clasped the long sword in his hand, trying hard to be the same as before, but the long sword was too long, and his body rolled too fast, he couldn't do it at all. Amidst the huge turbulence, Morgan knew that he might have to roll to the end like the rest of the expedition. So gave up struggling, tried hard to hold his head, and let himself roll down the dim passage. The time went back a few minutes ago, at the exit under the passage. With noisy screams and dozens of figures from the sky fell into the huge bowl-shaped cage. Waiting aside, a dense group of goblin monsters holding various weapons, short, ugly, dirty, with twisted facial features and a combination of orcs, immediately rushed up frantically. There is new food again. Catch them. These guys are so ugly, uglier than us. Wow, this is a dwarf. I heard that the dwarves are thick and juicy, and they taste very strong. There is too much hair on my body, unlike us. Catch them. Ugly goblins swarmed up, roaring and yelling with great interest. Go away, you dirty things. Let me go. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? Let me go, get out. Go away, you monsters. You will pay the price. Before all the dwarves could react, they had been thrown into pieces, all in pain. Is now being attacked by a swarm of goblin monsters. The huge cage is small and crowded. A group of dwarves are crowded like canned sardines, and there is no room for resistance. It didn't take long for a group of dwarves to be disarmed one by one, and they were taken away by the goblins with their hands tied. The dwarves are cursing, depressed but have no way. Goblin monsters come and go swarming. Abducted the dwarves, and it quickly became empty. At this time, a voice quickly rushed through the passage above the cage. Then, a tall figure fell from the passage into the empty cage. Boom! Morgan fell heavily into the cage. But at this time, there are no goblin monsters around. Looking at the empty surroundings, Morgan was completely relieved. After preparing for so long www.readaloud.com, finally, I stumbled and fell. Gan. Morgan let out a few long breaths, and he couldn't help feeling depressed. Fortunately, the results are the same. Lay down for a while, and after checking, realized that he had no other injuries except for some skin injuries. Morgan stood up now. Just stepping out of the huge cage, I saw the only road ahead. There were two ugly-looking and half-orcs and short and dwarf monsters were walking towards this side. Seeing the human Morgan, who still has the fish slipping through the net, he immediately waved the rusty dagger in his hand and the dagger monster screamed and rushed towards Morgan. Morgan took the long sword away without hesitation, and stretched out his hand to take the longbow arrow on his back. When the two goblin monsters just rushed forward, Morgan had already opened his bow and set an arrow. Seems to realize that humans are not easy to mess with. The two goblin monsters stopped for a lifetime, turned in panic and ran back. Freeing these two goblins will only bring more goblins. Morgan wouldn't make such a simple mistake, lose his fingers. The two arrows shot out suddenly, hitting the back of the two goblins. The arrow was so powerful that it directly shot through two goblins, and the arrow came out of the chest. Morgan stepped forward quickly, reached out and pulled out the arrows from the two goblin corpses. Wiped the arrows on the two corpses again, and then reinserted them into the quiver behind them. There is no place to add arrows in the wild. Morgan has always done this. After recovering the arrows, he kicked the two corpses one by one into the depths of the dark pit next to him. Morgan then walked carefully along the suspension bridge forward. Chapter 56, Goblin King, I am a singer. The scope of the entire underground goblin kingdom is not small. The goblins almost hollowed out the underground, and a series of wooden suspension bridges ran across the underground kingdom. Is linked everywhere, extending in all directions, serving as the most important traffic road in the entire underground kingdom. The bottom of the suspension bridge is made up of a large number of various woods. Walked up and swayed, looking very poor quality, as if it might collapse at any time. The suspension bridge that Morgan is walking now is the same. A few thicker ropes, yes, the ropes are not iron chains yet. Several ropes are linked to each other, and blocks of wooden boards are thrown on them. There is even an extra plank space between the planks on such a poor quality suspension bridge. Below both sides of the suspension bridge, there are dark cliffs and abysses. These abysses are huge mines that have been dug out. It was dug out by goblins for countless years. Walking on the suspension bridge, I can hear rhythmic percussions from far away from time to time. That's the lowest level goblins mining. This goblin kingdom is buried deep underground. No matter the day and night, it is dark. Therefore, on both sides of a large number of suspension bridges, or on the stone walls, you can see burning oil torches or small stoves for lighting every distance. Although it is far less than the bright lights of Rivendell, it is still okay to use it to illuminate and see the road. Morgan held his longbow and moved forward carefully. There are noisy noises and screams from time to time in the distance. Morgan even heard that the curse was the voice of Grumpy Groyan among the dwarves. Presumably the dwarves at this time should have been brought to the front of the Goblin King by the goblins, and they were put under custody. Morgan's next priority is not to rescue the dwarves. In the memory plot, the dwarves will escape by themselves. And Gandalf, who has been away from the team for nearly a month, will also appear here to help the dwarves. Morgan's first task now is to find Bilbo, or find the monster guru. In short, if you want to get that Supreme Lord of the Ring, you must be before Bilbo. Morgan went on. The surrounding area is very quiet, the fire is burning quietly, only the old suspension bridge plank under his feet is stepped on and creaks. The lights in the depths of the underground kingdom were bright, and strange noises kept coming. Morgan guessed that the Goblin King should be there. The goblins caught a big fat sheep like a dwarf today. The other goblins should all go to see the excitement. Morgan walked carefully across the two suspension bridges. Not only did he not see Bilbo, he could not even see the figure of a goblin monster. Morgan felt a little anxious, speeding up his feet. Soon, when he was about to turn a dim intersection ahead, he suddenly heard the sound of a fight. Morgan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward carefully, and soon saw a short figure wearing a burgundy coat and holding a glowing dagger and a strong goblin monster of the same size struggling to kill. The figure in the burgundy coat is not the Bilbo he was looking for. Just as Morgan reached out his hand and quietly touched the quiver behind him to help Bilbo. At this time, I saw that goblin monster suddenly ride on Bilbo's shoulder. The moment when Bilbo tried his best to overturn the goblin on his body into the abyss next to the suspension bridge. Bilbo, who was already on the edge of the suspension bridge, also couldn't stand still because of too much force just now, and he planted his head backwards. Then, Morgan watched as Bilbo followed the goblin monster and fell into the dark depths of the mine. Is that a coincidence? Morgan stepped forward quickly, looking at the dark abyss below, without speaking. But I remembered that in the memory plot, Bilbo was among a bunch of goblins, and the dwarves were all captured by the goblins, ignoring Bilbo in the crowd. And now, I just wanted to save Bilbo and take it with him. In this way, Bilbo may miss the Guru encounter with that monster. The possibility of getting the Supreme Lord of the Rings greatly increased. But now, things seem to be perfectly back on track in the memory plot. This makes Morgan a little surprised to think of it. Will it be the guide of fate? Or is it a fact that Bilbo will get the Supreme Lord of the Rings? Looked at the dark abyss below. Morgan's complexion was a little uncertain. Soon, he made up his mind, whether it was destined or not. He has to try again. I have thought about it for a few months, but I will not give up easily because of some speculation. Thinking of this, Morgan looked left and right on the suspension bridge. Quickly found a suitable position for him. Morgan put away his longbow, rolled up his sleeves, and began to climb down. At the same time, the heartland of the underground kingdom of Goblin. There are suspension bridges everywhere here, and there are brightly burning torch stoves everywhere, illuminating this underground space like daylight. At this time, the place was full of goblins with dwarf clowns and humble statures. In the most central part, there is a small mountain peak. Leaning on a small mountain peak, it is a huge suspension bridge whose length and width are far longer than other small suspension bridges. At the end of the huge suspension bridge, there is a huge luxurious seat leaning against the sharp peak. The seat is studded with gold and gems of various colors. At this time, sitting on the seat was a huge and bloated goblin nearly 4 meters tall. This supergiant goblin, holding a sheep-headed skull cane and wearing a bone crown made of unknown fangs, is the Goblin King of this underground kingdom. Watching the goblins below come with a group of prey, the Goblin King was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but started to stand up, shaking his pale and dirty bloated body covered with sarcomas and pustules. www.readaloud.com ready to sing. When the surrounding goblins saw this, they immediately began to beat their musical instruments, a huge broken gong, war drums, and various iron pots and pans. In the noisy and harsh percussion of the goblin band, the Goblin King, who was so bloated that he needed a few goblins to help him to stand up, began to dance. Kara, crackle, black cracks crackle. 1 catch, 2 pull, catch it, pinch and play. All smashed and continued. Make them dumb. Wow 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 wow. Go around, far away, underground. The Orc City is deeply buried. The orc city is deeply buried. Goblin chorus. Hey, Papa, whipping. Everyone loves to tell the truth when they are on my torture stage. Go around, far underground. The orc city is deeply buried. The orc city is deeply buried. Goblin chorus. Take out the hammer, raise the pliers, bring the chisel and the gong. You won't live long on my fangs. Comma. Wow, patter. Ping pong pong pong, scared you to tremble all over. Let you yell in despair, no one will come to rescue you. Go around, far underground. The orc city is deep, buried underground. Goblin King finished singing a song, made a handsome gesture with one hand, and gritted his teeth, yet. Suddenly, the bloated fat trembled violently. Chapter 57, The Lord of the Rings appears. It sounds good. The bloated Goblin King who finished the song stepped on a few goblins who were kneeling underneath as cushions. After sitting on the huge seat, he turned his head and looked at the crowds of goblins and the captured prey in front of him. Proudly said, I created it myself. Bahrain, the white-bearded dwarf who was caught by a few goblins in the goblin group, had just been tortured by the noise. At this time, he finally had the opportunity to shout out, where is this song? It's terrible. There is no song worse than this in the world. That's it, terrible. The dwarves immediately booed. Oops, weird, difference, this underground is full of these things. This is my kingdom, I like it here. The Goblin King said, sitting on his seat and waved his hand indifferently. The various weapons that the goblins had seized from the dwarves were thrown in front of the Goblin King. Looked at the weapons all over the floor. The Goblin King immediately stood up with his bloated body, and his normally normal face immediately became extremely hideous, and he shouted. Who are you, dare to be fully armed and break into my kingdom? Thief, spy, or killer? The Goblin King stared at the crowd with his big muddy eyes. It's just that the height of the dwarf is similar to that of the goblins, and it is crowded with a large number of goblins in front of you. It is really difficult to tell if you don't look closely. It's a dwarf, Your Majesty. We caught it at the entrance. At this time, a little goblin leader immediately said respectfully to the Goblin King. Dwarf. Search them for me, they are clean. The Goblin King waved his hand and sat back in his seat with his bloated belly. Soon, a full bag was found by the goblins from the dwarf Oli. Rush rush. Goblin carried the bag and poured it out. Pieces of beautifully shaped silver spoons, wine glasses, lamp holders and the like were poured out. These things are obviously elves, and the other dwarves changed their faces when they looked at them, and immediately looked at Ori. Facing the gaze of his partner, Oli was a little embarrassed and said, I just took something as a souvenir. Say, what do you want to do when you come to my site? Don't say yes, bring up the meat grinder and our bone crusher, starting with the youngest dwarf. Seeing that the Goblin King was about to be tortured by torture, Thorin Oakshield, hiding in the crowd, finally couldn't help it. Wait! Thorin Oakshield shouted loudly, pushed away the goblins beside him, walked out of the crowd, and stood in front of the bloated Goblin King. Yo, look, look! Look who is here! Seeing the dwarf in front of him clearly, the Goblin King's eyes lit up immediately. It turned out to be Thorin, son of Thorn, grandson of Thor, king of the mountain. Oh, sorry, I forgot, you don't have a mountain anymore, and you are no longer a king. You are just an unknown person now. Am I right? The Goblin King laughed at Thorin Oakshield in a mocking tone. Without waiting for the dwarf in front of him to speak, he continued, I suddenly remembered that someone offered a huge bonus to buy your head. Just a head, nothing else. The Goblin King looked at Thorin in front of him. Oakshield slowly stood up straight, and continued, maybe you know who I am talking about. It is your old enemy, the pale orc riding the white wolf. The words fell, and Thorin Oakshield's drooping eyes immediately raised, looking at the Goblin King in front of him, and said solemnly, "Azog the Destroyer is dead. He died in a battle long ago." Thorin Oakshield opened his mouth firmly, obviously not believing what the Goblin King said. "So, do you think it is impossible for him to appear again?" The Goblin King sneered and invited the little goblin to hang in the air. The little goblin who used to pass the message ordered, "Go, pass a message to the Pale Orc, and say that we have caught the person he wants. The Goblin Kingdom is underground. Dim, damp, and smelly." A tall figure jumped from a boulder 3 meters above the ground. Stood on the ground safely, which was a big relief. The tall figure is naturally Morgan. Climbed down along where Bilbo fell. Morgan suffered a lot, and now his body is dirty. "Hey!" After a long sigh, Morgan looked around. Neither saw the figure of Bilbo, nor the figure of the goblin fighting Bilbo. It should be nearby. Morgan thought to himself, pulling out the wizard sword from his back, and started walking around looking for it. The surrounding light is dim and damp, and the ground is full of various stones, bumpy and jagged. This huge underground pit is called the Underground Kingdom, but it is actually a huge abandoned mine. There are all things hidden in dirt and grime. Morgan walked only a few steps, and saw a big rock with a thick but colorful poisonous snake with his head held high, watching Morgan keep spitting out letters, posing an attacking posture. Morgan didn't even think about it. He waved his hand and cut it off with a sword. The head of the snake flew immediately, and the colorful snake curled down from the rock. Morgan went on. "It didn't take long before I saw the corpse of a goblin monster." Looking closely, Morgan found that it was the one fighting Bilbo on the suspension bridge above. It's just that this goblin was lying on the ground in an irregularly distorted posture. The corpse was covered with ants and spiders, and it had obviously been dead for a long time. After confirming the body, Morgan left immediately. After looking for a large circle around the goblin corpse, Bilbo was still missing. Morgan was slightly anxious. The speed he just got off is not too slow. After Bilbo fell, he immediately climbed down from the suspension bridge on the side. The neighborhood has been searched all over, and the dead body of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com goblin has also been found. If Bilbo had been stunned, how could he have found it at this time? Unless he was awake when he fell, and he should have not been hurt. Only this way can I leave here soon. Thinking of this, Morgan couldn't stay any longer. If he delays one more minute here, Bilbo is very likely to get the Supreme Lord of the Rings 1 minute earlier. However, which direction will Bilbo choose? Thinking like this, Morgan immediately raised his head and looked around. Soon, after confirming that the light in one direction is slightly brighter, Morgan decisively chose to go in that direction. Bilbo is just an ordinary person, in such a dim and harsh environment. It is instinct to look for light and yearn for a bright environment. Morgan held the wizard sword and walked forward carefully. It didn't take long for the surrounding light to become brighter. Morgan continued to move forward. Knowing that there is a monster named Guru below, Morgan's footsteps are very light. In addition, the underground environment is humid, and large tracts of brown mushrooms grow on the ground. Morgan quietly stepped forward on the mushroom. The surrounding light gradually brightens. At this moment, he suddenly heard a movement not far ahead. Morgan looked happy, and immediately speeded up and moved more carefully. Finally, he rushed to the place where the noise was made. Morgan hid carefully on a boulder and looked forward. At this look, Morgan was stunned. He saw Bilbo wearing a dirty burgundy coat, holding a shiny dagger in one hand. With the other hand, he was picking up a golden ring from the ground. Chapter 58, Metamorphosis. That is the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Morgan, hiding behind the boulder, saw the golden ring that Bilbo picked up from the ground with his own eyes. His eyes were almost glowing, and his breathing immediately became a little hurried. Whhhhhhhhhh. The Lord of the Rings, the Supreme Lord of the Rings that can be invisible and can let oneself master the endless powerful power. As long as you have it, let alone Rivendell's female elves, even the entire Middle-earth world is yours. Look, the Supreme Lord of the Rings is right in front of you, isn't it the Lord of the Rings that you always want to get? It's there, as long as you kill Bilbo, the Lord of the Rings will be yours. Just one arrow, aim at Bilbo's head. Kill Bilbo. The Supreme Lord of the Rings will always belong to you. At this moment, Morgan's head was filled with an extremely seductive voice that kept telling himself. Short of breath, Morgan, with red eyes trembling, slowly stretched out his hand to touch the quiver on his back. Finally, he drew an arrow. Trembling hands slowly placed the arrow on the longbow. Morgan, with red eyes, began to raise his longbow and aim at Bilbo. Ma-teng! At this moment, an extremely stern and familiar voice suddenly rang in Morgan's mind. Ma-teng, wake up! Ma-teng, you wake up soon! Ma-teng, this name is so familiar. At this moment, Morgan, who was confused in his mind, finally began to think of something. Who is Ma-teng? Isn't Ma-teng me? I am Ma-teng. In an instant, Morgan's red eyes suddenly became extremely clear. After regaining his consciousness in an instant, Morgan saw that he was aiming at Bilbo with a longbow in his hand, and instantly felt that his back spine was cold. What's wrong with me? What are you doing? Morgan, who loosened the bowstring at the fastest speed and put away the longbow arrow, felt incredible at first. How could he raise his bow at Bilbo? Then, Morgan only felt cold and terrified. He had just heard a voice in his head, that voice was telling himself what to do. At that time, he was like a puppet. He just did what the other party said, and he couldn't refuse. Fortunately, there was the voice behind, and that voice called his original name several times. This made myself sober up instantly. Morgan can still remember that those two voices seemed to be his own, but the purpose of the two voices was worlds apart. Why is this? Why does this happen? Morgan, who was completely awake, knew that everything just now was definitely not a dream, nor was it his own fantasy. As a well-known underground black boxer in his previous life, if his will is not firm enough, he would have been in the ring for a long time. Plus the fantasy experience over the past few months. Morgan's vision, and insight have already surpassed before. Especially since he now possesses far superior strength in his body, he never believes that he would dream in such a dangerous environment during the day. Besides, I almost shot Bilbo with a bow just now. Is that simply a dream? Unless something confuses or tempts myself. Quickly thought of this. Morgan looked up and looked not far away. Bilbo, wearing a dirty burgundy coat, was carefully observing the golden ring he picked up. A lightning bolt flashed across Morgan's head. It's the Lord of the Rings. It must be that Supreme Lord of the Ring. In an instant, Morgan's azure blue eyes became extremely clear. The Supreme Lord of the Ring in the memory plot is best at bewitching, temptation, and the degeneration of all creatures that get it. When the Lord of the Rings feels that it doesn't need the other party, it will ruthlessly abandon the creature that got it. This is an extremely evil Lord Ring. Its true owner is only one, that is Sauron, the most powerful dark monarch in Middle-earth who forged it. And it can only be Sauron forever. After thinking about all this, Morgan only felt that his previous idea of wanting to upgrade his mental attributes to fight against and eventually possess the Supreme Lord of the Rings was completely wrong. At this moment, Morgan only felt that his mind had become extremely clear, and his entire body had become more relaxed than ever. Hey! After a long sigh, Morgan looked at Bilbo not far away and finally said, Bilbo. Bilbo, who was staring at the Lord of the Rings in his hand, was taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to hide the Lord of the Rings behind him. But watching Morgan walk from behind the boulder with a relaxed face, he smiled with a slight concern. I finally found you, are you okay? Fine. Bilbo immediately smiled and shook his head, realizing that Morgan was caring about him, and that he had been doing this all the way, and he had saved his life not long ago. As for myself, I picked up a ring and avoided the opponent, and immediately felt very ashamed. So Bilbo took out the ring. The night I just came down, as soon as I saw you, you fell down with the monster, and then I found it. You are fine, let's go, we should go to Thorin and the others. Hey, what are you? Morgan approached Bilbo as he said, but saw Bilbo let go of his hand. www.readaloud.com, revealing the golden ring on his palm. This is what I just found, maybe, you can use it. Bilbo opened his mouth and laughed, and his tight mood immediately relaxed a lot. After meeting Morgan, he was finally safe. It's just a ring, how can I use it? You can hold it yourself. Morgan's gaze inevitably fell on Bilbo's palm, the golden shining Lord of the Rings that exuded infinite charm and infinite temptation at this time. But Morgan's eyes were extremely clear and deep at this time, and after a glance, he said that he pushed Bilbo's little hand back and pressed the figure of the Lord of the Rings in his palm. All right. Seeing Morgan refused to accept it, Bilbo became more and more ashamed, picked up the ring and put it in his coat pocket. It's fine, we should go to Thorin. Do you know where they went? Morgan patted Bilbo on the shoulder and asked calmly. They have all been taken away by those monsters. I hid on the side, those monsters didn't find me. But there are too many monsters, I really couldn't save them. When Morgan asked about this, Bilbo immediately explained nervously. It's not that he doesn't want to save Thorin Oakshield and the others, but his ability is limited and he can't save them. Okay, you don't need to say, I understand. Let's find a way to leave here now. Morgan patted Bilbo on the shoulder again and smiled, and then began to look around. I don't know how to get out of here, but there must be other things to know. Hearing Morgan's words, Bilbo suddenly said softly, and pointed to the intersection on the side. Chapter 59, Guru. Oh! Looking at Bilbo, Morgan understood almost instantly. Bilbo must have seen that monster Gurg. The memory of the plot seems to be that Bilbo picked it up when the Supreme Lord of the Ring fell out while fighting with the goblin that fell down but failed to die. The current situation, and although it is different from the plot, the goblin monster that fell with Bilbo fell on the boulder and died. Did not appear the monster Guru where it fell. However, the Lord of the Rings still fell, and it happened to be picked up by Bilbo. Just shows that the Lord of the Rings actively abandoned the Guru and chose to put it into Bilbo's arms. But just now the Lord of the Rings was actively seducing himself, and it almost succeeded in the seduction. After he successfully resisted the temptation of the Lord of the Rings, it actually borrowed Bilbo's hand to give it to itself, so that he could own the Lord of the Rings without killing Bilbo. Does this mean that the Supreme Lord Ring appeared after him? Compared to Bilbo, the Lord of the Rings obviously wanted to make itself its temporary master. At this moment, Morgan understood that the Supreme Lord of the Rings seemed to have chosen him. Damn it, it's not hard, come on soft. It's so perfect. Hey! Morgan exhaled in his heart. He has completely understood until now, for sure, the Supreme Lord of the Rings in Bilbo's pocket at this time is definitely not a dead thing that only passively radiates temptation. It must be the kind of magical evil existence with self-consciousness. Can be seen from its ability to choose its host. Morgan. Seeing Morgan was wandering, Bilbo stretched out his hand and waved in front of Morgan's eyes. Sorry, I remembered something. Bilbo, you mean there are other things here? Morgan quickly recovered, smiled, and immediately asked. Yes, I just saw it. Bilbo definitely nodded. Then, Bilbo led the way. Morgan followed, took off the longbow from behind, and drew an arrow. Walking through the rocky intersection, Bilbo took Morgan to hide behind a huge boulder. I just saw the monster coming out of it. Bilbo whispered. Morgan nodded, and the two of them poked their heads out and looked around. There is a group of chaotic rocks around here, with huge black rocks everywhere. Not far in front, there is a huge pond. No, the pond is not suitable. This kind of estimation should be regarded as a small lake. Although I know that this is the standing water at the bottom of this huge mine. But I don't know how many years have passed since it can be accumulated into such a lake. Since Morgan's mental attributes were strengthened last time, his eyesight has improved significantly. Soon, he saw that in the middle of the lake ahead, on one of the huge boulders protruding from the water, a thin figure was squatting on the boulder and busying something. Turned his head and looked at Bilbo, who was still looking for it. Morgan motioned, "There." Bilbo quickly looked over, and when he saw the figure in the distance, he immediately said, "That's it." "But, it is so far away from us, how can we make it open?" Bilbo retracted his head, turned to look at Morgan and said. Morgan didn't speak, but he retracted his body behind the boulder, and then stepped the gravel with his foot. Crack, click. Even the slightest sound will appear very loud in such a quiet environment. "It's okay." Morgan stomped on with his foot, and replied to Bilbo. "That's it." Bilbo looked at Morgan. Although he didn't speak, Morgan could guess what he meant. "If you don't believe me, take a look." Morgan spoke softly, saying that he first put away the longbow and arrows in his hand, and then drew out the wizard's sword. Bilbo was a little unbelievable, couldn't help but poked his head out and looked in the direction of the monster before. As expected, there is nothing left on that huge boulder. "He came here." Bilbo quickly turned around and asked. Morgan gave him a gesture, "Shhh. Be quiet, don't scare it away." Bilbo nodded quickly. Luckily he had met Morgan, otherwise he would not be able to deal with the monster. Bilbo obediently shrank behind the boulder and said nothing. Morgan leaned on the boulder, closed his eyes and waited quietly. Last time in Rivendell, he continuously strengthened his mental attributes to LV3. Although he could not resist the temptation of the Supreme Lord of the Rings, it improved his 5 senses a lot. The vision is the same, and the hearing is the same. Time passed slowly. Bilbo, hiding behind the boulder, began to feel a little uncomfortable. Morgan could clearly hear a very light footstep approaching the boulder. "The monster is here." Morgan slowly opened his eyes and listened to the monster's footsteps. Approaching the boulder. Climbed up the boulder. "It's now." Listened to the sound of the opponent's footsteps. Morgan stood up suddenly. Then I saw on the boulder, a skin as pale as a corpse, with a rag around his hips, thin, rickety, bare, and a small monster with large, horribly protruding eyes, staring blankly. With oneself. Morgan saw the doubt in the eyes of the monster guru in front of him. But he doesn't like to be a human teacher. As soon as he raised his hand, the elf sword was pressed against the shoulder of the monster guru. Guru trembled all over, squinted at the long sword on his shoulder, and immediately said in horror, "The sword of the wizard." Talking about Gillu still wanting to retreat, Morgan immediately pressed down the long sword in his hand, and the sharp blade immediately cut the skin on Gillu's shoulder, and bright red blood quickly flowed out. "Don't move, otherwise I can't guarantee that I can control the sword in my hand." www.readaloud.com Morgan said in a cold voice. The monster guru stopped immediately, with a look of fear on his face, and he kept muttering, "Guru doesn't move, Gillu must not move. Tell me, how do I get out here?" Morgan continued to say coldly, but he knew that this monster was extremely cunning, and he would only be scared if he could only give him a hard time. "Over there, shut up, over there. It's over there." Guru pointed his finger in one direction, looked at Morgan with a pleased look and said, "If this is an ordinary person, looking at the pitiful watery eyes in front of him, it will probably be the first time he will be deceived by the other party. But Morgan, who has the memory of the plot, knows very well that Gollum's big eyes look extremely pitiful when they are pleased, and they look extremely cruel and terrifying when they do evil. And just now, this guy looked a little bit unclear about his usual self-talk, but it was not sick. But there are 2 personalities hidden in him, one is the cruel and cunning on the surface, and the other is cowardly and kind. Morgan estimated that the first person to speak should be the weak personality in his body. And the monster in front of him was clearly pointing in another direction. If someone else is not paying attention, they will definitely be fooled by him. But when it comes to Morgan, it doesn't work. Morgan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and directly reached out to pinch the monster guru's neck, and said coldly, "The exit is over there, right? If it's right, I'll let you go. But if it's wrong..." Before Morgan finished speaking, Gollum immediately pointed in the opposite direction and screamed, "I remembered wrong, it's over there, over there. Gillu swear, cough cough." Chapter 60, Support. Ahem. The exit is over there, Gillu swear. Gillu tried hard to hold Morgan's big hand on his neck with both hands, screaming and shouting. Morgan snorted coldly, knowing that this monster would be dishonest. Bilbo watched Morgan from the side to attract the monster, then held the monster, asked the way, knowing that he was deceived, and then directly asked again. This series of actions can be described as stunned. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to achieve the level of cleanliness like Morgan. And the monster in front of me is very cunning. If he hadn't met Morgan today, he would definitely be in big trouble. Go. Morgan nodded this time, turned his head and looked at Bilbo, and then walked in the direction said by the monster in his hand. Guru for the monster on hand. Because it involves the back, that is, 60 years later, the Middle-earth plot of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, this monster has a lot of scenes. No special circumstances, Morgan didn't want to kill this monster. After experiencing the scene where he was almost seduced and controlled by the Supreme Lord of the Rings, Morgan was calm and cautious in his heart. Before this, because the speed of system strengthening was too fast, Morgan can't help but feel a little airy. Then, the Lord of the Rings gave him a blow. Made Morgan realize very clearly that this world is far more dangerous than he thought. With his strength, he is far from qualified to float. From now on, we cannot underestimate any character in the plot. This is the experience and lesson that Morgan has learned. At the same time, he pays more attention to the plot direction in his memory. Even if the plot has a certain degree of change. But he found that it was a change in the branch plot, and in the overall trend, the plot did not change much. This is also his greatest guarantee of survival in this world, in addition to the system. So, for the monster he can pinch to death at any time. Morgan didn't have much murderous intentions, because he didn't want to change the plot easily. But, if the monster in his hand Guru died, Morgan never mind giving it a ride. He is unwilling to change the plot. But it does not mean that he will wrong himself for the plot. Ahem. Guru can't breathe. Morgan strode through the rocks, and Bilbo followed closely behind him. The monster grunted while holding Morgan's big hands tightly around its neck with both hands, while yelling sharply. Morgan just glanced at the monster in his hand coldly, said nothing, and did not change the strength of his hand. With his control, he naturally knows how much strength he can use to make this monster hold his breath and feel uncomfortable, but he won't die. There are two personalities hidden in this monster's body. A kind and cowardly. An evil and cruel. Kindness, cowardice, and weak nature can't beat evil and brutality. Therefore, the personality that usually occupies the dominant position is basically the evil and cruel personality. For such an evil thing, lying is not a skill at all, but his instinct to open his mouth. So, Morgan wouldn't believe it in the normal situation of this monster. Although this guy looks bald on his head, he still has a few ridiculous hairs. Ahem. Guru really can't breathe. Guru is so uncomfortable. The monster Guru continued to pretend to be stupid. Morgan was upset when he heard, "Shut up. I will let you go if I find a way out. If you talk nonsense, you don't have to go back." Morgan grinned and bared his white teeth. As soon as S words fell, the monster guru shut up immediately, although his big watery eyes were still spinning. For this kind of bad guy, you have to be tougher than him to deal with them. Do you know Bilbo? Morgan suddenly said, looking at Bilbo. Bilbo, who was right next to Morgan, reacted immediately and nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I know." It seemed that his answer was a bit multiplied, and Bilbo immediately added, "I know now." Bilbo is really not perfunctory, he has really gained knowledge. From seduce the monster, then to deal with the monster and obedient. If you change the other dwarves in the expedition, you might have already dropped it with an axe or a hammer. Morgan didn't care if Bilbo listened. From the moment of breaking free from the temptation of the Supreme Lord of the Rings, his whole person has changed a lot. Monster Guru said in the right direction this time. It didn't take long for the two of them to walk, and they saw a significantly wider road in the distance ahead. Although it is still a trail. But considering this is the kingdom of goblin monsters underground, this kind of road is normal. Now that he found the right way, Morgan did not lie. He threw the monster in his hand aside and said coldly, "Go away." Grumbling on the ground, reaching out and desperately rubbing the red neck of Morgan's deep handprints, a pair of vicious eyes stared at both Morgan and Bilbo, and kept talking to himself. Morgan ignored the monster and walked straight forward with the elf sword in his hand. Bilbo was behind, turned his head and glanced at the golem monster behind him. Seeing that the opponent's face was vicious, he was taken aback and hurried to catch up with Morgan. Soon after Morgan and Bilbo left, an extremely screaming scream suddenly came from the group of rocks behind him. "No, no, no, my baby! My baby is lost! Who stole my baby? Thief, thief! You two despicable thieves!" The central area of the underground kingdom is brightly lit. A large meat grinder, a giant bone shredder, was slowly transported to the giant suspension bridge in the middle of the kingdom. At the end of the suspension bridge, 13 dwarves were besieged by goblins. The goblins around and the musicians are desperately hitting simple instruments. The giant bloated goblin king shook his disgusting fat and began his solo concert performance again. UU reading www.uucannonshoe.com. Break your bones. Break your neck. The fart is peeing. Hang to the gallows. You will die here. Never see the sun. In this deep Orc city. The bloated goblin king sang and danced. The little goblin beside was checking the weapons seized from the dwarves. One picked up an exquisite dagger, and as soon as he pulled out the blade, he threw the dagger far away with trembling all over. This throw was even more unfortunate. It happened to be thrown at the feet of the dancing goblin king. Looked at the elven sword with its sheath half exposed. The goblin king was frightened all of a sudden and retreated back and forth, and finally crashed to the ground. With the help of several little goblins next to him, the king goblin curled up in his seat and pointed at the elven dagger on the ground and shouted, "I recognize that sword once killed one. Thousands of orcs. Kill the dwarves, whip them to death, and leave none." The frightened goblin pointed at the trapped dwarves and shouted angrily. Next second, a large number of goblins immediately yelled strangely, waving their weapons at the unarmed dwarves. Izan has no weapons, and the dwarves are about to belch. At this time, a dazzling white light suddenly exploded on the passage not far away, and the violent magical energy quickly swept across the suspension bridge. All the goblin dwarves and even the goblin kings that were affected were overthrown to the ground. The scene was silent for a while.